WTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday.
Juice.
To all of you, nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne, and he has juice this morning, he says.
I was wondering, what if the whole gimme some juice things was like him specifically talking to Juice Scruggs, and we've been misusing it all along.
That's right.
You know what? Now we can take it and use it. Like, I don't even know what Shannon Sharp was saying, oh, yeah, about there when we
That was during the Johnny Manziel interview. Remember?
Oh, that's right. He was all excited about
Johnny's telling some story about how he's, I don't know, snorting blow off a hooker's stomach or something like that. And Shannon Sharp's like, oh, yeah!
And basically blaming it all on Brian Hoyer.
Right.
I'm joking there, everybody that hasn't seen it. But it was one of the most curious things about the Johnny Manziel documentary was him accepting responsibility for everything except Brian Hoyer being mean to him.
Yep. That was wild, man. That was
Which
wild.
we're not even sure actually happened.
That was wild. So how you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm freaking good, man.
Yeah?
I'm in that sweet spot after the draft where I've watched enough highlights and lowlights of various prospects, but also, various draft picks, and feeling like every single one of them will probably, conservatively, be all pro every single year.
That's good. So you're in a place. So you're at that end of the spectrum. I feel like most Texan fans are the general consensus I get is they're okay with it. You know, they're okay with it. And I know you're exaggerating, but they're. I don't see anybody who's other than Ocho who just. I'm looking here. He must have been texting the fellas last night during Area 45. Great show, guys. I'll eventually learn to tolerate the Texans' dumbass draft decisions, but it'll take some time. So Ocho's a little bit salty about it. I guess the one thing, and I'm using Ocho here, I guess, as a representative of a faction of fans. The one thing that I have seen, and I saw it quite a bit, more so after day 2 than I did after the entirety of the draft, because that's where all the receivers that everybody wanted went, was in late day 1 and early day 2. And there was a lot of, they didn't go and get a wide receiver for CJ, to which I say they did. His name is Stephon Diggs, and they used the second-round pick they got for moving back into this year's second round.
Rick Spielman, the former GM, now he's on CBSSports.com. The analogy he used was the Texans paid for a really fancy meal in free agency, which would include the trades, Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon. And this draft ended up being all of the things that kind of complement that really good meal. It's the salad, it's the bread. It's not, you can't, I guess the wine would have been part of the expensive meal.
Yeah.
But it's the salad, it's the bread, it's the nice personality of your server. Right. And I think that makes sense. I think that was very much, and this is what happens when you don't have a first-round pick. Now, the one question mark or reservation or just overall question about this draft is, okay, do we grade a move that happened a month before the draft, the Texans trading out of the first round? Do we use that to also grade the draft? Because if you do, then I say, all right, man, I think they may have miscalculated how hard it was going to be to trade back up into the first round.
Yes.
This is a year where the back half of the draft was not thought highly of at all, and it got really expensive to trade back up. And we know that the Texans were, I had reservations about using the word trying to get back up in the first round. You know, I thought maybe they were just looking for value, but it sounded from Casario's comments like they were trying to get up there to draft like either a defensive tackle or perhaps a defensive back. So that was a misstep. But if you start your grade on Thursday, in the picks that they used, I feel good and solid about all these guys. I think most of the objective draft observers have given the Texans anywhere from like an A- to a B, and I can live with that.
I do look at the Diggs trade as part of the draft. I mean, they used
F.
They used no. I mean, it enhances the grade. I mean, it's because it was a direct correlation. I mean, you move back from 23 to 42, you get an extra pick, and you use that on Diggs. Like, that to me is deploying your draft capital. That's what the draft is about.
Well, in that case, you needed Diggs because you traded away DeAndre Hopkins. So again, F.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
We're taking it all the way back to the DeAndre Hopkins.
We're taking it with pre-Caserio, huh?
Yeah.
I do think this too, and I want to ask Nick this tomorrow. We're going to have Nick Caserio's on with us at 7:30 tomorrow here on Payne and Pendergast. I do wonder if when you get to be a better football team, especially one that of late has gotten a real good reputation for the maneuvers you've made in the draft and how cagey you've gotten at doing that, and I wonder if, and Nick would probably have a unique perspective on this, having been in the war room for New England all those years and actually like dynasty good football team. Does it get harder to maneuver during the draft when you're a good football team? Are teams more hesitant to do deals with you when you're good? You know?
Belichick status. My old rule of don't trade with Belichick, just because, Belichick, especially if you're a former protege of Belichick, just don't trade with Belichick.
Yeah, I mean, that's an extreme example, but in general, does it become harder to do the deal, especially when there's 7 minutes to think about it during the second round? Do teams just be like, it's Caserio? Nope, we're just going to roll and pick.
I think a lot of Caserio's moves that, like, probably the best ones are ones of restraint. But he's shown, like, obviously with the Will Anderson trade, that was aggressive. That was a really aggressive move. And he, according to market value, et cetera, he overpaid to get up to Will Anderson. So I think that was one of those classic deals where it made sense for both sides and parties. It made sense for the Texans ultimately because Will Anderson was the defensive rookie of the year.
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of like Daryl Morey. I think people are very willing. People are willing to trade with him because he's always available for business. Yeah, he's always open.
Yeah.
He's not the store that you show up to.
No.
I won't name the big box retailer where I prefer to buy my electronics, where there's routinely 10 people standing outside at 10 a.m. Waiting to get in. You're like, no, Caserio would be there 10 minutes early with a smile on his face. Like, sure.
The even more frustrating one isn't the one that they open like 10 minutes late. It's the establishment that you're not sure what days they're open and what time. I'm not going to name names, but there's a wine bar.
Talking about your drug dealer?
No. He's there. He's on call 24/7. No, there's a wine bar within, I'll say, a 3-mile radius of the building Amy and I live in, just to overgeneralize because I don't want to throw them under the bus. But Amy and I like going there. But half the time we pull into the parking lot, and it'll be like 3 o'clock on a Saturday. And it's not open. It
sounds like a front for something else.
No. It's a legitimate business, and there's multiple of them around town. Maybe this one's a front, and the other ones are legit. But it's like, man, why are they? I could really use a glass of wine right now. Now, fortunately, there are several other places I've found out that I could get a glass of wine at. So that was good. Nick is always open for business.
Yeah, there are places in Houston to get a glass of
wine. Yeah. Did you happen to see, not to take this on a dark turn, did you see the video, the Tank Dell video of the incident?
Yeah.
That was a tough look yesterday.
Everything kind of came out piecemeal, and you learned from the press conference there in Sanford, Florida, which for those of you who don't know, like it's northeast of Orlando. It's not Orlando proper, or even like where you consider, like, it wasn't like he was out at a nightclub or anything. This was it's called Cabana Live.
It's a private party.
It's a private party place. So I don't know what the private party was, but like that's where it was. They've got a pool and everything. And it looked like Tank Dell. So there were two people shooting at each other. Yeah. And at one point it looked like Tank Dell was trying to break up a fight. Yeah. And ended up getting caught in the crossfire.
Got caught in the crossfire, and it's a disturbing video. It really is. If the person they picked out to be Tank Dell is if they're correct in who it is in the video, it's a tough watch. But here was Ocho. Let's go to Ocho Cinco, Ben. Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp on their podcast. Chad Ocho Cinco has been in touch with Tank Dell. He said he texted him after the incident over the weekend and gave him some advice.
Altercation, but was simply caught in the crossfire. Remember?
I shot him.
I got no name on it.
Yeah, he showed no. I shot him a text message. Too, man. Tell him you're my prayers, man. You're my prayers. And after that, he responded back and said, everything is good. I'm good. I appreciate you. And I just told him, you got to move a little different, baby. You got to move a little different. I understand it's the off season. You want to enjoy yourself. You want to go out and have fun with your friends and your homeboys, but you got to move differently. You just have to. You have to. And the people that you surround yourself with should understand that you have to move differently. You shouldn't be at places anyway, for one, where they can carry.
Yeah, that's it's a weird situation because 10 people get shot, but none of them seriously, other than one that was held a little bit longer.
Right.
And I thought maybe at first, because the initial reports that it was one 16-year-old that shot 10 people, and I'm just wondering, like, did this kid have like a 22 or something? Like how did nobody get seriously injured? It was a 9mm and a 45.
Yeah.
Like it was, and they were shooting at each other.
Yeah.
So the fact that and the police chief in Sanford said they are treating like Tank Dell as a victim in this instance, and yet, like, without blaming the victim and without knowing all the circumstances, just as a general rule, yeah, like you gotta police the people you hang out with, even like as you're going out at night or whatever. And I have no idea exactly what the scenario was, but yeah, you just have to move differently. Like you gotta understand that there's always, like, when in a group of people and you're an NFL player, there's always going to be somebody that looks at you as an opportunity, either for whatever reason, and or gets agitated by your presence. And I have zero idea whether Tank was. I know Tank was. If Tank was trying to break up the fight, like that's awesome that he's got that in him, that he was trying to be a peacekeeper. But you can't put yourself in the position where you have to be the peacekeeper, or at least as much as possible, you have to really be conscious of not putting yourselves in position where there might need to be a peacekeeper.
Yeah, you just got to chop down the percentage of places you can go to, man. I mean, it's just it's a sad fact,
Well, and I'll tell you another thing too. Like, look, dude. You're a star now. Like you can't be the peacekeeper. You can't be the peacekeeper.
You got to get out.
Like you got to jet, man.
Yep.
Like honestly, like if there's one thing you learn and I like, maybe some of this is an offshoot too of Tank having gone to not a monstrous university.
Sure.
Where it's kind of new to him to be an actual celebrity.
Yeah.
Like that's what the people around you need to have the people around you who are the ones who take care of business and get you the hell out of there.
That's right.
I had my brother with me the first couple of years, and there are 2 times that I was in a bar, just, like not super late at night or anything, where were there any issues at all? Like, my brother was like a Secret Serviceman.
Well, and he can handle your brother can handle his business too.
Right. Yeah. He was a world-class, wrestler.
Yeah.
At the time, amateur, not pro wrestler.
Right.
So he got me and my friends the hell out of there.
The best.
One time he wasn't perfect though. There was one time he got us the hell out of there, and then walked into the bar and cold cocked somebody. He ran back up to the car. His knuckles were all bloody, and we got out of there. Yeah.
That's great.
So he wasn't perfect. That wasn't I'm no saint here. I'm not telling Tank that he's a bum or anything.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Hey, let's go back through the draft class with the Texans. I was thinking yesterday. I like thinking of things in best case and worst case scenarios. What's the best case and worst case for the 2024 rookies for the Texans? That is next.
The draft is done, and it's time for the Texans to
Turf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Appreciate you tuning in.
Sean was just bragging during the break about where he lives and how much he loves it.
That's not true. I was not bragging.
And, can we say who you were talking to?
Sure, yeah,
about?
absolutely.
Martellus Bennett, the former tight end for several teams, including the Patriots in their Super Bowl. you like the fact that you live in like a little kind of, it's like an enclosed community.
Yeah,
in your
man.
building.
Yeah. Like, I know renting as opposed to owning is not the smartest fiscal decision, although at times it can be a smarter fiscal decision.
Yeah. I don't want to go off on a rant or a tangent.
And as soon as I said that, I'm like, Seth's going to go off on a rant right now.
There's plenty of reasons to rent.
Yeah. But I like the building I live in because it's very easy to live there. You know, like everything's right there. It's like living in a hotel. But I was talking to Martellus about it in the lobby a couple days ago. It was funny. The conversation started with, we just got talking about the draft. I was like, hey, man, what round were you drafted in? He's like, the second. I should have been picked in the first, but everybody thought I was going to take my money and move out of the country or something like that. It was pretty funny.
Well, he was, I mean, he's kind of, I don't know if eccentric is the right word or not, but he's a free spirit.
Yes.
He's a free spirit.
Yes.
And I remember during the Super Bowl, when the Super Bowl was in New York, Meltzer and I interviewed him, and we ended up blowing through a commercial break because we were having such a good time talking to him.
Super interesting.
But it was funny. We had, one of the things we were talking about was whether or not he should move back to Houston when he's done.
Yeah.
And, he said, I don't know. I like going to, like an arts scene and having like all these different. So I was telling him, like, go live in the museum district. And like, there's plenty of stuff to do because they're from out in the suburbs. And I don't know if you'd ever really, as a young man, you don't really necessarily, when he was a teenager, he doesn't know a lot of that stuff. But now as an adult, he can live kind of where you are.
Yeah.
Artsy Sean.
Yeah, right. Me and
him going out to art festivals together.
Art festivals, the museum. He's texting me right now saying, which museum are we going to today? He's not. He's probably sleeping. No, but he was just saying he likes living in a building like that because when you live in a neighborhood and you're in your house, you're kind of in your own like pod, especially the bigger house you're in, the more detached you are from everybody there.
Especially these days.
Especially these days. Yeah, he's very much around the building, man. Like, Marty, he's Marty in the building, like he's Marty.
Oh, really?
What's up, Marty? Yeah.
Marty.
He introduces himself as Marty. I'm Marty.
Do you guys have a bar in your building?
We don't. We have a really nice 9th floor that has like all these different like areas where you can either cook out or an indoor area. They have like private party rooms and stuff like that. But the building does like once a month have like a happy hour for the residents where the, like local establishments will cook food and drink establishments will come in and cater it and whatever.
We almost moved into a building where Granato was living, where there was like a full-time bartender in the afternoon.
Oh, that sounds like a building Granato would live in for sure.
I know, and I just envisioned disaster of like.
Then you have to get in your car. It's right there.
I don't need like a buddy in place at the bar every day after. I don't need that in my life. It would have been a mess. They
just put a restaurant in the first floor of our building, like a Thai restaurant.
Oh,
yeah.
You know what? I used to live in the when
it has a bar in it.
That's trouble sometimes because can you take the elevator right down into the restaurant?
No, but it's like a 50-foot walk from you have to walk out the front door of your building. 50 feet down to the front door of the restaurant. It's very easy, yes.
When we lived in the Rice Lofts, that's when I really kicked my nose tackle ability into high gear because there's a Chipotle in the lobby.
The Chipotle right there.
Yeah. Like you can take the elevator down to get a burrito. I don't care. And anybody, you can say whatever you want about Chipotle. It's right there in the lobby, man.
Dude. It's
Good
right
luck
there.
to you, Mr. Fine, Tex-Mex, the Tex-Mex purist.
Yeah.
It's in the lobby. You can smell it every time you go up and down the elevator.
And it ain't bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's not horrible or anything, right? All right, best case, worst case.
I don't have to feel like I'm in old Guadalupe, okay? I just need some rice and beans in my belly.
Beans, square chunks of meat, and a glop of sour cream.
Yes.
And I'm good. All right, best case, worst case for this rookie class for the Texans. Kamari Lassiter, who is coming in, their first pick, 42nd pick overall, second-round pick. Seth, what is the best case for Kamari Lassiter for his not career, but just for his rookie season?
For his rookie season, okay. I'm glad you went there. I was a little nervous when you said best case scenario because I was gonna be a jerk about it. So no, but best case for this year, I think hopefully what you have is at the very least you could get a rich man's Lenore, which is Lenore was the cornerback opposite of the what's his face, the good one in San Francisco. Ward. So that Lenore would get some opportunities just because he had such a good cornerback on the other side of him. Mm-hmm. So I think that if Lassiter does start this year early on, he's going to be targeted. People are going to test him. That's why the great cornerbacks almost always, to a rule, have way more interceptions in their first few seasons than they do later on because they have the ball skills and everything. But A, teams are going to test them, and B, they're not as good as they eventually will be. So Lassiter, the best case scenario might be if he starts, and even if he's playing well, they're going to target him a lot as long as Derek Stingley's healthy, and he ends up like getting Rookie of the Year because he has a boatload of interceptions.
I like that.
Even if he's not like actually all that awesome, he's going to get a lot of opportunities.
Yeah.
So like Lenore, the reason I brought up Lenore was because D'Amico that was kind of the pep talk he gave to Lenore, was like, listen, don't look at getting targeted as them picking on you. Look at it as opportunities for turnovers.
Yeah, I love that you had that detail. I wrote this up for the Houston Press today, best case, worst case, and all I put was beats out Okudah and Henderson for the starting spot, but I love that you paint a picture as to what that could look like. No, keep doing it. I'm serious. That was really good.
No, yeah. And I do mean that, like, even if he's playing really well, they're going to target him more than Stingley, because Stingley's a known quantity, and they want to try to they'll try to expose the rookie. I
think the worst case is that he's rotational depth at cornerback, and he's a special teams contributor. Like, I don't think you and I are going to come in and do the pregame show, and it gets to be 10:30 in the inactive list. The inactive list is out, and Kamari Lassiter's name is going to be inactive every week.
I think the one big unknown with cornerbacks, the rookie is going to be, okay, how do they deal with not being able to be as handsy as you're allowed to be in college? Because I'm watching him. I went back and I watched him versus South Carolina because I wanted to see versus Xavier Leggett, who went in the first round. Yeah. And he did a really good job versus Leggett, but Leggett's a big physical guy, but he's riding Leggett, down the field, and you can't get away with that. And sometimes he's had a tendency to just, because he's aggressive and he anticipates routes really well, but if he guesses wrong, he just goes ahead and grabs, and obviously they police it way tighter in the NFL.
All right, Blake Fisher, and we know that Blake Fisher, maybe the opportunity is not going to be there like it is for Kamari Lassiter to go grab a starting spot. But what do you think the best case is for Blake Fisher his rookie year?
I think realistically, if we leave injury out of it, he's going to be a backup. And the best case scenario is that if Titus Howard or Larry Tunsil goes down, that he's proven himself enough that they like him better than the veterans who are already there.
That's exactly it.
The one thing I kept seeing consistently, and I agree with this, is that he's a guy that really might have been better off staying in school one more year.
Yeah.
And just because with so many of these guys that are tall, lean guys, they're put together really well. They just got to really grow into their bodies a little bit. And there's times where it just doesn't look like he's as strong as he needs to be. Some of it's technique, and that's just a huge unknown. It's a huge projection to say, a guy will learn how to play with knee bend or learn how to play lower in the NFL. Some guys just can't get it. The thing that I'm optimistic about with him is that in the run game more than in the pass game, he does get low and up underneath guy and drive guys into the dirt at times. So he's shown an ability to do it. And in pass pro too, he's done that as well. It's just not as consistent right now.
If he'd gone back to school, that's an interesting one, because you're right. The scouts have said if he went back, he'd be a first-round pick next year. If nothing else, he probably would have been a starting left tackle this year, because Joe Alt left to go to the NFL. They would have moved him from right to left, and then he gets a year's worth of film showing he can play both sides of the line.
And he has. I mean, he did before. He played left tackle before, but it wasn't when he was as good. So you're right. Yeah, you get better film at left tackle.
Yeah. I think the worst case is he's obviously on the roster, and then he might be one of those guys, like worst case where you and I get the 6 inactives and Blake Fisher is inactive. That kind of thing.
Right. And then I guess the other question is, he's got to beat out Charlie Heck and David Sharp and Ladarius Henderson, the late round pick too, will be in competition. As a 7th round pick, especially as an offensive tackle, I wouldn't, I'm not going to hold my breath for him to all of a sudden be competing for a starting job.
I would agree with that. Kalen Bullock, safety USC. What's the best case scenario rookie year for Kalen Bullock?
Best case scenarios, I think he'll have between Jimmy Ward, his age, and the fact that he's gotten injured an awful lot over these last few years, I think Kalen Bullock is going to end up probably getting some reps as a nice deep safety this year.
Yeah.
The best case scenario for him, and opposite of, if he's rookie of the year or whatever,
right.
I think he could end up with a bunch of interceptions because he does have ball skills. And he's in a defense, I think, where they're gonna try to limit things over the top, but teams are gonna test a rookie if he's back there, kind of like in the vein of Lassiter. Where I'd love to see improvement is if maybe in a full year of this summer being in an NFL strength program and more than anything just being around a dietitian all the time and everything, and being and actually being like a professional, that he maybe ups his body strength a little bit. Like, I think that's a tough ask 3 months out from the season, but that is a guy that just needs to grow into his frame a little bit.
The X factor in the Kalen Bullock thing and the safety position as a whole is Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie did not have a good year last year. Jalen Petrie got benched in Week 16 against the Cleveland Browns late in the season. So that's I mean, it's going to be tough for him to beat out Jalen Petrie just because Jalen Petrie's got a 2-year jump on him physically, if nothing else, like you just said, Seth. But that's an X factor in this.
I think the thing about that, the other part about Kalen Bullock is that he played on a horrendous defense.
Yes.
So I almost think just by being on what I think is going to be a solid defense this year, that he's got more opportunities than he had before to just do the right thing. I guess when I'm talking about Jimmy Ward getting injured, part of that is that, all right, Jalen Petrie's not, he can play up in the box and do a lot more be a lot more versatile than Kalen Bullock. So the best case scenario for me is that maybe by using Kalen Bullock for his strengths as being a deep center fielder, and then using Jalen Petrie for his strengths and some of his aptitude, that you can get more out of both of those guys.
Yeah, it's a good.
That Jalen Petrie can be a little bit more of that versatile rover type guy, and you can use him creatively as long as Kalen Bullock's got the back end taken care of.
I like that. Kate Stover, best case, worst case. As I was workshopping this yesterday, I think Kate Stover has the smallest window in between his best case and worst case, because I think Dalton Schultz is the starting tight end on this football team.
Yeah.
So I think the best case for Cade Stover, as much as Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans and the team loves Cade Stover, in his rookie year, I think the best case is that he's a fixture in like 2 tight end sets, gets like 25 snaps a game. I think the worst case is that maybe he's a little slow to pick things up. He's the 3rd string tight end, and he gets like 5 to 10 snaps a game. I don't think he's getting 60 snaps, and I don't think he's inactive on game day. Like, I think he is somewhere between like 10 and 25 snaps every Sunday, barring injury to somebody else.
If we're the first thing I thought of, Sean, which after I looked into it was a horrible first thing to think of, was if we're going to go back in Texans history, 2006, they draft Owen Daniels, who ended up being a pretty good tight end.
He was good.
Yeah, pretty productive tight end. But Mark Bruner had been signed as a free agent a couple years prior. And in my mind, I was thinking, well, Owen Daniels ended up having a really good rookie year, a very promising rookie year. He had 352 yards receiving, but he started 12 games that year. So it's 34 receptions, 352 yards.
4th round pick? That is promising.
Right. And he was a 4th round pick.
Right.
So I thought, and for a guy that went on to go to a couple Pro Bowls and be very productive, Owen never got, his career high was 862 yards receiving, but, he had several years where he had 5 or 6 touchdowns, very productive in that offense. This is a very similar offense, obviously. So I don't think just as it was with Owen Daniels, he doesn't have to have a spectacular rookie year if he's got a veteran on the other side of him. But, times have changed so much. Mark Bruner was a very well-respected tight end in the NFL who played until the age of 36.
Yeah.
He never had more than 238 receiving yards in a season.
Really?
He was a pure blocking tight end.
He was a people mover.
Yeah, so I remember 2006 where Owen was getting a lot of snaps, and he started over Bruner. And at the time, I was like, man, they're doing Bruner wrong. But Bruner was just phased out of the the league had changed since then. There wasn't a lot of room for he was basically like a 6th offensive lineman in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Someone's asking Bruner, so you play in the NFL? Yeah, as a tight end. Yeah, he's like, I had 2,200 yards, and they're like, in a season? Like, no. 15 years in my career. I had to. I'm spitballing math, obviously.
No. He had let's see, 33, 34, 14-year career. He had 18 touchdowns.
That's something about blocking, man.
I have to tell you, he was awesome.
Yeah.
Like before he was my teammate, I used to play against them twice a year with the Steelers.
Yeah.
And with the Steelers, we would go into the Steelers game, and every Steelers game, it was like, you better know and identify where Mark Bruner is before the game, before the play, because there were really strong run tendencies to his side. He would kick the crap out of lesser defensive ends as a tight end, which is the most embarrassing thing in the world. When you have a tight end block you as a defensive end, go die. Like you deserve to be kicked out of the league.
Even if it's Mark Bruner?
Bruner was that good.
Yeah.
He would routinely beat the snot out of defensive ends.
Yeah. That's it. That's the lesson. Not always fantasy stats. Sometimes doing the dirty work can keep you around for a long, long time.
Well, and it was a different era. That was the run game was more of a thing.
Hey, man, bell bottoms came back eventually. You know what I mean? Like maybe Bruner will be...
Not actual bell bottoms. Like baggy pants have come back.
Hey, man, I'm just trying to get Bruner and his kids that like to block a gig.
I will not hand it. Bell bottoms were the most hideous thing that ever happened, and that's why they're the one thing that hasn't come back.
I'll come up with a better example. Vinyl records.
Yeah, okay.
Vinyl records.
Yeah, they did come back.
They have come back, yeah. All right. Headlines. Let's do headlines here. The Astros back in action tonight. Do we get a debut from someone everybody's been waiting for? We will discuss that. The latest on Tank Dell, the latest on the Kelsey brothers as well in headlines next.
Where the Texans focused on position. Pendergast with today's headlines.
Astros back in action tonight. They are home. They are back at Minute Maid Park, taking on the Cleveland Guardians. The Astros are 9-19. The Guardians are 19-9. I've not done much in the way of paying attention to the standings around baseball because they're so very depressing right now if you're a Houstonian. Like, hey, we got to work. We got to fix our own house before I can go.
It's fun to look at the Cardinals because they're such snobby bastards.
Yeah, other crappy teams, I do like looking at them in the standings. But
makes you feel better about things.
Yeah. Joey Loperfido, Seth, you excited about the possible debut of a Joey Loperfido?
Yes. And all of my reservations about whether or not it's too early for him or not, I'm just throwing them in the back seat for now. I'll reach back for that snack if I have to, but right now I got my eyes on the highway, and Joey Loperfido is sitting right next to me, and it's on to greatness. I just guess like 40 home runs probably.
Yeah. He sounds like a guy you want sitting next to you on a road trip.
That's big.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing McTaggart said, that it wasn't just his play, but that in spring training, like, he showed that he can really – he fits in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
And he seems like a pretty mature kid, even in the way he credited his parents in his statement yesterday. He didn't just say, like, oh, thanks, my mom and dad. He just talked about, like, the sacrifice. He talked about the sacrifices they made to put him and his sister or sisters, I can't remember, in the best situation in life and all that. Like, it's, so A, swell guy.
Yep.
But B, capital B, hits home runs.
It's bombs. Yeah, he hits bombs.
C, strikes out a lot.
Yeah. That's like a much smaller font that we say that with. I guess the big question will be who goes down or who goes out, like in this whole thing. Greg Kessinger is, if you're just looking to option somebody to Sugarland, that's a logical one. Could this be the DFA for John Singleton?
Right.
I know Jose Abreu. I'll put the name out there, but I don't think I don't think Loperfido is attached to a corresponding Abreu move. But we'll see.
And I know Cabbage was brought up because they got an extra roster spot for the Mexico games, but that's another one that, like, Cabbage. Yeah. Until they make that move today, like, Cabbage could stay up as well. There could be it's not as simple as just like, okay, Cabbage is leaving and somebody else.
Yeah, they haven't officially made the move. They've only, they announced that they're going to do it, but they're waiting. They're kind of biding their time to figure out what the corresponding move is. But Hunter Brown on the hill tonight for the Houston Astros. Tank Dell, hey, Ben, can you get the county sheriff video on the Tank Dell? Sorry, I meant to put that in headlines. Peek behind the scenes, people. Sean misses things sometimes. Tank Dell, the video surfaced yesterday of the shooting incident. It's kind of obscure security video. It looks like the person who is Tank Dell in the video, who's been reportedly is Tank Dell in the video, was trying to break up the fight and literally caught in the crossfire. In between what we now know are two shooters. It was not one shooter shooting 10 times. It was two shooters shooting at each other at a private event in Sanford, Florida. Here was the Seminole County Sheriff, Dennis Lemma, on the Tank Dell part of the incident over the weekend.
Let me show where Tank Dell, Nathaniel Dell, is obviously a third-round 2023 draft pick, 69th overall from the Houston Texans, somebody who is a star athlete in the Daytona Beach area, known to a lot of people there. He is standing literally between the firearm altercation. The video shows that he's walking. His report, because he is a victim in this case, he has been injured as a result of this. His report was that he saw this, or actually he saw what was going on. He took his cell phone out, had his cell phone in his hand, but you can see the position that he's in. He's right in the middle of this firearm altercation. And again, we will continue to work with him as a victim in this particular case.
Real quick, one thing on that description right there that I think I saw some people responding to the video. Tank was not taking his video camera out once the shooting started, like to video something. It made the sheriff's description made it sound like he was taking his video. He's taking his phone out during the incident.
Like he was doing. No, he was just kind of. I think his phone was in his hand. He's just like holding his hand
his
up.
Phone. He looked like he was video. He had like a video. He's taking a selfie or maybe videoing some people at the party or something like that. He had the picture that was being described was just before the incident began. They were kind of showing where everybody was standing before the shooting started going off. And, man, Tank is right in between the two guys. He's trying to break it up. It is, and there's video. That was a still shot that the sheriff was going through there. But there is video that has surfaced. Choose amongst yourselves if you choose to go find it. To me, it was kind of disturbing. I watched it once. That was it.
Yeah, I mean, you watch him go down.
Yeah.
I mean, the place clears out
quick,
fast. Like, it's crazy how, yeah. And, but yeah, the really disturbing part is you see him just go down and hit the dirt.
Yeah.
Or hit the deck.
Yep.
He's running away, there's somebody in front of him who's not as fast as him, obvious.
I'm going to guess Tank was the fastest one at the party.
It looked like Altuve trying to, like, if Altuve was batting behind Jordan on the base pass.
Yes.
And so, go! Go.
Move.
And he gets, it is very, very disturbing.
Yeah.
Except that, luckily, as all reports are so far that the injuries are minor, and that the injuries for just about everybody were relatively minor, but not life-threatening.
Yeah, there was only one that had to stay behind at the hospital.
Yeah, and that wasn't considered life-threatening, but yeah.
Right. Do you think that Sheriff Dennis Lemma is campaigning to announce a Texans pick next year at the draft?
I thought.
Do you like that he gave the round and selection number?
69th pick overall.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he's like 3rd round, 69th pick overall? Nice.
I want them to do that at my funeral.
Yes. Oh.
Seth Payne, 114th pick overall in 1997.
That was just weird. It was just very.
It was weird. I mean, I like the attention to detail.
No, I do too. But that was a snippet of what was about a 4 or 5 minute video, and and it's just I watched the whole thing, and the whole thing is very serious, right? I mean, it's a serious thing. The whole thing's very serious, and then he gets to the Tank Dell part. He's like 3rd round pick, 69th overall. I'm like, what does that have to do with anything?
And honestly, I wish he should have read his rookie stats more so.
Yeah, man, 709
his rookie stats
yards
were more impressive than his draft pick.
Yeah,
his draft status.
709 yards in 12 games, I think, or 11 games. 7 touchdowns, man. Give him some credit, Lemma. Come on, get it in gear. The Kelsey brothers are in the news. Travis Kelce signs a 2-year extension to be the highest paid tight end in all of football, so the Chiefs get that bit of business done. Jason Kelce to the booth, well, actually to the desk, because he's going to be part of the Monday Night Football Countdown show on ESPN. What do you think about that?
I think you know what? I'm absolutely awful at predicting whether or not people are going to be good on television. I thought Tebow was going to be awful, and I think he's actually been pretty good in the role that they use him in. And I think the odds would be that Jason Kelce is going to be pretty good because he's just got a naturally effervescent personality, and he seems like a bright guy.
Yeah, and he's not. He doesn't seem like he's got a huge ego as well. He seems self-deprecating.
Self-deprecating. You know what? He'll do all the stupid stuff that the producers want him to do. Just like I feel bad for Gronk sometimes.
Yeah.
Because you can tell the producers are kind of like, hey, he's a big dumb idiot.
Yeah.
Let's just let's do some really stupid, goofy stuff with him. And Gronk, because he's a good dude, is like, yeah, I'll do it. And then all of a sudden, there he is wearing like a tutu, riding a horse or something. Yeah.
RG3, the probable odd man out on the Monday Night Football Countdown
According
show.
to Florio, yeah.
Yep.
But RG3 did welcome Jason Kelce into the fold. Oh, and then
I don't think RG3 is getting fired from ESPN. Just he's getting removed from that gig, is what it looks like.
And then the other the corresponding move for the CBS was they're getting rid of Boomer on the studio desk, and who else?
Phil
Cowher?
Simms. No,
Phil
Simms. Cowher's coming back. Cowher.
Are they sure? Are you sure they didn't just accidentally fire Phil Simms thinking that it was Boomer Esiason?
I think they fired
him. And then they're like, oh, crap, now we got to get rid of Boomer, too. Okay,
Let's just get rid of both of them so we don't get confused, okay? But, so I'm glad you brought that up. They're both gone. We can talk more about that in the 7 o'clock hour. But, yeah, JJ is back, but only part-time, like last year. JJ Watt.
Oh, really?
Yep.
JJ's just calling his own shots.
He is right now, yeah, he is.
Just doing whatever, whatever's comfortable and suits his lifestyle. Good for him.
Someone wants to give you a posthumous promotion to the 3rd round after you die.
Oh, can I tell a quick story? It's headlines. Oh, and we're already over. Dude, shuffle your papers.
Okay, yeah.
I'll tell you a story.
Sure, that'd be great.
I'll tell you a story about when Tom Coughlin screwed me out of $100,000 by waiting to... By allowing himself not drafting me when he wanted to draft me.
Okay, save that. We'll do that next. And also the new hobby that Houstonians have after this draft ended this past weekend. Everybody's doing it, but they're all doing it a different way. We'll tell you what it is coming up next.
You know what everybody's doing differently? Paying property taxes.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Before we get to the activity that Texan fans, the new hobby that Texan fans have after the draft was over, Seth, you were about to tell a story about how Tom Coughlin screwed you out of a six-figure check.
Oh, yeah, and it wasn't really him, but it was I like all these people involved, these people that just screwed me out of the money. But
what'd they do to you, man?
It was, well, this is actually, do you remember Mike McCagnon, the GM of the Jets?
I do. I
think one of the things that, this is probably really a feather in his cap on his rise up through the scouting ranks. 1997, the draft's going on, and in the third round, Tom Coughlin liked me, wanted to draft me in the third round, and Mike McCagnon, who was like a young, like just a area scout or whatever the rank is there. He's a young scout at the time, but he had been the one who was scouting me. He told Coughlin, I think he'll be there in the fourth round, and Coughlin was like, it's like, you better be right. You better be right.
Wow.
You better be right. And like Hoffman's, it's kind of a scary guy. And Mike McCagnon was like, I really think he's going to be there in the fourth round. So Coughlin was like, all right, we'll wait until the fourth round. And I got drafted in the fourth round instead of the third round.
Okay.
So Mike McCagnon, awesome dude, screwed me out of $100,000 or so. I'm guessing.
I think he's still. I think he lives in Houston. Actually,
I'm gonna have to go talk to Mike.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show up at his house. He told me the story.
He did.
So it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, I'm joking about it, but it was. But I'm honestly, it's a ballsy move because Coughlin's he's scary, man. He's really, really scary, especially when you're a young scout. So Mike McCagnon gauged the market right.
So that would have been the 79th pick overall. I'm looking at what picks Jacksonville had in the third round that year. They had the 79th pick overall, which would have been James Hamilton, linebacker.
Yeah, Big Ham. University of Virginia, right?
Let me look. Hang on. North Carolina.
Oh, whoa.
North Kakalaki.
Who'd they draft from Virginia? I thought we had a guy. He was from Virginia.
Okay.
He was from Virginia.
Okay, yeah.
Please? Is that the correct thing?
He was.
I can't believe
well, he was born in Hartford, Connecticut, but he went to but he went to high school in Richmond,
Virginia,
North Carolina.
Oh, all right. You know what? It was Rich. I remembered Richmond.
Okay.
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go with that. No, and plus, I don't know. My signing bonus was.
Oh, yeah, Big Ham.
He was tall. How tall was he, Sean?
I'm checking right now to see if he was tall.
To see if he was
Oh, yeah, no, dude, for a linebacker?
Yeah.
6'5", 243.
Yeah, and I don't want to – and he wasn't – like, we ran a 4.3. It wasn't a 3.4, you know?
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he was an outside linebacker.
Yeah.
Or like a 3.4 outside linebacker.
Right.
No, but I think my signing bonus was $219,000. So he probably – I don't think I got screwed out of $100,000.
Oh,
so
yeah,
probably like
not for –
$50,000 or so.
Yeah, maybe. Still.
I know.
That's enough for if I were to meet McCagnon for the first time, I would be like, hey, man, you can at least buy me a drink or something. You cost me 50
what the hell,
G's.
man?
Yeah.
No, I think, Coughlin is kind of like Parcells was always known as this. Like, they don't want, they might, I don't want to say, they come off like bullies at times, but they actually they want guys who aren't going to allow themselves to be bullied.
Right.
Like part of like Parcells' whole thing was like he was going to bully you. And you were going to show to him that you're not a guy to be bullied, and but at the same time be a respectful rookie. It is very stressful, very stressful.
It is, man. That's a tough spot to land on. You know what I mean?
Like, aggressive mind bleeping
standing up
going
for
on
yourself,
there.
but respectful. Like that's a
dude. That whole Parcells tree, man. That's what they thrive on.
Yeah.
They just want to screw with your brain and make you feel desperate for approval all the time. Like just desperate. Like I gotta do something. I gotta work harder. Oh God. Oh, I'm gonna get cut. Oh.
Some guys thrive under that. That's tough.
Ted and I used to talk about what it was like at the end of the season after playing for Belichick or Coughlin. It's like you walk out of the building after that last day when you clean out your locker and you're like,
You're like,
oh my God, I didn't realize how.
Andy Dufresne shirtless in the middle of the bayou with the rain falling on his face.
Meanwhile, you've got like bare spots on your scalp from all the hair that's been falling out in the clumps.
Splotches on your body.
I used to get so sick every year at the end of the season. Only in Jacksonville, only when playing for Coughlin. I would get like deathly ill the first week after the season because my body would just finally let its guard down.
That's wild, man. That is wild. Here was Nick Caserio, Texans GM, who, by the way, joins us tomorrow at 7:30 on the program. So we'll talk about the draft and all kinds of stuff with Texans GM Nick Caserio. He was asked a question about the Deshaun Watson trade and looking back and seeing what you've got for Deshaun Watson now. And here's what he had to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's so far in the past. I mean, you guys are keeping track of that. I mean, we haven't spent one second talking about, like, here's the end result. So we're just adding football players to the team with the opportunities that we get, regardless of what trade took place. I mean, D'Amico and I have talked about this. We talked about it before the draft. If we have to go out there and play a game, if we had to go out there and play a game before the draft, we felt that we'd be competitive. So in the end, it's just each year you have an opportunity to add players to your team. However you acquire the assets, you acquire them. And there's no, specific formula. So that's for you all to talk about. Honestly, like, we probably haven't spent time on it since we did the trade however many years ago.
Well, Nick, much like draft grades, we're about to talk about it, so we will.
Well, plus, by the way, it had been widely reported that this was the end of all of the draft picks after Cade Stover had that fourth traded to the Eagles, and then back to the Texans. It was actually, there's still a fifth out there.
There's still a fifth from the Stephon Diggs trade. If you trace the lineage of the 23rd pick, there's still a fifth from the Stephon Diggs trade next year. That's the lens I choose to look at it through. I hope they just keep flipping these picks so there's always one pick that has like a chromosome attached to the Deshaun Watson trade.
It would be way too laborious to go over like all the transactions, but just to name the names.
Yeah.
And some of these are like, packaged, like one of the Deshaun Watson picks packaged with something else or whatever. But like it did lead to John Mechie, Kenyon Green, Christian Harris, Thomas Booker, Damian Pierce, Will Anderson, Kalen Bullock, Tank Dell, Kamari Lassiter, Jamal Hill, and Cade Stover.
And Stephon Diggs, in a way, if you want to,
Diggs,
I mean, I've seen three different summaries of what the Texans have gotten from this because of they held probably none of the actual picks from the Deshaun Watson trade. They move back with one. They move up to get Will Anderson. They flip them around and stuff like that. To me, Seth, the biggest thing, and to be clear, like all three permutations of what they got have about 80% commonality. Like Tank Dell's in all of them. Will Anderson's in all of them. Damian Pierce is in all of them. Christian Harris is in all of them. So
he just, the way I think of it is that basically, because Caserio trades so much, it's like trying to track an individual dollar bill through your bank account.
Yeah.
It's just like it all gets thrown into the aggregate, and it was a lot.
It was a lot. To me, the biggest thing that it allowed you to do, in retrospect, and probably in actuality as well, like in terms of just the magnitude of the pick, was that it gave Nick the flexibility and peace of mind to be able to aggressively go after Will Anderson in 2023.
You could go after Will Anderson without bankrupting yourself.
That's right. You had 2 first-round picks. So you could give up one of your first-round picks, your own first-round pick, which wound up being the worst of the two. You could do it knowing you weren't gutting your draft in 2024, And so I think that's the biggest thing that they got out of that deal was the flexibility to go get Will Anderson because of all the guys we just listed, right? The 9 or 10 guys you just said, the couple of names extra that I threw in. Will Anderson is ultimately, if you had to ask me, like, okay, who's going to be the crown jewel of all these guys that we just rattled off? There's some good players in there. Obviously, Tank's a great player, and Christian Harris is turning into a nice player. Diggs is very accomplished. He'll probably only be here for a year. And then some other young pieces that are still unproven. Will Anderson is going to be the crown jewel of this whole thing.
So the Will Anderson, the one part from the Deshaun Watson trade was the 2023 first-round pick. The other was that was packaged with the 33rd overall and the 2024 first. So it's like that like all of these, like all those names I just read. I didn't want to mislead anybody into thinking that it was like a 1-for-1 trade for all those guys. Like all these are packaged and, like Sean said,
Yeah, like just put it this way. Without the Deshaun Watson trade, a lot of those guys Seth and I just named are probably not Houston Texans. Put it that way. I think it's the easiest way to put it, probably. So, yeah, like Nick doesn't like going back and looking at it. We do, because it turned out to be a really good deal. And by the way, one way to look at it is like, okay, what if Deshaun Watson were actually good in Cleveland? Would we be feeling good about all those names? And I would think just now that C.J. Stroud is here, I would say, yeah, I'd feel great about that because we may have a better quarterback. We do have a better quarterback right now than Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson has been overpaid and terrible for Cleveland. Like, not only have you gotten all these things, but Cleveland got wiped out in this deal.
I think the big thing would be, all right, I mean, there's a whole lot of ifs here, but what if Deshaun Watson were good in Cleveland, and what if there hadn't been 24 allegations of sexual misconduct against him at some point? Like, if it was just that Deshaun had agitated his way out.
Yeah.
Because remember, everybody, just the timeline was he requested that trade, sounds like the day that Caserio was hired.
Yeah.
And, that was well before any of the news of the allegations came out. And it very much looks like that was before the Texans had any clue about any potential allegations. So then it would have been a much messier situation.
Yeah.
Well, it couldn't, not messier, but in terms of just, then it would have been less forgivable for people people would not have let go on trading Deshaun Watson.
Right. It's almost like, though, like Mike and Cyfair text in. He's like, we have C.J. Stroud. That's it. Like, it's like C.J. Stroud is this cheat code for anything happening with the Texans. It's like, well, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about I don't know.
Yeah.
We have C.J. Stroud. I feel freaking great about everything.
It is one of those things, man, where when you count your blessings instead of your curses, look at how difficult it is to go out and draft a quarterback. No matter who you are, no matter how smart you are, look at how hard it is to go out and draft a quarterback. And yet, somehow, like the Texans actually drafted a very good, young, and promising quarterback in Deshaun Watson, and then the next GM went out and got an offensive rookie of the year in C.J. Stroud.
That's a great point. It is pretty incredible because you have some of these teams that have been rubbing two sticks together for ages. The New York Jets. When was the last time they drafted a good quarterback? The Texans drafted two within 6 years of each other,
Yeah.
And I know Deshaun's turned into a quarterback that is, like he's skewing in the wrong direction as a quarterback, independent of all the off-the-field stuff. He's not played good football in 3 years now. He's not played a lot of football at all, to be honest, in 3 years now through injuries and sitting out in 2021. So, yeah,
He's
man.
legendary for all the wrong reasons.
He is. He wanted to be legendary.
Big L legendary is what he's turned into.
Yep. Yeah. We mentioned this earlier, the CBS studio shakeup. Phil Simms and Boomer Esiason both out on the Countdown show. Matt Ryan is in that. Did you get to experience any of his work this year? He got pretty good reviews.
Didn't he do a Texans game?
Did he do a Texans game?
I thought he did a Texans game. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But, or at least I watched games with him. I thought he was all right.
Yeah.
I didn't, it was, he's always just seemed like such a bland guy.
Yeah.
The biggest reservation I have about him was on Hard Knocks Atlanta. He told like an ultimate dad joke and delivered it poorly. So I don't need any more of that in my life. Is he going to be a less interesting Mark Sanchez? I don't want him to be that. I don't want him popping dad jokes all over the place. I
was surprised when I saw yesterday Simms and Boomer out. That was the headline. I'm like, and they're being replaced with Matt Ryan. I'm like, okay.
I like quarterbacks, but I think I like quarterbacks as color analysts more so than in studio guys. The problem with the studio shows is that I think former coaches, because everybody except Rex Ryan also is doesn't want to hurt any of their chances of getting another coaching job. So they're just way too diplomatic about things. And I think most quarterbacks by nature are pretty diplomatic about things.
Yeah.
And that's where I just don't know. So Matt Ryan especially, all right, I don't want to hear a bunch of vanilla BS in the studio show. And I feel that's what I expect. But as I said earlier, and as I always say, I have a really bad track record of predicting who's going to be good on television.
Yeah.
I think people are different in front of a camera. And some of them get more boring, some of them get more interesting.
What's your Brady prediction?
I think Brady's actually going to be pretty good because Brady gets pissed and competitive.
Yeah.
I could see Brady getting angry at quarterbacks while he's doing the game.
That'd be fun.
unlike Romo, because Romo won't go there, and that's where I feel like Romo, aside from when he stopped preparing or knowing things about the game, like I think sometimes he still holds back sometimes. I don't think Brady's going to hold back because Brady will actually prepare for these games, and B, like kind of like what Caserio told us about Belichick. I had said, like, I don't know if, like, the only thing I worry about with Belichick is that if he did color analysts is that sometimes you got to watch a play 5 or 6 times to really figure out what was going on. And Caserio's, I think, to paraphrase what he said, is like Belichick's just a little bit different. Like, he just sees things.
Yeah.
He sees things in a way that other people just don't see things. Then I got excited. Now I want Belichick to do color commentary. I think Brady will be that same way.
Yeah. I really enjoyed the clips of Belichick that have come from the McAfee Draftcast.
Yeah.
I thought he was pretty good. He and Saban both. That was the thing. I mean, obviously Belichick, I don't know, got fired or, just didn't renew his contract, and Saban retired. And so the immediate thing was, well, both of them are going to go into TV, and people assume that the press conference version that you get of Saban and Belichick is what the TV version is going to be. And they've both done TV before, like in small snippets. Like if Alabama's not in the national championship game, Saban was always at the desk on ESPN, and he was excellent every single time he was on there. Belichick, similarly, anytime he did TV. So I had always felt like this is a nice little gift for us here, getting these two guys.
I think those two guys, from what I've seen, the clips of them, and I watched the second half of the first round with Saban, like the draft night's kind of, that's almost like that's throwing somebody right into the fire. That's one of the hardest things to do because you got multiple people at the desk, and it's just so many different players and so many different permutations of what might happen. I thought they both did a really good job.
I didn't get to watch it in real time, the Belichick McAfee cast, but my guess is that it was easier for Belichick just because he was the only real expert on that panel. You got McAfee, who does College Game Day, and then you got all his buddies,
Somebody was sitting to his right in a suit. I'm just remembering the visual because I didn't watch much of it at all other than the clips of him telling a couple of those stories.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. And the one of his guys is dressed up like fake Mel Kiper.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Belichick needs to worry about getting his touches on that panel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're going to lean on him. They're going to feed him on that. So if you haven't heard, Matt Ryan in, and then James Brown, Bill Cowher, Nate Burleson, all back. J.J. Watt back part-time on CBS. So salute to Phil Simms, 26-year run, man, with CBS. That's a pretty good run right there. For a guy who got criticized frequently by viewers, that's a good long run for Phil Simms.
He took over the mantle from Dan Dierdorf, where Dan Dierdorf was like the A guy forever, and you just had to wonder why. And then all of a sudden, Simms was the A guy. They're like, no, don't worry, television will be just fine. These executives know what they're doing. Yeah.
Did you see any of the pictures on social media this weekend of Mick Jagger just popping up in the wild here in Houston in advance?
I didn't see any of this.
Okay.
So I'm excited to find out what Mick Jagger did out to – what did he do?
So he was the Rolling –
Is he the one that set the turkey leg hut on fire?
Well, I don't know.
With his dancing?
Where was he? So the Stones played NRG Stadium on Sunday, and Mick Jagger – went around all day Sunday just exploring Houston. Just like, dress shirt, pants, cap on his head, Mick Jagger, just walking around Houston. And he posted a bunch of photos from around the city on social media. And
you know what, though? That's nice. It's I like that he's just, when he's not, if you haven't been to a Stones concert, it's incredible.
They crushed it,
what
supposedly.
This guy still does.
80.
On stage. I saw him in Phoenix like 15 years ago, and I couldn't believe what he was doing, and he's still doing the same stuff. That was back when he was 65.
Right.
Okay, so he was just out like a tourist.
Out and about.
Out and about and just checking things out.
Checking things out. So he posted on Instagram, a multi-picture post on Instagram, and the caption was, "Having fun in Houston, looking forward to seeing you all tonight at NRG Stadium." He posted photos Friday of his visit to NASA. So he went to NASA on Friday.
I bet he got a private tour there.
Can you imagine being Mick Jagger's tour guide at NASA? That would be so fun.
Yeah, I don't know. What if he's a flat earther, though?
That'd make it even more fun.
I got that up to the moon, that mate. No. That's the way they talk in England.
Ben? Where's Oi, Ben?
Oi!
Thank you.
Yeah.
He visited a bunch of places on Sunday, okay? Here he visited Graffiti Park. Have you been to Graffiti Park in Edo? He took 2 photos featuring stunning wall murals, a blue-haired, blue-eyed person donning a futuristic blue suit, and then a person in a red robe surrounded by a dragon. There's these murals.
Oh, yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I gotcha.
The murals down on Chartres Street there, and then Graffiti
Thank
Park
you for
in
pronouncing
Edo.
that for me.
Yeah.
Graffiti. I thought it was always Chartreuse.
Yeah, I used to live, I think on Chartres. I used to live in those lofts right there by the ballpark. He went to the Houston Ballet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, photos.
Did he go to a show? Or did he just...
Photos 3 and 4 show Mick Jagger in a dance studio posing with ballet dancers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. Connor Walsh, principal dancer with the ballet, shared the photo on his Instagram. Walsh said Jagger stopped by to watch rehearsals of the Mayerling Ballet, which the Houston Ballet will perform in May.
Oh, wow.
So he just went to go watch rehearsals of a ballet there.
That's pretty... Now, they set that up in advance, right? Or does he just say, like, I'm Mick Jagger?
Do you think? Okay. Yeah, like how recognizable is he to people that might be like a security guard at the Houston Ballet? You know,
like 30 years old.
Right.
If you're like, do most 25-year-olds know who Mick Jagger is? They got to.
You would think that would be a question. Like, okay, do they think he's faking being Mick Jagger, or do they even know who Mick Jagger is, the security guard?
I think there's a lot of 25-year-olds that wouldn't know who Mick Jagger is.
Yeah, I do too.
It's crazy to think, but
I do too. Because here's the cross-sport analogy.
Yeah.
This would have been like Joe Namath walking around Houston taking pictures all day. And I bet there's a lot of people in their 20s that don't know who Joe Namath is.
Yeah, but Mick Jagger's more famous to everybody than Joe Namath.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make like a cross-sport analogy. You know what I mean? Yeah, like he was Broadway Joe back in the day. You know, Burns bail. You don't like that Joe Namath analogy, I can tell. Burns bail bonds. Jagger went to Burns bail bonds. I don't know if he needed an actual bail bond if he got into trouble at the ballet.
I bet that was some of that stuff was just driving when they're driving around, like as you're leaving the ballet, if they were going out towards 45 or something. Or no, what?
He
59?
It says Jagger shared a photo of him standing outside a small yellow building with the address 609 Houston Avenue. That's the location of Burns Bail Bonds, one of numerous bail bond services in Houston. That's right there, Houston Avenue, just like south of Washington there. There's a bleep ton of bail bonds places right there.
Oh, all right. Yeah. So, that was after he was leaving the ballet for sure. Where he's on his way to. Where's he go next?
Good Company, Armadillo Palace. This is the most famous picture that popped up over the weekend of him. This is the one that got shared the most over the weekend.
That was another one they were driving right by, and
probably said,
we got to get a picture of that. What is that creature? They don't even know what an armadillo is in England.
I think I read that they might have eaten there. I'm not sure, but he posed in front of that gigantic, people know what we're talking about, the gigantic armadillo on Kirby over there. And the eyes seem to glow, especially red for Jagger, is what the Chronicle says. The armadillo and Texas classics like barbecue and Tex-Mex can be found at the Southern Style. Okay, well, now it's an ad for the Armadillo Palace. So he took a picture in front of the armadillo.
I feel dumb for never having a picture in front of the armadillo.
You don't
I
have
feel
one?
kind of like, like how people that live in New York City have never been to the Empire State Building because, like, what am I, a tourist? I feel like that's the same way. Like, what do I need a picture in front of the armadillo? I see it every day. Nah.
He then took a picture in front of Burger King.
They don't have those in England.
Or a barbecue restaurant next to
Burger King.
King.
Because the royal family doesn't like it.
They don't like
They banned it.
Really?
Yeah, they think that it
slanders kings.
Yeah. I think they're making fun of the. No, I'm joking, Sean. They've got Burger Kings there.
Yeah, I think it was Goody Company Barbecue. He was standing. The Burger King was in the background, but he was leaning.
You pronounce it Goody Company?
I just did.
Okay.
Or Good Company. What?
I don't know. I've always said Good Company. I defer to you.
I say both. Chimp, gorilla, whatever. Okay.
I'm not making fun of you. I'm not picking on you. I'm asking genuinely.
I'm making a joke. I'm joking.
Oh,
I'm joking. Yeah, I'm joking. Jagger leaned against a sign that said, "Get saucy with our barbecue crew," with Burger King and Wells Fargo and close to you. I think he was at Good Company Barbecue right there. And he finally got to NRG Stadium, and he did his concert for the people.
I wonder if he even gets nervous before performances anymore. Probably not, huh?
No.
Like, you think before you go perform in front of tens of thousands of people that you might want to rest and relax beforehand. He's just out about down, he goes and plays the same songs
doing
he's
his
been
thing,
playing
man.
forever, and it's all like nothing to him.
Doing his thing.
How old is he?
80.
Wow.
80 years old. 80 years old. Yeah, man. Yep. So Mick Jagger getting out and getting after it in Houston over the weekend. The draft. We still got leftover audio from the draft. Xavier Leggett. We love Xavier Leggett. Xavier Leggett, drafted by the Carolina Panthers. Here was Xavier Leggett at his introductory press conference.
Xavier, you woke up a Carolina Panther. Did you have to pinch yourself?
Say that one more time.
So you woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
You got the call. Because I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited, man, whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be tough guy, but, man, I was really overly excited.
Exactly.
He needs subtitles.
That was it's like trying to understand somebody from England when they talk.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
This is what I hoped would happen. Yeah. Remember when they had that interview with him at the Senior Bowl, and like people were like, "Oh my God, this guy's accent is incredible. He's just so country." After that, I saw some interviews with him, and it sounded almost like he was trying extra hard to not sound too low country South Carolina. I think now that he's been drafted to Carolina, I think he's just he can be back to being himself. He doesn't have to try to put on airs or anything. He's just talking the same way he'd be talking at home.
Yeah.
That's boy, that is country. Can we play that first one again?
Yes, play that. Yeah, Ben, play it. I need to hear that one more time.
Up a Carolina Panther. Did you have to pinch yourself?
Say that one more time.
So you woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
The best part, I think, the best part, Ben, have it queued up again. My favorite part of that whole thing is when he asks the reporter to repeat the question. I think it's because he couldn't hear it, but I like to think that it's maybe because, like, whereas we're having a hard time maybe understanding Xavier Leggett's dialect, like he's having a hard time understanding her dialect. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like, play it one more time, Ben.
Xavier, you woke up a Carolina Panther. Did you have to pinch yourself?
Say that one more time.
So you woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
I'm going to be ready. Yeah.
I think I wonder if maybe the younger folks just don't know the expression "pinch yourself." Did you have to pinch yourself? You just don't know exactly what that's. It's not that common anymore.
Yeah. Xavier Leggett knows.
That is a lot like when, I wouldn't say England, but like a Scottish person sometimes, like some of the Scots. When you try to talk to them, I've had conversations where I didn't understand a single damn thing.
Yeah.
I feel like you could have a conversation with him for 10 minutes and not have a damn clue what you were talking about the whole time.
I know.
Yeah.
He's awesome. Speaking of receivers, here was Malik Neighbors asked, "Have you talked to Daniel Jones yet?"
Talked with Daniel Jones yet?
I actually did talk to Daniel Jones. He was just like, I'm happy that you're here. We're gonna hit the ground running, and then he's gonna learn about me. I'm gonna learn about him, and we're gonna get together.
I know it's very early, but what do you make of him as a quarterback?
I'll wait till I get here to see, all that. I'm just happy to be here. Great organization, here, so I'm just happy to be here.
And Malik Neighbors, 6th overall pick, got drafted by the Giants, where Daniel Jones is the QB.
Sounds like you talked to Odell Beckham Jr. about Daniel Jones.
A little bit.
He sounds super excited about going to play for Daniel Jones.
Fired up.
Are there still Giants fans that are Team Daniel Jones?
I don't know. Probably.
Yeah.
I mean,
of course there are. Yeah.
It's not zero, but yeah, it's. I would think he's losing the popularity war right now. I like that he called him Daniel Jones.
Is that what he said?
He did.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I thought he called him James Jones.
Daniel. Hey, Ben, one more time.
I actually did talk to Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's just a little
Daniel
whatever.
Jones. Yeah.
It gets nervous being up in a press conference sometimes.
You
Sean.
said foonsped one time. It happens.
Exactly.
Yeah,
He's insisting that the audience just wants to be foonsped.
Yeah.
Oh, you had that one, did you, Ben? Couldn't find oi, but you had that one right at the ready.
Full disclosure, I did not know we had that as a hotkey.
No, I think that I wonder. The fact that he was like, I just figured he misspoke there. The fact he actually knew.
Oh.
At first, I wondered if he actually knew who Daniel Jones was, because some college players know everything about the league, and then there's other guys remember Ryan Tannehill when he was on Hard Knocks Miami, didn't even know what the divisions were.
Yeah.
And was just, this was already when he was in training camp.
Yep.
It wasn't even on draft day. He was in training camp.
Yeah.
And by then, he still didn't even know what the divisions were or how the league was organized.
It's wild.
Crazy.
It's wild.
Jared Goff didn't know that the sun rose in the east. That's a rise in the east.
Yeah.
That's the stuff that I worry about. Yeah, misspeaking a name is no big deal.
So Malik Neighbors not a total ringing endorsement for Daniel Jones. Here was Joe Shane, the general manager of the New York Giants, when he was asked about Daniel Jones.
Did not take a quarterback in this draft. You did a lot of work before the draft has been reported. You tried to move up, or at least had conversations about moving up for a quarterback in this draft. Where do you consider yourself with the quarterback position now for this year and for the future?
Yeah, I said it in January after the season that expectation was Daniel would be our starter, and we brought Drew Lock in to be his backup, and Tommy's been the backup. So that's where we are, and that's where we're going to move forward this season. Daniel's still on contract for 3 more years. So as it sits today, that's where we are.
That's a vote of confidence right there.
That's how's the marriage going?
Right.
Well, it's legally binding, so it's kind of expensive to get divorced these days.
Right.
That's where it is. That's how the marriage is going.
Sarah Fraser, how are Sean and Seth doing as hosts of the morning show? They each have a year and a half left on their deals, so they're doing amazing, right? Or whatever.
I've got 2 months.
I don't know what that is.
Crap.
That was a random number I threw out, by the way. Yeah.
So in line with what we were talking about before, Daniel, they're in that purgatory where you've got a quarterback that's not even the old the Dalton line, where you've got a quarterback that you feel like is good enough to win with, but not good enough to. I don't know, man. Everything about anything anybody makes an argument for anybody in New York, they just make an excuse for them by saying, no, everybody else on the team sucks.
Yeah.
At some point, there's got to be somebody who also sucks, right? It can't just be that, Saquon Barkley is actually much, much, much better. He just doesn't have a good offensive line. All right, Derrick Henry was second in the league in rushing with the worst offensive line in football. All right, Daniel Jones doesn't have a good supporting cast. Yeah, because they run away from him.
Yep.
Because they hate him.
Yep. He's got weird eyes. He's
got crazy eyes.
But
crazy eyes in that way of the guy who's like the nice, quiet husband who always does the right thing. But then one day you find out that he's embezzled $78 million from the company. Yeah.
That guy. People are mad at me that I said Goody Company before. I've pronounced it both ways. Sometimes I say Goody, sometimes I say good. It's Goody. What's wrong with Sean?
I didn't mean to call you out on it. I was just genuinely curious.
No.
I get that stuff wrong a lot.
And I made the chimp gorilla joke out of self-deprecation, not out of sensitivity. Sean, you're butchering the Good Company name. I know. I butchered it. I'm sorry.
You're butchering the good name of the good company.
The good name of the good. Yeah. So there you go. Hey, one more.
I like Goody Company, though, too. Like, if it was spelled with a Y.
Yeah.
Goody Company.
Well, sometimes the E can be pronounced like an E, Sometimes the E's not silent. You never know. Hey, how about Greg Williams taking credit for Cleveland drafting Myles Garrett back in 2017?
You know what? You had said, we talked about this yesterday, but I didn't hear it. Let me hear how delusional this weird dude is.
Up until, 2 hours before the draft, okay, we're still in arguments going on there in the draft room, okay, about whether it's Myles or Mitch Trubisky. And finally, I'm going to say 2.5 hours before, they're looking like they're going to settle on Mitch Trubisky. And so right at the 2-hour mark, I said, hey, fellas, I understand that. We've talked this whole thing through. I just want to let everybody in here know I'm going to have a press conference after this and let them know about the conversations going on here about not taking Myles Garrett. It's amazing how we decided all of a sudden to take Myles Garrett, okay, in that situation and how it's proved out to be then.
This guy's such a jackass. This guy.
So what's his point there?
He was in the war room with Cleveland in 2017.
Yeah.
They had the first overall pick, and everybody in the war room was ready to take Mitchell Trubisky with the first pick. He ended up going number 2 to the Bears in that draft. And Greg, according to Greg Williams, he was the lone voice, it sounded like, in the room that was on the table for Myles Garrett.
And he said that he was and he basically threatened everybody.
They were
that
ready.
He was going to
go public.
Disclose this conversation about how he wanted to take Myles Garrett.
I was the one that wanted Myles Garrett, yeah.
He was the defensive coordinator at the time.
He was, yes.
Not the head coach.
Correct.
This is like, dude, he's such a piece of crap. Like, honestly, I try not to talk about this too much about people, but like the stories about him in New Orleans leaking draft picks while he was the defensive coordinator there or whenever it was, like, he's just such a weird, awful person. The whole, jeez.
Yeah,
all right.
You can thank Greg Williams, Cleveland.
And then claiming that he was getting letters offering employment for head jobs a few years ago.
Handwritten.
I've got letters.
Yeah.
Like, you've got letters, you stupid old man. Yeah, you dumb dye your beard black
I knew you'd
clown.
like that. I knew you'd like that bit of audio right there.
Pear-shaped loser wearing shooting glasses for whatever God knows what reason. Oh, he's a despicable person. Oh.
Sean is working himself into a shoot this morning. That's a wrestling phrase. Am I? Am I working myself into a shoot? Man, y'all are cutting it up. I haven't laughed this much in a while. Thank you. Thank you.
Now we're going to get the criticism
Having
from...
a good time.
Seth and Sean just tried to...
It doesn't matter.
Lamont accused us of fake laughing the other day, and it was...
We don't fake laugh because there's plenty of times you and I tell jokes that we don't laugh at each other. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, God, yes. Yeah. No, but Lamont's point was that when we do our solo podcasts, we don't laugh.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, because we're not Greg Williams. Yeah. We're not psychotic. Hold on a second. Here I am on my solo podcast, Sean.
That was one of the...
Did you? Did you hear what they said about Daniel Jones?
That was one of the sillier criticisms I've ever received. All right, day three picks for the Texans. And I'm talking late day three. Late day three. 6th, 7th round. Who of the 5 that they took, 6th, 7th round, will be the surprise contributor for the Texans? They've had at least one the last couple of years. Who will it be this year? That is next.
Ability Trees is on your side. Ha, 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 ha.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We've talked a ton about the Texans' first 4 picks, the 2 second-rounders, the third-rounder, and then Cade Stover in the 4th round. But they took 5 guys towards the end of the draft between picks 188 and 249. So the last part of the draft, in about a 50-pick span, they took 5 guys. They took Jamal Hill, linebacker out of Oregon, Jawar Jordan, the running back out of Louisville, Solomon Byrd, the edge rusher from USC, Marcus Harris, defensive tackle Auburn, and they closed things out with Ladarius Henderson, offensive tackle from Michigan. So, Seth, the Texans in the last couple of years have had contributors that they've taken from the 6th round on. Back in 2021, Roy Lopez and Kurt Heinisch both got significant snaps on the defensive line. Now, I'm acknowledging that these were on really bad Texans teams. So 6th and 7th rounders and undrafted guys like Heinisch, it's a little easier to get on the field for a team like that than it would be for a team like the one these guys are all about to join, the 2024 Texans. And then from the 2022 draft, the 2023 draft last year, Jared Patterson was a 6th-round pick, and he started a bunch of games and was pretty solid. Toa was a 5th-round pick, so let's just look at – I put Toa's name, but I forgot. He was a 5th-rounder, not a 6th-rounder. So they've had at least one guy, if not a couple, in that late portion of the draft play some snaps for them, significant snaps.
I think, and that's this version of the thing. I'd say one of the better 7th-round picks in the history of the Houston Texans was Derek Newton. That's a notable. If it hadn't been for the injuries especially, I think Derek Newton could have had a nice long career. David Anderson, of course. I mean, you have to go way back. It hasn't been good. It hasn't been. Which, I mean, that's how it is for every team. That's like, as much as we love to talk about the various, Arian Foster's, who was an undrafted rookie free agent, or other guys, those are very much the exceptions and not the rule.
Yeah.
Texans drafted Chris Jones, the defensive tackle, in the 7th round. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
A completely different Chris Jones than the one who was integral in the Chiefs winning these last 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah,
but still.
No, but that Chris Jones got cut by the Texans and went on to start for the Patriots in a Super Bowl.
That's right. No, that was the year of that.
Yeah.
The Texans had like 4 guys the Patriots had like 4 guys from the Texans that year.
Yeah. So
they weren't good enough for the Texans, but they won a Super Bowl with the Patriots. Yeah.
So how about this group? Who do you like out of this group? Again, Jamal Hill and Jawar Jordan in the 6th round. Yep. And then Solomon Byrd, Marcus Harris, and Ladarius Henderson in the 7th round.
I'm intrigued by Marcus Harris because Marcus Harris is a guy who's 6'2", 285, so undersized as a defensive tackle, but has a really good knack for getting into the backfield. Had 11 tackles for a loss last year and I think 6 sacks.
He's all SEC.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, very good point. He's going against SEC offensive linemen.
All SEC.
And I think he is a classic guy that – I think he's way more athletic than he tests. It just, like, I watch him on film, and there's elements of him where I'm like, okay, this guy's like he looks like an explosive speed demon at times. But then there's other times where, he does, like, you can see the difference between him and some of the, an Aaron Donald type or something, obviously. But, like, if you look at, like, his vertical was like the 50th percentile, broad jump 34th percentile. He's got short arms, like really short arms. He's undersized, his body weight, and yet he makes stuff happen. So I think they look at the playmaking ability, and they look at, I'm guessing, like, his body tracking scores and everything are way better than his testing scores. There's something there. I think, in more than anything, he's got a knack for making plays against good competition. So if you're gonna use a 6th or 7th round pick on a guy, by all means, take somebody that, like, none of these guys usually typically test that well. But if they just show up versus good competition, that's something.
If you're a late-round pick coming to the Texans and you have to play a certain position, I would say defensive tackle would be one where you've got an opportunity to compete. It's not a great position group for them right now.
Opportunity to compete, and they don't necessarily have guys that you feel like are three down defensive tackles.
Right.
So the guys that end up starting probably are guys that you're going to want to rotate out on 2nd and long and 3rd and long. And Marcus Harris is exactly that type of guy. Athletically, one of the comparisons that comes up is Christian Covington. And that's a lot like how Christian Covington was. Like, all right, man, there's something here. Let's see if we can use him on passing downs. And Christian Covington hung around a long time. Is he still on a team?
No. He last played in 2022. But he hung around for 7 years as a 6th-round pick. That's a successful career for a 6th-round pick.
Oh, for a 6th-round pick especially. Yeah, that was really, so. I think Marcus Harris could be that guy. Now, I'll say Marcus Harris I think is a lot nastier than Christian Covington. So that part of it I really, really like. So, yeah, I'm intrigued by him. I mean, I'm not going to he's got now the size problem shows up.
Yeah.
Like there's times where he's on the ground. There's times where he gets blocked out by bigger, stronger guys in the run game. That's where I'd be really, really surprised if he's a 3-down player initially. He's going to have to really learn some tricks in the run game. And he's going to really have to develop almost like that Tasmanian devil, like John Randall type of game with spin moves and just constant movement. But he does, like he keeps his hand. A lot of the stuff that smaller guys have to do, he does already. He's just got to clean up some of the other parts of his game.
Yeah. I was watching some Jamal Hill. I kind of like Jamal Hill. Like the way he runs around.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern I had with him at first was when I saw it, because I wasn't watching that round, I thought they had drafted Jamel Hill, which...
She's feisty.
Well, yeah, but her tweets are too indecipherable.
Right.
I didn't want to, I can't deal with somebody who tweets the way Jamel Hill tweets.
Someone says Harris is the same size as Rankins, could be good interior pass rusher. I mean, if he provides you anything as the 247th overall pick in the draft, you're laughing. You know, like these
Wait a second.
What?
Sheldon Rankins. Just let me check on.
Okay.
No, Sheldon Rankins is 305.
Okay.
He's not the same size as Rankins.
The texter was wrong.
Don't text us in and pollute people's brains with this stuff.
Okay.
He's Sheldon Rankins. So I had to double check. So like, what the hell are you talking about? No. They're not the same size.
Gotcha.
At all.
Gotcha.
Like, not even close. It's not even. I'm not talking to you, Sean.
Yeah.
I'm talking to whoever texted that in. Do you understand? Steph Curry is 6'2". Is he the same size as Sheldon Rankins? Oh, 6'2".
Bigger than he used to be.
He's the same size. That's the same size as my Uncle Jim. 6'2", 132. Defensive tackle he is. Clear as day. Same size as Sheldon Rankins. Get a hold of yourselves, people.
We have multiple texts from people who work for Good Company, who are they're absolving me of pronouncing it Goody Company, and invited us to the Armadillo Palace to dine and break bread.
I've eaten there plenty of times. It is awesome. I just I've never taken a picture in front of the Armadillo.
Yeah, I guess that's something.
Usually, it's about 9 months in Houston. I'm not in the mood to take any picture outside.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna. I get enough of that at the pregame.
Yep.
I'm getting right into my vehicle. It's already started and cold before I get out of there. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a what is today? Tuesday?
Same
Tuesday.
Size as Sheldon Rankins.
Tuesday. He's disgusted with you. I'm going to tell him right now. Seth is disgusted with you. All right, the 8-8. Let's get to it. The Astros.
I'm offended because I'm sitting here talking about how Marcus Harris is undersized, but like I would not be saying those same things about Sheldon Rankins.
Yeah.
It's just not. You're not even in the same boat. Okay.
Astros news, Tank Dell news, or at least video surfacing. We've got NBA playoff scores. Man, when was the last time these two guys were both knocked out of the playoffs this quickly? We'll tell you who and what coming up next in the 8 at 8. Stay there.
The draft is done, and it's time for the Texans to get back. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the 8 at 8. Ooh, right at 8, too. Today's going to be a good day. Right at 8 o'clock.
I shut the hell up at the right time so you could get to break on time.
I didn't even need to viciously stack my papers up to give you the sign.
By the way, I think that the person who thought that Marcus Harris and Sheldon Rankins were the same size, I can see where maybe he was led astray, which is that the Auburn Media Guide says that Marcus Harris is 295 pounds, which is a little closer to Sheldon Rankins. He was 285 at the Combine, and he does not look like he's 295 on the field. Just from when I was watching him before I'd actually looked at his body weight, I didn't think he was 295. So I think that's I think that was a little bit of the beneficial press guide treatment.
I always wonder if maybe you as a former player, especially at that position, are much more acutely able to see a guy play and know exactly what he weighs than people like the regular.
That'd be a good one. Yeah, like I guess that's my little carnival booth.
Well, not doing the pregame anymore.
I got a bunch of big plush animals, and if you're a defensive tackle and only a defensive tackle, come up and let me watch you take on double teams and bull rush, and I'll guess your weight.
Why is Seth not doing the pregame anymore? He set up some kiosk inside the stadium where he's guessing the weights of all the defensive linemen on both teams.
What would I have to do I'd have to have like some Gucci bags and stuff behind me.
Yeah, you need some good prizes.
Really
they ain't settling for a stuffed dinosaur, I'll tell you that right now.
No.
All right, let's get to the 8 at 8. Number one, the Astros. They are in action tonight at Minute Maid Park, and they are taking on the Cleveland Guardians, who are good at baseball this year. They are 19-9. Big story for the Astros is they are calling up Joey Loperfido, outfielder / first baseman. We'll dig into him a little bit more in just a bit, but
Can I call today Loper Fide?
You just did.
Yeah.
We're waiting to see what the corresponding move is. It could be Greg Kessinger going down to Sugar Land.
Yeah.
I think most Astro fans are on their knees praying it involves Jose Abreu in some way. I doubt that'll be the case.
Are they going to trade Jose Abreu for 3 future firsts or something?
Yeah,
I don't
right.
know. That's
First
you're not even allowed to do in baseball, but still.
Yeah.
I pulled a Colin Coward right there.
Do you think? Oh yeah, I remember that. Do you think we see Loperfido tonight? You think he gets his feet wet right away, or do you think we got to wait a while to see him?
I'd say you got to throw him right into the mix.
Throw him into the
no
fire?
time to sit around getting nervous. You know, you just get him right out there.
I do kind of
now. For whatever it's worth, Cabbage, they had that extra. Cabbage was allowed to come up, and at least according to McTaggart, so they've got to make 2 moves officially.
Yeah.
And I guess I would assume that Cabbage is one that goes down, but maybe they do Singleton and somebody else.
I would assume Cabbage goes down because my guess is that doesn't count as an option. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like bringing a guy up because he was.
because of the exemption. Yeah,
he was an extra guy from Mexico, so I'm guessing for the Mexico trip. So I'm guessing Cabbage is for sure going back down. So we'll see.
I've got to bring some extra cabbage to Mexico in case you get pulled over.
Did you hear that it's Loper Fee Day?
I'm on fire.
All right.
2.
Okay, number 2. Tank Dell. The video surfaced of the shooting involving Tank Dell. Pretty disturbing footage if you haven't seen it. If you want to see it, it's out there on social media. The sheriff it's a tough watch. It's
less disturbing now that you know that he's okay, but it's scary. It's scary for everyone. Man, it's scary. Go ahead and explain what happened.
He's right in between the 2 shooters, and it turns out there were 2 shooters, not one. I don't know how many people even know that yet. But there were 2 shooters shooting at each other. Tank was in between. The Tank tried to break up the fight.
Tank was trying to break up the fight, and then, 2 guys. The initial reports were that it was one 16-year-old that had shot 10 people.
Right.
It was 2 people, one shooting up. And initially, when I heard that a 16-year-old shot 10 people and nobody had serious injuries, I thought this might be a 22 or something. Like, how's that happen? It was 2 guys shooting at each other, one with a 44 and one with a 9mm. And so it, honestly, and Tank's one of the people that got shot, it could have been, it's still awful, but my goodness, this could have been way, 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 way worse.
Could have been really bad. Here was Chad Johnson, Chad Ochocinco, on his podcast with Shannon Sharp, and he said he's reached out to Tank.
Altercation, but was simply caught in the crossfire. Remember,
Yeah, I shot him.
Ain't got no name on it.
Yeah, he showed no. I shot him a text message. Too, man. Tell him you're in my prayers, man. You're in my prayers. And after that, he responded back and said, everything is good. I'm good. I appreciate you. And I just told him, you got to move a little different, baby. You got to move a little different. I understand it's the off season. You want to enjoy yourself. You want to go out and have fun with your friends and your homeboys, but you got to move differently. You just have to. You have to, and the people that you surround yourself with should understand that you have to move differently. You shouldn't be at places anyway, for one, where they can carry.
Okay,
that's the surprising part about it is, like you said. Now, I guess maybe the one difference there, as far as what Chad Johnson is saying, is, and maybe to clarify the image people had in their minds. This is not like a nightclub in Orlando at 3 a.m. or something. This is at a place called Cabana Live, which I went to the website and their Instagram page. It's a private party event place.
There's a swimming pool right next to all the shooting going on.
Yeah, so they hire it out for private events. So it's some kind of a party. Now, that can mean many different things. They charge for admission, all that. But yeah, it wasn't. But at the same time, what Chad is saying there, I think, is 100% true.
Sure.
Not to be blaming the victim or anything, but you got to be you have to be extra careful and vigilant about A, who you surround yourself with, but also B, just how you move within a crowd like that. And frankly, you cannot be the peacemaker, the peacekeeper. Peacemaker is probably the wrong word to use. Peacekeeper. Like you gotta, when there's trouble, you got to get the hell out of there, man. That's just the way it is now. And Tink didn't go to a big-time college or anything where he was actually like a celebrity. So this is kind of his first experience with this, and it doesn't look like he was at the center of it at all. He's a victim. But you just got to, that's the policy. You get there's any trouble, you get the hell out.
Yep.
There's no jawing back and forth. There's no trying to break up fights. It's like, you get the hell out of there, man. And even that, I hate the tone that I just used there. I really don't mean it as a way to blame Tank Dell.
Yeah, you're not admonishing him.
It's almost like I'm his big brother. There's a lot of things you got to do that you might think don't make sense, but that's just the way you got to operate.
It's a world you live in now. NBA playoffs, get you up to speed on this. Probably the biggest story last night. LeBron James is done, out of the playoffs. The Lakers are done. Kevin Durant swept out of the playoffs over the weekend. So I'd have to go back and look, but Kevin Durant and LeBron James being knocked out in the first round of the playoffs at the same time. Maybe it happened a couple of years ago. I don't know, but it feels like this is a first. But real quick, the Nuggets beat the Lakers last night by 2, 108-106. Thunder sweep the Pelicans. They move on to the next round, and the Celtics beat the Heat. They lead the Heat 3-1 right now.
And now also reports that the Lakers are not opposed to or are considering giving LeBron a 3-year contract and drafting Bronny.
I heard about that this morning. Yeah.
The drafting Bronny part is probably the one that I figure, the Lakers have a tradition of giving golden watches to people. Now, I mean, Kobe's a different case than I didn't understand the giving Kobe that gold watch contract at the end of his career until you learn more about it and you realize, you know what?
He's revered.
I actually wish more organizations were like that. LeBron's still playing at a very high level, but so that makes sense that they would give him that contract. But the drafting Bronny part is
I can't imagine.
Thoughts.
I can't imagine LeBron would want that.
Except that he does.
Like his son taking up a spot where he's clearly not qualified to play. He averaged 4 points a game at USC last year.
I know. I don't know, man. I used to feel that way about Doc Rivers and Austin Rivers, but then at least Austin Rivers was a viable player.
He could play, yeah.
Yeah. And but even then, even Doc Rivers, I still, as a father, I don't want my son on my team, for his sake, so that he doesn't have to fight that perception.
Yeah.
Not just amongst people outside the building, but people inside the building.
Yeah,
it's not necessarily the best thing for him.
Nope.
4.
We have an odds-on favorite to be the number 1 overall pick in next year's draft, and his name is Shedeur Sanders, son of Deion Sanders. Son of Deion Sanders is the odds-on favorite to be the number 1 overall pick. This is going to get interesting. Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders' teammate, who also plays for Deion Sanders, is among the leaders to be drafted first overall. Travis Hunter might be the best player in college football next year. Two-way player, plays receiver, plays corner for Colorado. Really good player. He may not go first because he's not a quarterback, but he's on the board to go first. We do know that Deion is going to agitate, at least he's threatening to, agitate for if it's a team that is getting ready to pick Shedeur or Travis Hunter that he doesn't want them to go to, he's going to do everything he can. He's going to move heaven and earth to make sure it's only a select few teams that draft those two guys.
I wonder, now this is what happened this year I thought was interesting with Marvin Harrison Jr. There was a minor stir over Marvin Harrison not working out or not participating in certain parts of the Marvin Harrison Jr. not participating in certain parts of the process. Mm-hmm. But I felt like it would have been a bigger stir if Marvin Harrison Sr. wasn't the dad. I almost felt there was almost kind of like he knows the deal and he knows what's good for his son. He actually has, inside knowledge and familiarity with all of this. So I wonder if the Shedeur would get the same treatment, if kind of like people almost give him a pass because it's his father. I feel like, honestly, if Eli had tried to do what he did and his father wasn't Archie Manning, I think it would have been even, I mean, he got a lot of criticism for it, but I think it would have been even more magnified. I think there's something about when it's an actual ex-NFL player and a really good ex-NFL player guiding his son that they don't second guess it as much.
It's a great point. The Harrison thing is a little different than Eli and Shedeur because he just went to the team that drafted him. He didn't threaten to, he didn't say I'm not going to Arizona or whatever, he didn't do that. I'll say this, like Eli was able to kind of finesse it with Archie Manning. Like Archie he's
able to blame Archie.
And Archie didn't. I sense Deion is going to be very out front about this. You know what I mean? Like Deion's going to do it the Deion way, and that may rub some people the wrong way. What's so funny?
I was during the draft. I didn't see when Marvin Harrison Jr. was drafted. I didn't see Marvin Harrison Sr. in the picture.
Either. Yeah.
So I don't know if he was there or just I don't know what was going on. So I just ran a quick search on that very early this morning, and I saw a headline that said police confiscate Marvin Harrison's gun. So I was like, holy crap, that would explain it, because I was on Pro Football Talk and I was scrolling down, and so I clicked on the article and it was from 2010.
Oh, the car wash.
So it was that incident back at the car wash in 2010. But so I read the article, though, because I wanted to jog my memory. I got to credit Greg Rosenthal, who now writes for NFL.com and definitely wouldn't have written this paragraph now writing for the NFL.com, but back then worked for Pro Football Talk. I like Greg a lot. As further proof that former Colts receiver Marvin Harrison could end up sliding a Mustard Hall of Fame jacket over an orange jumpsuit.
That's a good line.
Yeah, that's a really good line. And then they go on to report the police confiscated a 9mm handgun from Harrison during a routine traffic stop on Wednesday in Philadelphia.
Okay.
So that was different than the other incident. Yeah, Marvin Harrison had a couple incidents.
Yeah. Well, hopefully
you don't mess with Marvin Harrison Sr., man. That's the other thing. I think people are scared of Marvin Harrison Sr.
He's Philly, man. He's Philly tough.
Yeah, he's tough. Yeah.
5.
Gerard Mayo, head coach of the New England Patriots, he said yesterday that Tom Brady is welcome to come back to the Patriots. Of course, Tom Brady saying that, hey, man, maybe I'll come back and play for the Raiders, the Patriots. He named some teams. Gerard Mayo said, you're welcome to come back to the Patriots as a coach. He said, we're good at quarterback right now. If you come back, you got to compete with all the quarterbacks they've got in the building there.
Did he say the Raiders or the Patriots, or did he just say the Raiders in that interview?
No. He said, well, the interviewer said 49ers,
right.
And then Brady said Raiders and Patriots.
Raiders and Patriots,
yeah.
Okay. I knew he had said Raiders because he talked about whether the league would let him or not.
Yeah.
Because the league, okay. Yeah,
yep.
But definitely not to Gerard Mayo kind of giving the...
He closed the door on it, yeah. He said Brady's welcome to return, but as a coach. I love Tom. The door's always open if he wants to come in here and coach. But as far as going on the field, I don't know. That's what he said on WEEI. Yeah. So there you go.
He said, I don't know, Sean. Is that closing the door?
Maybe not. But I don't know, man. They drafted Drake May. They're out of the Tom Brady business, I would think. They drafted Drake May.
6.
The NFL passed a rule over the weekend. We didn't get to this yesterday. Players are now allowed to wear those Guardian caps in games. You know those big, those big kazoo helmet things. You know, Kazoo's an old Flintstones character. Yeah, they're allowed to wear them. They're allowed to wear them in games. All right, Seth, I'm going to put the over/under. Players that choose to wear the Guardian caps in games, I'm going to put at 4.5%.
4.5% is still a healthy amount.
Yeah.
That would end up being what, like 40, 60? That'd be 60 players in the league.
Yeah.
Plus 60 plus players in the league.
Yeah.
Boy, in games?
In games, yeah.
I would feel like this is going to be one of those things where just like the way the underhand granny style free throw shooting has been proven to be very effective. Mm-hmm. It might be actually way better than the normal way of doing it. Nobody does it. Mm-hmm. Even though one of the best free throw shooters of
Rick Barry.
Rick Barry had done it. Nobody does it because they don't want to be laughed at.
Right.
I think that all these big, strong men in the NFL don't want to be laughed at. I don't think any of them wear it.
I would. As soon as I put 4.5% up, I'm like, I'd fire on the under on my own bet that I put up there. I would go
there'll be at least a few that are like genuinely independent thinkers, you know, not afraid of whatever. It's like I feel like Martellus Bennett wouldn't have been afraid to wear the Guardian cap.
Could you see the league passing a rule where if like a player coming back from concussion protocol has to wear one for like a week or two? Could you see?
That's actually okay. You know what? All right.
My question to you, the 4.5% was by choice, not by mandate.
Yeah, right. No, I know. But even then, I'm starting to think, so on by choice, I think there will be more. I think if a guy's in a concussion, I'm putting myself in that situation. I think pre-concussion, I'm like, I don't need that.
Right.
And then after concussion, after I sat alone in a dark room for a week and then had vomited as I tried to work out. And
okay, maybe I need a Guardian cap.
All right, I'll be okay with a Guardian cap. All right, I think you know what? I think you might have set the line perfectly right.
Okay.
And I do like your idea. My first thought is, well, they just look so stupid. But I'll tell you, after watching an entire training camp with them and everything, like it starts to look like no big deal. And if you step back and really think about it, football uniforms in general are pretty goofy looking. If you didn't know anything about it, so I think it'll probably take root.
Now, will the Guardian caps have logos on them? That's the question. You know, do you still get that signage on there? Because right now they're just like the Texans are just dark blue. You know,
candy painted Guardian cap.
Yeah, man.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
7.
Tyson versus Paul. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. July 20th at Jerry World is now a sanctioned fight in the state of Texas. So it is approved. It counts on their records. For whatever that matters. But the big thing coming out of this, Mike Tyson is abstaining from weed and sex between now and the fight in July.
I guess the other thing, too, is he's abstaining from wearing a headgear in this. They won't be wearing headgear, which was a question.
Yep.
And they're only 2 minute, it's like 8 2-minute rounds.
8 2-minute rounds, yeah.
8 2-minute rounds. So it's not going to be like it's not going to be Rocky in there.
Right.
What's the handicapping on this? I got to imagine Tyson's pretty heavily favored.
I'll look it up during the break. We're up against it. I'll look it up during the break.
Okay. I know Jake Paul is better than you expect, but still hasn't been. He's Mike Tyson. Man.
Tyson's
I don't
old.
care how.
Well, he's in shape too now.
It's not like 40-year-old George Foreman.
No.
Like Foreman was still he was a big dude.
Yeah.
And when you're 40, I can tell you from personal experience, when you're 40 and a big guy, different. But Tyson's still very, very fit.
Yeah, fit, and the workout videos look good. You know, I don't know if they're recent or not, but they look really good.
8.
Britney Spears is almost broke. That's the last one in the 8 at 8. She's almost broke.
The biggest thing. Yeah.
She's out of that conservatorship now with her family, and she's apparently spending like millions on vacations every week, and that makes me sad because I love Britney Spears.
Well, I think the biggest thing about that was really sad about it was that I thought it was pretty clear by the time she got emancipated from her guardianship was that she probably needs a guardianship. It just needs to be a legitimate guardianship. It can't be your father who doesn't seem like the best dude in the world.
Kind of a bad
either.
person, yeah.
Yeah, some people need a guardianship, but it's got to be a guardianship is not supposed to be a close family member who's also taking a hefty salary himself from it.
Yep. All right, that was the 8 at 8, the Ocho. The Astros, they're back in action tonight at Minute Maid Park. What did we learn on the road trip from the Astros? What do we know, and what's the chances right now? Man, when was the last time the percentage chance of the Astros just to make the postseason was here? We will tell you what it is coming up next. But Men's Tea Clinic. Men's Tea
trees.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so you asked me, Seth, during the 8 at 8 what the odds are on Tyson versus Paul. Mike Tyson, 57 years old, will return to the ring to face Jake Paul, 27 years old.
Yeah.
On July the 20th in Arlington, Texas, the main event of a card that's going to air on Netflix. It's been so the fight is licensed now. Come on, give me my odds here, people. Bookmakers.
So as you look for the odds,
I've got them.
Okay,
I've got them real quick here.
I was going to say, oh yeah, go ahead.
The Jake Paul remains the favorite to win, despite the rules that they've now announced that seem to favor Tyson, I guess, since it's more traditional boxing, no headgear.
Right. Well, yeah, and and the endurance won't be as much of a factor because it's 8 2-minute rounds.
Yep. So Paul,
and if Tyson seems to be taking it very seriously. This isn't going to be like Great White hype, you know?
Right. Paul is listed.
Tyson's not going to beat him with a gap in his tooth.
Paul is listed as the favorite at 8 to 13, which is like minus 160, something like that.
Because what I thought was, and again, I defer to the boxing experts on this, but I know that like Jake Paul, like people have almost like grudgingly given him credit for being a lot better than they thought he was going to be when they thought it was just some social media stunt. And like he's very serious about it. But like he lost to Tommy Fury, and the biggest question, like obviously Tyson in his prime would knock him out in 7 seconds.
Destroy him, too.
Like other actual professional boxers. But the biggest question is the age. From a gambling standpoint, the first thing I thought was like when the public gets in huge on something like this, like the public, as I recall, overwhelmingly was betting for Conor McGregor when he fought Mayweather in a boxing match.
Right.
It wasn't, and the smart money was on Mayweather, and they cleaned up.
Yeah.
So I think that likewise, I would bet the smart money's on Tyson here, but it's hard because the age dynamic is huge.
He last fought an exhibition in 2020 with Roy Jones, and his last professional fight, like sanctioned fight, was in 2005 before that. So he just hasn't fought a lot, and he's 57 years old. I think that's what's driving it probably. You got to hope that Mike Tyson you got to hope he has dad strength. You know, you got to hope
he's got dad strength, and he's got, just the savvy there and the things that Jake Paul just has not seen or done or understood. I don't know, man.
You gonna watch? You gonna watch it?
Yeah.
I'll for sure watch
I will.
it. Yeah. I think so too.
I wonder. Now, the only other thing I worry about is sometimes, Tyson's really turned over a leaf in his life in terms of peace, love, and positivity.
Yeah.
So whatever viciousness he once had in him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he probably genuinely, really doesn't want to hurt Jake Paul, even though it's a sanctioned bout and it's not an exhibition and all that. Like I think if anything, he might take it easy on him to the point where all of a sudden he ends up losing a decision or something.
He's got to get back to that.
I feel like if he went in and wanted to knock Jake Paul out, he would destroy Jake Paul.
Yeah.
But I don't think he wants to go in and knock out Jake Paul.
The best part about this whole Tyson Paul story yesterday, of the fight now being a sanctioned fight in Texas and Tyson abstaining from weed and sex and everything else, is that now, you know what happens on social media, old videos of Mike Tyson fights pop up on social media. None of them last longer than 60 seconds. They're very quick watches. There was one of Tyson.
You don't understand.
He was a killer, kids.
Gosh.
There's a reason he had his own video game. Okay?
It was so crazy.
Dude.
It was just not even a contest.
It wasn't, and you would...
Until he just got to... he kind of Tiger Woods'd it, everything got a little too big for him.
Yep.
And he got caught by somebody that he shouldn't have gotten caught by at all.
Yep.
And Buster Douglas. And it was unbelievable how good he was.
It was crazy. You would plunk down whatever, $30-$40 for a pay-per-view probably in the late 80s and early 90s. And you would hope to see a 90-second fight because you knew you were watching something legendary.
Yeah, and you would hope that the undercards were really good.
Yeah, you're right, exactly. Yeah, that's where that's where the long play enjoyment was.
You would watch boxing, and then you'd see a bludgeoning.
Yeah,
you'd watch a few boxing matches, and then you'd see a bludgeoning.
The Astros percentage chances of making the postseason on Fangraphs right now.
Oh no! Fangraphs has typically been kinder than to the Fangraphs was always like way more pro Astros than when they were on the rise than a lot of other teams.
Some of the other ones? Okay. Well, that.
Well, you know what it was? Post-cheating, or being better than everybody else scandal.
Gotcha.
The Fangraphs saw it for what it was.
Gotcha.
Understood. Listen, you clowns. They're still good.
Okay. Well, does a 47.3% chance of making the postseason sound about right for this team right now? That sounds high to me right now.
Based on historical standards, it sounds high. And like we saw last year, Sean, and you do a good job of pointing this out, the Astros were running on fumes going into the postseason, and then their postseason savvy took over.
Mm-hmm.
Their playoff experience mattered, and they don't shrink in the moment and all of that. But getting to the playoffs seemed harder for them than actually excelling in the playoffs.
Yeah, 47 points. This does not look like a team that has a coin flip chance of making the playoffs right now. But they get everybody back in the starting rotation.
They get everyone back in the starting rotation, and not to lean too heavily on all the analytics and everything, but they're doing a lot of things really well offensively. It's just not resulting in runs, but the pendulum swings the other way eventually. It really comes down to pitching and how healthy they are.
Yeah.
So I would say it actually feels about right.
Yep.
It feels about right as long as they get healthy pitching for the duration.
Yeah.
Or increasingly healthy pitching for the duration.
I'm with you on that. It's interesting. They have a coin flip chance of making the postseason, and yet their odds of winning the World Series are third in the AL behind only the Yankees and the Orioles right now at 5.2%. Wow. So it's one of those things lots going wrong. Don't feel great about this team making the playoffs, but boy, if they do make the playoffs, I think that's what you just said. What you just said, if they do sneak in, then they're the team that knows all the little nooks and crannies of a 7-game series. You know what I mean?
Yeah, more than anything, just their sphincters don't tighten up as much in the playoffs the way it does for everybody else. So, I think to go to football as an example, I would say, Tom Brady with the Bucs is a whole. Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski and Antonio Brown in the playoffs was a different deal than what they were in the regular season.
Yep.
The Patriots forever. They flat out outperformed even their regular season standard in the playoffs. And then I would say the Kansas City Chiefs this year. The playoff experience really mattered for the Chiefs this year. They were a different team in the playoffs.
Yes.
They got thoroughly handled a few times at the end of the season last year. They get to the playoffs, and then there you go.
They know what to do. Yeah, they're the football Astros. The Astros are the baseball Chiefs. I think that's how it's been the last 6 or 7 years. Chandler Rome's got a piece in The Athletic about where the Astros are right now after this most recent road trip, a road trip which was bailed out by 2 games against Colorado in Mexico City. Someone texted in, can we move Minute Maid Park to 7,000 feet above sea level? That would be beautiful.
That'd be an impressive sight.
Gigantic tower.
How big I don't know what the square footage footprint of the average skyscraper.
The escalator ride up to the park would be something else, huh?
You could build 3 towers, and then at the very top, you kind of cap it off with a bridge, a ballpark bridge over all those.
What could go wrong? Yeah.
What could go wrong? Well, I don't want to make it. It's America's pastime at the top of 3 tall skyscrapers. I don't want to invite that potential.
No.
All right, I hereby withdraw my plan for the Astros 7,000 foot. Can you build that in 2 months?
I don't know. They're still working on the Astropolis, let alone a mile-high stadium.
What's holding them up there? And I'm ready. I've got my lawyers ready to sue if they try to take the Astropolis, the name that I came up with.
Are you ready? You got your lawyers ready? All lined
We're
up,
all lawyered up. Yeah, they try to take that name. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to lay in wait. This is what you do. This is what they do with copyright law. Sometimes they kind of wait for somebody to go ahead and make all that money, and then be like, "Hey, by the way, I wrote that song 20 years ago. That song that you ripped off and just made $20 million off of, I wrote that."
Yeah. No, you don't get paid by hashing it out before the thing gets built.
Right.
You get paid after. Jim Crane is not responding to requests, it would appear, at least from The Athletic, to discuss this horrific start that the team is having. Chandler Rome says, how Crane may react to this rancorous start is anyone's guess.
That's a good word.
That's a Chandler Rome word right there.
Yeah.
Crane twice declined comment to The Athletic last week, once in a text message to Ken Rosenthal, and again Wednesday while visiting Houston's clubhouse at Wrigley Field with his son Jared.
I'll tell you what. Okay, 2 things.
Yeah.
Greg Rosenthal, son Jared.
Ken Rosenthal.
Excuse me, Ken Rosenthal.
Yeah.
I like Greg Rosenthal.
Yeah.
Ken Rosenthal and his son Jared. Two valid excuses for not talking to the media. One is don't talk to Ken Rosenthal, weirdo. And two, like he's with his son. He's trying to have a good time.
Yeah.
Sit there and talk about it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd say the fact that he declined to talk to return a text to Ken Rosenthal is a feather in Jim Crane's
When
cap.
you say he's there with his son, like having a good time, you mean like he took his son to a game and like his son has a mitt and a ball cap on, that kind of thing? Because his son, his son doesn't
get.
His son is the senior VP of executive operations.
Yes, and he feels like he doesn't get that many opportunities to go to a baseball game with his dad. Okay?
He may or may not have been licking an ice cream cone when Chandler Rome decided to try to walk up to Jim Crane.
Yes.
Can't you see I'm taking my son to a game?
Yeah. That's exactly the image I have.
Number
in my
2
mind.
in charge. Uh-huh.
Yes.
That's great.
Hey, I'm with my son here. Like that's got to be Jerry Jones' go-to from now on. I'm with Steven. Stevie doesn't get. I'm in a ball game with Stevie,
right?
And you guys are trying to ask me contentious questions.
Yes.
I'm not going to fall for it.
Treat it like you're getting interrupted at dinner or something like that. Yes. I am out with my son right now. I rarely get to spend time with him. All right. Hey, look at this. Still trickling in. 4 minutes ago. Sean, I've lived here 35 years. I've always called it Goody and Company. Thank you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I guess so. This guy. Yeah.
So it's this is going to turn into yet another one of those things where somebody says, "Yeah, you don't know how to pronounce it. Here in Texas, we pronounce it blah blah blah." And my favorite by far is the people who would tell you, "No, you're pronouncing it wrong. It's New Brunsfeld."
Yeah.
Well, meanwhile, the people in New Braunfels will tell you, "No, it's pronounced New Braunfels."
Yeah.
That's driven me crazy for 20 years.
I'm married to
Texas. Yeah, I can tell you're not from Texas. That's not how it's pronounced. No, I'm sorry I pronounced it the way the people from the actual place pronounce it. Texas.
Amy doesn't get jerky about it, but she pronounces it New Braunfels.
Does it drive you insane?
A little bit. I've never, there's enough good on the other side of the equation with Amy that I don't make a big deal. You got to choose your fights. You got to choose your battles.
There's a country singer who did an actual song about it. It's pretty funny.
Said it that way?
No. He talks about the way. No, it's pronounced. It's a song called "It's Pronounced New Brunswick."
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
It's pronounced the way it's spelled. Yeah.
I got you. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, best pick, worst pick, most interesting pick for the Houston Texans in this past draft. We've got that for you coming up next. But, speaking of picks, prize picks. Have my prize picks lineup in.
Hotel.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, now we got texts about Kirkendall coming in. Yeah, don't even go near Kirkendall as far as the pronunciation. We were just talking about New Braunfels in the previous segment. Guys, we hate being mispronounced. Signed, Umble.
Now Umble is a big one, yeah. That was one thing, you know what, Bill O'Brien, credit to Bill O'Brien, he knew that immediately. I remember him, somebody must have clued him in on a few of those things, because I remember early on him, kind of pointing out that he knew how to pronounce Umble, but it was funny.
That would be, those two would be at the top of any list. Like if you were giving a handbook to somebody moving to Houston, and one of the chapters in the handbook was these are pronunciations that you would never guess if you weren't from Houston. Those would be top two right there, I would say.
I think Texas in general has more places that are definitely not your intuitive pronunciations of places.
Yeah. The South in general.
It's a nice, what's that?
The South in general.
I don't know about the South. Well, the Northeast has a lot of those too.
This one I can't guess.
The sauce. Worcester.
Oh, yeah. It looks like
Worcester,
Worcester.
Mass. Looks like Worcestershire.
Yeah, it looks like Worcester.
It looks like Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire
they
sauce.
They pronounce it Worcester. Yeah, it's like they don't even.
Oh, they say Worcester? Not even Worcester?
Some people say Worcester, some say Worcester. Yeah. Best pick, worst pick, most interesting pick for the Houston Texans. This popped onto my radar because Chris Trapasso of CBSSports.com has it for all 32 teams.
I've got a bone to pick with Chris Trapasso.
Yeah.
Is it pronounced Fusimbashu?
It's actually pronounced Tasso. So he's got best pick, worst pick, most interesting pick. Best pick, Kalen Bullock, gives it an A, and loves the uniquely shaped, spindly safety who has the best pure free safety range in the class. Says won't provide much as a run support player, quickly IDs routes, blah, blah, blah. He really likes Kalen Bullock as the best pick in the draft.
Kalen Bullock, and this jibes with what Nick Caserio said, which is that after the draft they got a lot of calls from GMs talking about how much they really like Bullock and they were a little jealous of the Texans. Nick's not the kind of guy to throw that out there, just to prove that he was right.
Right.
That's been the sentiment from a lot. Yesterday I watched a lot of post-draft reaction from various draft experts and everything. That's almost a unanimous opinion. People were very intrigued by Bullock, so that I do feel good about that for the upside.
Okay.
It's not a guarantee that he's going to be awesome or anything, but it looks to be a guy that a lot of people were interested in headed into that area of the draft.
Good value, makes sense. You can see him getting on the field as a rookie, all those things. Absolutely. Okay, I can't wait to see what you have a bone to pick with. I'm guessing it's this next one.
Yeah.
Worst pick, D+. Running back Jawar Jordan, Louisville. Tiny.
Is it because they picked him in the second round? Is that why, Sean?
Well, it says tiny. Well, they picked the tiny running back who plays bigger and doesn't have elite speed nor elusiveness. Right. Even with a tinier frame, he sheds tackles with decent regularity. Even at this late juncture in the draft, this feels early for Jawar Jordan.
Yeah, that was my point. I was thanks for. Now there's people that just turned off the radio that thought
I didn't know whether to correct you or not. I didn't know.
No, I'm making a joke about making a point. He's a seventh round pick.
Yeah.
Yes, everybody that gets drafted in the 7th round has a whole bunch of weaknesses. It's like he took us. If they had drafted Jawar Jordan in the 4th round, by all means, yes, that would have been a bad pick.
Yeah.
That is bogus.
Yeah.
You can't punt on something like this. Say, well, of course.
Yeah.
He's a 7th round pick, which is. In a lot of respects, some people would say that a 7th-round pick is actually less valuable than undrafted rookie free agent just by the salary cap machinations and everything. I wholeheartedly reject that. What are the weaknesses that Trapasso says?
Trapasso says that he is Trapasso says even with a tinier frame, he sheds tackles with decent regularity. Even at this late juncture, this feels early.
Yeah, he didn't even...
Doesn't have elite speed nor elusiveness either.
Right. I think that what he has to make up for with his speed, and those are all valid concerns, but again, he's a 7th-round pick. The positives, aside from the positives that he just mentioned in saying that the 7th-round pick was the worst draft pick, was that the very things that you worry about with Dameon Pierce, so awesome as Dameon Pierce can be in the right system, I think there's a certain part of his anticipation skills and field vision that make him a mismatch for a lot of the outside zone runs. I think Jordan has that really good vision. He can process what the defense is doing and see the field in front of him, and that's how he makes up for some of his physical inadequacies. But yeah, he's got a lot of weaknesses. He's a 7th-round pick, so I would disagree with that as the worst pick that they took. Most interesting pick. Yeah, I don't know who I think that. Honestly, like if I'm trying to give an opinion on the worst pick for the Texans, I'm with you. Like 6th and 7th rounders are like. They're like throwaways, you know what I mean? Like I have a hard time, so I can only really focus in on the top 4 picks. Like that's where the 4th round is where the 4th and 5th is where things kind of tip the scales for me a little bit. And I guess if I had to say worst pick, I would just say I was adamant that they shouldn't be taking offensive tackles in the 2nd round. So I guess by definition, I'd have to say their worst pick is Blake Fisher. I would say, if I had to do, or if I think like for a lot of people, I'm going to guess that people said the word, like if I go out and find some people that actually did the exercise justice and tried to figure out which was the worst, I would say Blake Fisher. Not just for fit, but just because I think there's an upside there. He's a little bit undeveloped in a lot of ways, so he's a little bit of a project. Yeah. If I had to pick, I would pick Blake Fisher. Yeah, I would too. He has the most. I would not call any of the 6th or 7th rounders the worst pick. No. It's just not. Those are inherently high risk propositions. You are. Yeah. I mean, unless they took somebody who like had a ton of baggage, who you feel is going to like, okay, why are you even taking this guy? He's got, you know what I mean? Like, I won't totally eliminate 6th and 7th rounders, but if like that's the only scenario that I would say it's a potentially bad pick. Yeah, I think like with the Titans, with T'Vondre Sweat taking him where they did. Yeah. Because I like T'Vondre Sweat for a lot of reasons, and if somebody had taken him in the 3rd round or 4th round, I would have understood taking that chance on him. Taking him in the 2nd round was, I would say that's a bad pick. That's if I had to choose for the Titans. Yeah, well, and you're simpatico with Chris Trapasso here. Worst pick for the Titans, C-, T'Vondre Sweat. Yeah. Monstrous nose tackle, finally demonstrated a glimmer of pass rush handwork as a senior. Not as good against the run or double teams as his size indicates. Probably a 2-down player in the NFL. Doesn't even mention his off-the-field stuff, or the fact that he likes being fat. Yeah, he's adamant about his body weight being just fine. Yeah. Don't body shame me. Yeah. I think that the funniest thing I saw in defense of the T'Vondre Sweat pick was Mel Kiper, where he talked about how, like, well, you know, people will say, he was good for 1980 or something, which is me. I'm that guy. But to take a guy that high in the 2nd round, like, you generally want a guy who's got the potential of being a 3-down player. The problem with big guys these days in the NFL is that there's teams, every team has, like, 3 wide receiver packages where you can keep T'Vondre Sweat off the field. Like, T'Vondre Sweat's going to be a problem for us. We're just going to spread it out, and T'Vondre Sweat, they're going to have to take T'Vondre Sweat off the field. But the funniest thing was Mel Kiper went through this long spiel about how he's fine in the modern NFL, but said his comp was Gilbert Brown. That makes no sense. Gilbert Brown, the 365. Yeah, Gilbert Brown, who was one of the reasons that the Packers fell apart in the 4th quarter of their Super Bowl against the Broncos, because he didn't have the endurance to keep up with that zone running scheme all game long. Yep, that's exactly right. The Terrell Davis Super Bowl. Trapasso has the most interesting pick. I think the most interesting pick he has is their best pick, which is Cade Stover, the tight end in the 4th round where they got him. And admittedly, I'm being sold to by Nick Caserio and the team and C.J. Stroud and everybody who loves Cade Stover. But, boy, in the 4th round especially, this feels like a really good pick. But he's got that pick as a B+, the most interesting pick. I think most interesting pick? Interesting, I think that there's another one where the general reaction from the draftniks seems to be that was a really good value pick. I've seen that in multiple lists of best value pick of the entire draft, not just for the Texans. Yeah. So I think that's very much good. I almost feel like with Cade, there was almost that same thing that CJ got, which is, well, you've got all these receivers that you've got to, so with CJ, it was like, well, how good a quarterback can you be? Of course, you're throwing to all these awesome receivers. I wonder if with Stover, there's a little bit of like, well, yeah, but you got things opened up for you because you've got all these receivers around. All those receivers. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, look,
it's just highlights. I didn't watch every Ohio State game. I watched a lot of Ohio State this year, but you watch, like, he makes a lot of contested catches. I know you know.
No,
this.
he comes. Yeah, no, he fights for the ball. Like this is a
runs guys over.
I have to watch a lot of football with Brandy Payne, and Brandy is like one of the most things that makes her actually angry to the point where it's annoying to watch a game with her is when receivers or tight ends don't come back for the football, and because a lot of times it's a matter of just come back 1-2 steps towards the ball instead of sitting there and waiting for it so a guy can come and break up the pass or pluck it. He does a really good job with that. The other part about him, too, is one of the knocks against him was his blocking, which is fair and understandable, except that you got to realize that he's only been playing tight end for 2 seasons. And the thing that was encouraging for me was that when I go back and watch his blocking specifically, there's lots of examples of him when he is blocking well of like using perfect form and doing like you can tell that when he knows what he's striving for. It just needs to be more consistent and he needs more experience doing it. He doesn't have the body type that he's going to be Rob Gronkowski or anything. But I told you like a couple days before the draft, I had mentioned something about his blocking being a concern. One of our listeners afterwards DM'd me, and that day I went and just watched a lot of Stover, and I felt a lot better about it.
Good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so the AFC South, Indy, Jacksonville, Tennessee. What moves did they make this weekend that concern us the most as Texan fans? That is next.
What's Nick Caserio's ultimate goal as he's building the Texans roster?
You want to be consistent.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
More words rolling in here that if you aren't from Houston, you probably pronounce them incorrectly. Fuquay is getting a lot of love on the text page right now, Seth.
I always wondered if Fuquay is pronounced the way it is because, maybe earlier in an earlier time, it was pronounced like another word that starts with F-U.
Yeah.
But then after a while, it was one of those things that were like everybody was like back in the day was too religious, so like they didn't want anybody to know that they even knew that word. So they didn't want to protest it because of course I didn't even
Right. Yes. Whenever a national sports host, this is a text message, says humble instead of umble, it pisses me off. LOL.
It isn't. Yeah, and you know what's weird is that they would even say it at all. I guess when an athlete is from Humble, that's when they say it. Oh, he's from Humble, Texas.
Well, the first time I ever got corrected with that, I wasn't even living in Houston at the time. It was in '93, and my brother was playing. My brother was on the football team at Notre Dame, and we went up. My dad and I went out there for the first game of the year, and we took Kevin and like 3 of his teammates out to dinner. And one of them was Bertrand Berry, who played in the NFL for a number of years. He's from Humble. And when we got to dinner, we're sitting down and we're just kind of making small talk and meeting these guys for the first time. And I was a big recruiting nerd back then. I followed the recruiting really close. And I'm like, oh yeah, Bert, you're from Humble. He's like, it's Humble.
Which should have been, it could have been a moment where he was flattered that you just off the cuff knew where he was from.
He did. He was a cool guy.
I would imagine people from Humble get it quite a bit.
Yeah,
it's not a big. Probably kind of sucks. I bet the average person from Humble doesn't even correct somebody most of the time. Like if it's not integral to the conversation, they just let it go because then it's a whole thing.
Probably didn't like that I corrected him back. I'm like, I don't think so. It's Humble. Look at it. Humble.
Didn't go to a lot of class back in the day, I see.
Right,
other people taking your tests for you, dummy.
Saw how you got into school, all right?
Yeah.
You jock, yeah. All right, so the AFC South, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, and Tennessee in the division with our Houston Texans here. The Dane Brugler, the athletics draft expert, author of The Beast, which is a gigantic PDF file, which is just way too much to consume.
Awesome when you feel. By the way, a gigantic PDF file with impossibly small type.
Yeah.
Like even when you expand it on even when you're looking at it 150%.
Yes.
It just. Thanks a lot, Dane Brugler.
Right.
I trust you to understand the modern NFL when you're sending me stuff in 2003 fashion.
Well, and especially because a PDF file, you can do bigger fonts because it's not like you're worried about the size of a book or number of pages or killing trees or anything like that. We're happy to not strain our eyes and have to click straight to page 852, You know
another thing, Sean?
Yeah.
I listen to a lot of audiobooks. Let me tell you, audiobook authors, I am not downloading your PDF.
Yeah.
Your accessory PDF. Every time you refer to it while I'm listening to it while driving or something, I'm like, I'm not gonna pull over to a rest area so I can scroll open to a PDF on my phone.
Yeah. Tell him, Seth. Give it to him. Give those audio authors.
I don't know what the other option is or whatever. It's actually pretty cool that you provide it. But
It
I
is.
just don't use it.
But not while you're driving.
I always think I'm going to do it too. I was like, later I'm going to go back and look at that PDF.
Yeah, there's some supporting material. All right, so
I never do.
So what's the what did the teams in the division do that concern us the most in the draft here? And we'll start with the Colts. Dane Brugler rates all the draft classes 1 through 32. People will not be happy with how he graded the Houston Texans. I will say that.
We'll get to that at the end there.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
For one, I just got to tell you, because as I was going through, I wanted to be sure and double-check all these draft picks. One little thing I've always appreciated about the AFC South, Sean, is that Houston, Indianapolis, and Jacksonville alphabetically are right in succession.
Yes.
I don't know.
I love that.
I've never said that out loud, but every time I come across some kind of list that I'm trying to click on, I'm like, it's kind of nice that they're all lumped. And then you got your bastard kid that you hate, the Titans. Off there in first cousin Marriageville.
Yes.
You got to scroll down to where the table for. It's not even at the kids' table at Thanksgiving. These kids have to go eat in the outhouse because they still have outhouses in Tennessee.
Right. Can't you move to a city that begins with G or K, please? All right.
The biggest one now. Adonai Mitchell is one. I was thinking about making it Adonai Mitchell because, look, by pure physical talent and everything else, it looks like, man, that's a real bargain. They got him with it was the 20th pick in the second round, I believe.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
I guess just the one question I would have is, all right, for all of the pre-draft smoke about him perhaps having attitude issues or not managing his diabetes well or whatever, maybe there was something to that. But I think the guy that I'd be most concerned about is Leatu Latu, the defensive end, because partly for selfish reasons, I love Latu the kid. I love this. He is about as polished a college pass rusher as I have ever seen, and yet at the same time, there's a lack of physicality to his game that I don't know he has the athleticism to compensate for. So, like, if you think about some of the great defensive ends who weren't necessarily the most physical, you think about, like, Simeon Rice back in the day. Like, Simeon Rice was a freak athlete. And also when it came to pass rush, like, he didn't like to necessarily tackle in the run game or anything, but he could long arm and he could do some of the power stuff. Or you think about, like Dwight Freeney was undersized but was just ferociously athletic and had that just absurd spin move. Latu is not that athletic for... when he comes up against a guy like Laramie Tunsil, for instance, I have a hard time seeing him beat Laramie Tunsil. So part of it's just my own personal prediction standard. Like, I can't have Latu end up being good because I've got all these reservations about him.
Well,
but and he doesn't like he had that neck injury that kept him out of football for 2 years. Yeah. And when you watch him play, he really does not want contact. He does not want that smoke. He keeps out of hard contact, and it bothers me a little bit just because it doesn't bother me in the way that, like, I think he's a wimp or anything, because he's got this neck issue that he has to protect, but it results in a game that's very unphysical. He gets stuffed at the line sometimes, and it's like he's up against a brick wall.
There's a video that surfaced yesterday of Chris Ballard right after whoever was picking before the Colts took an offensive player, and he's looking like the cat that ate the canary. It's only a 5-second video, but after the 14th pick gets announced, he's looking around the room at all his people with a big grin on his face like, we just got the best edge rusher in the draft.
It felt so much like last year when they had like that look of shock and disgust on their face and they realized that there were cameras in the room, or last year in the draft. And then when they picked Anthony Richardson, they were like, yeah, it's exactly what we wanted to happen. Yeah. It's exactly what we wanted to happen.
This felt genuine. And I say that because Ballard grew out his hair. He's got a little DGAF going on right now.
I noticed in one of his press conferences in the offseason that he was wearing a hat, but I could see kind of like you could see the hair coming out the back.
He's growing it out. It looks good. It's kind of wavy. It looks good on him.
He might be. I remember when Coughlin won the Super Bowl with the Giants that year, there were some elements going into 2006 for the Giants that were similar to maybe how Chris Ballard feels right now, where it's like, okay, all right, man, like, it's been long enough. Like, this is it for you. You're going to get fired if you don't do something. And Coughlin told me, they went into that year and basically he told Judy Coughlin, his wife, like, you know what? If this is going to be it, and if it doesn't work out for us this year, this will probably be my last year as a head coach in the NFL, and I'm going to have fun.
Yeah.
And he let his hair down metaphorically.
Yeah.
He didn't have any hair to let down, but he metaphorically let his hair down, and it was reflected in the way his players responded to it.
I remember. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I wonder when I see something like that with Ballard and the hair, I'm like, man, I hope his marriage is okay. Like, that's the move of a middle-aged guy. Like, I'm going to grow my hair out. I'm going to grow it long. You're trying to get back out there. So I'm not saying it's not okay. I just hope it's okay. I don't know Chris Ballard, but, I hope his marriage is okay. He's not out there, getting ready to go on a singles cruise or something like that. So, yes, I'm Colts most concerned about the weapons. Adonai Mitchell in the second round. Boy, John Harris really liked this Anthony Gould that they took in the 5th round from Oregon State also. That was one of those John Harris, like, hands-on-the-head picks in the 5th round. Like, the Colts just got a steal. Yeah. So that's mine. Let's do Jacksonville.
If he's anything like Elliott Gould, I'm not worried.
No, me neither.
Horrible football player.
Not all that great an actor either. Jacksonville, which you got to go all the way down to.
This is an easy one. I go Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU.
Yeah,
wide receiver.
And I think just the cadre of weapons, right? You add him to Gabe Davis, to Christian Kirk, to Evan Ingram, to Etienne. Like, Trevor Lawrence doesn't have excuses here, you know?
I think this, it's easy to say this now, like, after you're a few years into Calvin Ridley's career, but I think the upside for Brian Thomas is certainly higher now than whatever Calvin Ridley's going to end up being, potentially. And, like, for a guy with this catch radius that can come down with 50-50 balls, I worry that Trevor Lawrence, man, the one thing is, as skeptical as I am of Trevor Lawrence in some respects, man, when you watch in person especially, you can see some of these balls that he throws are just perfectly layered, and like he makes some big-time throws. So if you pair him with a 6'3" receiver that's awesome on 50-50 balls, like so many other LSU players from the past, you can see where there could be a lot of plays where Derek Stingley might have him covered perfectly, and Brian Thomas still comes down with the ball because it's a well-placed ball between Brian Thomas and the sideline. So that's what concerns me about it.
Yeah, I think what Thomas adds to what was already, I think probably an above-average set of weapons, I would say. It's not like without Brian Thomas, it wasn't like scary, and you got to see what Thomas is still. I mean, he's still a rookie. He's still raw. Compared to his teammate Malik Neighbors, but his college teammate. But I'm with you on that one. As far as the Titans go, the thing that scares me is what if T'Vondre Sweat turns into what you think he could turn into if he were to get serious about his weight, because he's got great technique, as you've pointed out many times. And him next to Jeffrey Simmons in the interior.
Right. Yeah. Now, and playing nose tackle in a 3-4 when they are in their base 3-4 alignment. He could be hell. He could really be hell. The thing that's different, though, is, when the Eagles took those monstrous defensive tackles in successive years out of the University of Georgia, those guys are 320, 330. Like, they're huge, but they can also stay on the field on third down. T'Vondre Sweat, for where he went in the draft, I thought was a reach, and yet I could see against a team like the Texans that has struggled to run the ball so far that he could be a real headache for the Texans.
Yeah.
So that's and also for personal, just for personal pride's sake, if I'm calling it a bad pick to take him at number 2 overall, if he ends up being an awesome player for 10 years, then old Sethers whiffed on that one. But it also just brings back too many memories of the Texans maybe didn't think that much of this guy, but this kid from Texas gets drafted by the Tennessee Titans and ends up beating the Texans, a la Vince Young.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be right. And he and Simmons are lined up over what is the Achilles heel of the offense right now, the interior of the offensive line,
Oh, yeah, which reminds me, that's my most risky, or the one that scares me the most. The pick that scares me the most from the Cowboys, for similar reasons, I think, is just like Cooper Beebe, the guard that got drafted in the 4th. Did he go in the 4th or 3rd? Third round.
Yep, 73rd overall.
Round.
Yep.
So, Cooper Beebe, as he started to slide down through the 2nd round, I started wondering, all right, well, if the Texans really believe that, either Patterson or Kenyon Green can end up being the guard for them, or maybe even Kendrick Green, and they feel good about that competition, they're certainly not going to take Cooper Beebe. And yet, boy, that looks like good value there late in the 2nd round. So if the competition doesn't work out and, the Texans still don't have a good left guard this year, then I'm going to be – and Cooper Beebe ends up being really good, that's gonna sting.
Yeah, that they passed on him, that they drafted maybe Blake – because they were of mind to take an offensive lineman there. They were okay with it. But that they took – and especially if Blake Fisher doesn't work out at 59, right?
Right, yeah, then as a double whammy.
Yeah.
Right, to take a tackle instead of a guard – because you felt good about the unproven guys at guard. And I'm Patterson for the Texans is my secret guy that I'm rooting for.
Yeah.
That
sucked when he got hurt last year. Big time sucked when he got hurt last year. Did you see the footage of Micah Parsons reacting to the pick of Tyler Guyton with the 29th overall to the Cowboys on the Bleacher Report with him and CJ?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't appear to be a fan.
Happy about it?
He didn't appear to be a fan.
He has no filters, man, this kid. He's got no filters whatsoever. He's on television and his team picks and he's showing disgust with it. Which I'm guessing Cowboys fans are getting sick of, because he's just openly talked about how he might leave in free agency and in ways that it's not even, you don't even get the sense that he's doing it for a negotiating tactic even. He's just a stream of consciousness, which is awesome if you're not a fan of that team, but I think they got to be getting a little sick of it.
It shows you how great a player he is, that if you asked all those Cowboy fans, they'd probably be like, all right, do you want to get rid of him? They'd be like, no.
Yeah, no.
No, I mean, he's maybe the best defensive player in football, okay, you know.
That Bleacher Report broadcast, or excuse me, was it Bleacher Report?
Bleacher Report, yeah.
The Bleacher Report broadcast that had Micah Parsons and C.J. Stroud on it. It's won C.J. Stroud a lot of fans in two places. One, the AFC North, because he was adamantly defending the AFC North as the best division in football. So I saw a lot of different people responding to that video, basically like, hell yeah, that's right, all this. And then in San Francisco, because after the 49ers drafted the receiver there.
Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall. Yeah. You know, CJ was really upset. And like you're saying, that's his guy. That's who he wanted. So 49ers fans, that's circulating big on I went to a couple different 49ers sites where that was a much clicked upon article there.
Yeah, they like it. Boy, he hated seeing Pearsall go off the board.
He loves Pearsall.
He recoiled and fell backwards on the couch. You know, like it was
texted one of his friends about how angry he was. Yeah,
he loved him some Pearsall. And remember he said that's okay. We're going to get a wide receiver. And
you know what? Though, a couple of our listeners said that he may have said we're probably not taking a receiver anyway. Because he kind of mumbled it a little bit. Or Micah was probably talking about puppies or something. So yeah, he may have said we're probably not getting a receiver anyway, because he's thinking, all right, well, we traded for Stephon Diggs. What am I gonna?
Yeah. Well, that's what I would say to the people who complain like they didn't get CJ any weapons at wide receiver in the draft. Like, no, they moved back in this draft and got a pick that they used on Stephon Diggs. I get it. It's not the same as drafting a guy in the second or third round and having him on a rookie contract for 4 years.
Yeah.
But if we're living in the now, and that's what the Texans are doing, DeMeco Ryan said it, we are trying to build the best team for 2024. Stephon Diggs builds you the best team for 2024.
Well, yeah, likewise, I think and also not taking a receiver without reading too much into it, because you only have so many draft picks.
That's right.
A lot of times people's gut reaction to their team after a draft is almost a complaint about them not having 17 first-round picks.
Yeah,
because you can't. You only have several top first three rounds. You know, so you just can't go after every guy that you want. But if you do want to read into it, at the very least, it could also be that they do feel that good about John Mechie, or and the way he's perhaps responded physically now, being over a year removed from cancer treatment.
Yep.
So there's that. But likewise, kind of like in not taking Cooper, in taking an offensive tackle instead of Cooper Beebe, a guard. Maybe they really do feel that good about the competition at guard right now in house.
That would be great. That would be. And not delusionally feeling that way about it, like legitimately feeling that way about it.
That was one thing on the draft broadcast on Friday night. I was happy to talk to both Vandermeer and John Harris. Talked about how much Kenyon Green has been around at the building, and that in January he got his body right. He didn't have to rehab in January. He could just work out like a football player in January. Great. So we might see a different version of Kenyon Green, who's just had a litany of injury after injury after injury.
That would be sweet. I mean, if they get something out of that pick, that would be great. All right, Payne and Pendergast. We talked a lot about rookies for the Texans this week. We got a rookie for the Astros that we're going to be talking about here. Getting to know Loper Fido. That is next.
The draft is done, and it's time for the Texans to get back on the field.
Texas. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Joey Loperfido is going to be a Houston Astro. Congratulations, kid. You made a great impression at spring training, both on the field and in the clubhouse. And as a result of that and some underperformance from some major league level Houston Astros, and let's be real, the 13 home runs that you hit in the minor leagues this year, you, sir, call up to the big club, Joey Loperfido.
Yep. So Loperfido, who, obviously, he gets called up. He's learning how to play first base. Outfielder / first baseman, but they added the first baseman part relatively recently. So questions about whether or not I guess people are assuming he's going to play first base, and yet when they called Trey Cabbage up for the game in Mexico, I'm like, oh, Trey Cabbage can play first base too.
Yeah.
And yet, no. So I don't know. He's a lefty, which helps too. If you're going to be mixing him in with Chas McCormick and Jake Myers, then he's got some options there because he's a lefty. So I don't know. I'm not so quick to assume that they're going to put him in at first base just because this team seems to make curious decisions about first base.
Yeah. I think there's a chance that I think anything's in play. I think there's a really good chance he's being brought up to help out in the outfield.
Yeah.
There's a chance he could do both. Now, he did play. I'm looking at a summary here about Loperfido in the Chronicle, and Matt Young put this together.
Yeah.
Writes for the Chronicle, and that's the first question he asked, said, what position will he play? Now, he did play his whole freshman season at Duke at first base. He played second base his sophomore season. He's played center field. He's played corner outfield. There's a chance he's coming up just because he's versatile and he can play all of these things.
Right.
And he's got some pop in his bat, which they're lacking pop in some of the bats right now. Some are doing really good. Some are doing really poorly.
So he's striking out a boatload, which is a concern when you bring a guy up this young who's hitting a boatload of home runs, but he's also striking out a lot. But he did have, look, in the Grapefruit League, he was above a 1,000 OPS. So it's not like he hasn't seen it on different levels of competition. But I've put my concerns about his strikeouts and pitch selection and everything off to the side because what are you going to do? This is their choice. They're moving forward with it, and let's go, man. Let's go.
You know who else strikes out a lot? Jose Abreu, Jonathan Singleton.
Right.
They also strike out a lot.
And with no hope in sight for Jose Abreu, it doesn't. Aesthetically, look, I'm no swing expert, swing analysis expert, but my God.
It's brutal.
Everything looks lost and wrong right now.
Yep. So the next question, the first question, what's he going to play? I think it could be a little bit of everything. Who goes down to the minor leagues or who gets squeezed? And there's two decisions that need to be made, not to go too nerdy here, but there's a decision with the 26-man roster at the big league level. But there's also a decision with the 40-man roster, which is, includes guys in the minor leagues that you got special protection over. He's not even on the 40-man roster right now. They'd need to make a move, and that could be taking Forrest Whitley and putting him on the 60-day IL or something like that.
For those of you who missed it, Forrest Whitley is injured again.
Yeah.
That's it. I can't. I tried so hard, right?
Yeah, it's just, he's snake bit, man. He's snake bit. So it could be Greg Kessinger, could be John Singleton. I suppose it could be DFAing Jose Abreu. The team's ready to do that. That would be something. That would really tell you that if they were to do that on April the 30th. Can you imagine? I know he was here all of last season, but 1 month into the second season, nope, this guy, he has lost it.
He's a sunk cost at this point.
That's a sunk cost.
That's a sunk cost.
Yes.
Sometimes people like to try to use the sunk cost to get rid of somebody who at least still, they might be overpaid, but to replace that guy Well, we have my one guy that keeps saying that, well, Titus Howard is a sunk cost. You got to get rid of him, Seth. You don't understand economics. Like, well, no. He's not you might think he's overpaid, but he's still a valuable football player. Yeah. And even if he is overpaid, I think he's fine. But if you think he's overpaid, you get rid of him, you have to then pay another football player to come in who might not be good at all, or if he is good, you're going to have to pay too. And we're operating with a salary cap here in football. But, so regardless, Jose Abreu, unless you think that he's still got a year and a half of good baseball left in him, he's a sunk cost, and you just got to move on. You got to swallow your pride and just say, all right, look, we messed up. You know what? Hey, Montero's working out all right all of a sudden. Yeah. But Montero's not an old man.
Abreu's, he's 7 for 71. Like that, when you put it that way, it's one thing to be batting .099, that's horrible, right? When you frame it as how many hits and how many at-bats he's had this year, it is April the 30th. It's going to be May tomorrow. He has 7 hits. That's a weekend for Jose Altuve.
Sean, the Astros do not have a home run out of the first base position yet.
Yeah.
They haven't hit a home. The first baseman haven't hit a home run, and the other.
Has Bregman? By the way, has Bregman hit one yet? Has Bregman hit a home run yet? I'm going to look it up. You keep talking.
I wasn't aware that he was playing baseball this season.
Alex,
Somebody said it on one of the broadcasts. I think on the ESPN broadcast, he mentioned I was watching with Brandy, and one of the announcers said that he was a notoriously slow starter, and I looked at her with my arrogant look.
Yeah. Told you.
But listen, this is what bothers me the most is the irony of this team, the Astros, that built their dynasty relying heavily on analytics, and now they've got a very almost an anti-analytics bent in the front office. It's the whole you think about Moneyball and Hatfield, the first baseman in Moneyball. Was a horrible first baseman. He moved from catcher to first baseman, but he could still hit. Yeah. So that's the justification. But now they've got somebody playing first base, the position that should be the easiest to field, but as long as you can hit, no, they got nothing there. It's a big fat 0 at first base.
Nothing. Breggy, no home runs, by the way. So they've got some real kind of Swiss cheese stuff going on with this lineup right now. It's very hit or miss. As far as Loperfido, he has torn through the minor leagues. He was their minor league player of the year last year, so there was a lot of anticipation in spring training with him. He hadn't been considered one of the elite prospects within the Astros franchise. MLB.com has him rated as the number 6 prospect in their system right now, and the 5th best position
player.
Heading into the season,
yeah.
Now he's got 13 home runs in a month, so his ranking has gone up, I would assume. As far as speed goes, in the minors, Loperfido has shown he could be a 2020 guy. 2022, his first season of pro ball, stole 32 bases and hit 12 home runs in 108 games. So he's got a little he's got a little giddy up. He can do some things on the base paths.
Yeah, and like I said, he's a lefty too. So for Chaz, who's been struggling, and Jake Myers, who's Jake Myers, if they do have Loperfido play outfield, even if aside from just replacing them for production, you can replace them as having a lefty in the lineup, depending on who they're pitching. So I would expect to see him tonight. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
What time's the game?
It's a home game, so it's probably 7 o'clock.
It's a night game. Okay, yeah, obviously.
Yep,
all right,
yep,
okay, good.
Yep,
good.
Normal game. Text message. How do you guys feel seeing Warren Moon go to the podium for the Tennessee Titans?
Yeah, no, that was weird, but it's, you know what? It is what it is when it comes to the older players, because that is their franchise. That's why it sucks for players, especially the great players, when that team leaves the city, because there's never that same emotional connection, obviously, to the new city. I remember talking to the guys from the Rams about this. I was talking about Jack Youngblood about this at the Super Bowl one year when the Rams moved back to L.A., it was kind of nice for guys like him and Eric Dickerson and everybody else because they're loved there.
Yes.
You know, there's a fan base there that remembers them and experienced greatness with them and everything.
Dude.
And it's just it's a little different for guys like Bruce Matthews. Well, now at least Bruce Matthews played in Tennessee.
He did. But what these guys get to do with autograph signings and things like that, going back to L.A., it's like Jack Youngblood's not going to a card shop in St. Louis and signing cards. You're right. Going back to L.A. was great for those guys, those old school Ram guys, for sure. Probably sucks for the guys who played in St. Louis, honestly. Like Kurt Warner, all of a sudden, I gotta be
right. Yeah, nobody in LA cares about Kurt Warner.
Right.
Yeah.
So, now here's the thing with Warren Moon, and as far as how do I feel about it? Because that's the question. I hate seeing it for longtime Houstonians. I wasn't here for Love You Blue and then the run and shoot era, and I moved here in '94. When I moved here, and then Bud Adams, literally within months of me moving, he may have already made the decision to move out by the time I got here. I don't even remember. I got the janky ass 2-14 and then pick Steve McNair and then Eddie George version of the Oilers in '94 and '95. That's what I experienced. So Warren Moon doesn't hold the same place in my heart. I feel bad for Houstonians. That's how I feel about it,
Yeah. It is. It's tough. That part of it, I guess what I would say is I don't think that Amy Adams Strunk is wrong for doing that. It's a whole different bucket than wearing the Oilers jerseys.
Yeah.
I think especially when they wore the Oilers jerseys versus the Texans, that was the petty part. Even wearing the Oilers jerseys, that's good. Yeah, that's part of it. That's the throwback jersey they have. That's fine. It's wearing them versus the Texans that angered me.
Yeah.
But it's like if Robert Brazil or Ken Houston or Earl Campbell gets up to announce a Titans draft pick. That's their organization that they played for, embracing them.
Yeah. You have Warren Moon. We have Sketch.
Make some noise! Come on! This is football! Come on!
It's Sketch, people. Love this guy.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 123rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 123rd pick of the NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Cade Stover, tight end, Ohio State.
This is football. We need This Is Football on a hotkey, Ben.
That'll be one of our intros for something.
This
is football.
This is football.
Roger Goodell needs to bring Sketch back every year to be the guy that speaks for him.
Yes.
Now that apparently Roger Goodell doesn't know how to read.
Sketch you do the whole first round.
Yeah. I can't sit up there watching Roger Goodell fumble through these note cards anymore. Have Sketch do it. Sketch deserves a lot of credit for that, for having that level of enthusiasm, but there were no missteps in
A+.
his pronunciation of names or anything like that. He read it nice and clean.
Yep.
And he had to announce a trade as well.
Yes. And he got up and he got out, man. He didn't stay up there for 2 minutes. He was quick.
He unified the crowd.
He did.
He got them all okay, this guy's got energy. And what did he say? This is football.
This is football.
Who can't? You're at the draft.
Yeah.
You're braving 275,000 people, reportedly.
Yeah.
And standing in line for urinals and everything else like that to watch the draft. You better get excited for somebody saying this is football.
Someone says Bud Adams got one look at Sean when he moved here. Said, that guy? No, sir. Team's moving. I did not force the move of the Oilers out of town.
You weren't in sports media at the time.
I wasn't. I was selling phones.
Did you try to sell Bud Adams a telephone?
No, I probably did try to call on Adams Resources. I'm sure I did, actually. Yeah, I called on big companies here.
That's right, because you're a go-getter.
I'm a cold calling,
You don't
baby.
waste your time with a small fish.
Cold calling fiend, man. Yeah, hell yeah.
At that time, Bob McNair was just like some little oil and gas company that kind of scraping by.
Not worth my time, yeah.
He probably came across your desk like,
no.
Who's this guy?
They don't have enough employees. Nope, sorry. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We got our first set of post-draft power rankings, at least the first ones that we have seen. Texan fans, start rubbing your hands together. How good do the experts think your team is? We've got that for you coming up next.
Oh, boy. You know what else is coming up soon? Mother's Day. And if there's one thing you don't want to mess around with on Mother's Day, it's letting your mom know that you're the best of her children. And that's how you do it. You go to Zadok Jewelers. It's as simple as that. I know you're not a jewelry expert. I certainly am not. That's why I love that the Zadok family and their expert staff are so great at finding the perfect gift for somebody you care about by asking the right questions. Obviously, they understand and know the business better than anybody else. You are going to love the Zadok experience this Mother's Day especially. You can put a smile on mom's face when she opens up a gorgeous piece of jewelry that she'll cherish forever, from charming necklaces, sparkling earrings, stackable bracelets, or jewelry personalized just for her. The expert team at Zadok Jewelers will help you find the perfect gift for mom. Check it out.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, power rankings.
Ooh.
Power rankings.
Ooh.
Seth?
I hadn't even thought about post-draft power rankings, Sean.
Power rankings. I'm going to go find some today. This is Bleacher Report, but I'm going to go. There's got to be some post-draft power rankings out there, and you know that I love to power rank the power rankings.
I feel like a lot of this one came out of Bleacher Report, where I feel like a lot of this first few days after the draft, there's so much to hash out with draft grades and everything, and discussing the Falcons. Are they still discussing the Falcons trade on ESPN right this moment?
Thunder,
not Falcons trade, but Falcons pick of Penix.
Thunder sweep Pelicans in first round is what's up on the TV right now.
That's right. It's ESPN.
Yeah. Heavy NBA.
Their golden baby.
Heavy NBA. We'll see what Amazon has to say about that. But yes, these Bleacher Report power rankings. And Bleacher Report, who starts at 32 and counts down. A lot of these power rankings start at 1, and you used to have to page way down to find the Texans. Well, on this one, I'm happy to say it starts at 32 with the worst team in football, the New England Patriots. You have to page down a ways to get to the Houston Texans. You have to page past teams like the Bengals at 8, like the
Cowboys at 12.
The Cowboys at 12. We're just sailing past them in the HOV lane. The Dolphins at 7. We honk at them.
Packers with their hot young quarterback.
Drive by.
9.
Yep, 9. Yep. We got 9 Packers, as I mentioned, 8 Bengals, 7 Dolphins.
Ooh. Somebody's not going to be happy. One fan base is going to be really PO'd about this, and it's that you have to scroll past the Ravens at 5.
Yeah. Buffalo 6, Ravens 5. Yeah.
The team that just put one on the Texans in the playoff. Is now based on off-season activity.
Yeah.
That's a chip on the shoulder Report. Right there in Maryland. Yeah, I know it's per Bleacher Report. But fans being what they are, especially Ravens fans, they're not going to cotton to this much.
Yeah. They don't like that the Texans are. C.J. Stroud is driving and going and honking and waving, and Will Anderson's in just shotgun. We do stop. We pull right in front of the Ravens and park and block them at number 4 in these power rankings. 4th. The Texans are 4th in these power rankings.
I don't like it.
I can see that. Right? This is a little. This is a lot right here.
It's it's everything that Nick gets grumpy about, which is it's all based on off-season activity before anybody's even. They've at least stepped in the building by this point, but they haven't stepped out on a football field because you just gotta. Like in any sport, NBA especially, right? Like even though you put some big names together, you just don't know until you get out there and do it. So yeah, there is a part of me that's like, all right, let's like Stephon Diggs tweeted a couple weeks ago, don't put the carriage before the horse.
Yeah, he did. I bet that's now we know why he tweeted that because the carriage is perched firmly in front of the horse right now at 4 on these power rankings.
Well, you know what? Stephon Diggs is coming out of a situation where at least part of his disgruntlement was coming from the fact that was a team that was the darling up-and-coming pick for a few years. That, the Bills are knocking on the door. Are they going to kick it in next year? No, the Chiefs exist. So, yeah, I think that's probably – Stephon Diggs actually – he's a good resource to have in terms of reminding guys like, hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's hard. I've been there. We were all set up to be the next team that was going to go to the Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl or two, and it all fell apart. So just don't take your eye off the prize.
Texans 4, Detroit 3, San Francisco 2, Kansas City 1. We mentioned the Bills are 6th, and you just mentioned the Bills with Stephon Diggs. Which power ranking do you feel is more accurate right now? The Texans at 4 or the Bills at 6?
I would say Texans at 4 just because the Bills have some serious questions.
Lost
about
a lot of
what's going
stuff,
on.
man.
Yeah, they've lost a lot of weaponry. Now they got Keon Coleman, who has won the draft in terms of personality in press conferences, which I know you're mad at Nick for. After you've seen all these Keon Coleman highlights of him at press conferences. And he's winning he's winning the post-draft.
Well, think about who he replaced. He's replacing Stephon Diggs, who was a just complete curmudgeon behind the scenes.
Well, not necessarily. Well, but in front of the cameras, though, Stephon Diggs was pretty. He had a lot of. The first 2.5 years of Stephon Diggs in Buffalo were nothing but rose petals.
You're right.
And consensual massages.
Yes.
It was awesome, you know? Everything was perfect. It just all kind of fell apart over the course of 1.5 years.
Did you see the video of Keon Coleman getting introduced to the cold room for the first time?
Yeah. And then he did, and then he said, "It's like the Undertaker."
Yeah.
Because when he came out, all this, I guess it's not steam. All this,
the mist off the dry ice.
The mist, like when you're breathing in the cold, comes out of the door, and it looks like so you're walking through the mist. So Keon Coleman had them turn the lights off, so he could go back into the cold room and come out like he was the Undertaker making his.
I mean, now I'm even angrier. Like I didn't know he had a WWE thing going on as well. Yeah.
I wonder if Nick knew, because Nick's a WWE guy.
Big guy, yeah.
Nick follows wrestling.
Big WWE guy, yeah. So, 4th in the power rankings.
Do you have that on a list of things to ask him about on Thursday?
On Keon Coleman? Well, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow at 7:30.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, Wednesday.
Oh, I wasn't going to come to work tomorrow. Okay.
You better come in.
So, yeah, be sure you put that on our Google Doc of things to ask Nick.
Oh, don't worry. Yeah, I will. I got a bone to pick with him. Hey, Larry is in Stafford. I think Larry heard us talking about these Warren Moon and the Love You Blue. So I feel like this is a native Houstonian weighing in right now. What's going on, Larry?
You're absolutely right, son. I was disappointed in seeing Warren up there because his ass never played in Tennessee, man. And he's an Oiler, man, and he know it, man. But, again, it doesn't surprise me what the sorry-ass Titans do. But I called in because last week, right about this time, son, we were still battling everybody that was trying to figure out what our uniforms was going to look out as we prepared for that uniform release on Tuesday night. And then when they saw them, everybody lost their mind with how good they all looked, man. And I say all that to say last week was probably the hardest week of my life as a Texan fan because we had that uniform release, and then we had an awesome-ass draft all weekend. I got to hang with you and the Mafia and drink up some stuff, and it was just a fun time, man, as a Texan fan. And it's just the continuation of where we're trying to see this team go. It's just a lot of fun. And then now this morning, you telling me we ranked number 4 in the power rankings, which we probably have never seen in 20-plus years. This is something that is telling us that we are on a good track, man. And now it's just about putting everything together on the football field. And I'm with you, man. On that Keon Cole, when he came out of that freeze tank, man, looking like the Undertaker, and his simplicity, man, that authentic personality that he has is what all NFL players should kind of emulate or look like, man, because it's the beauty of getting drafted and going to the league and making your dreams come true, and you can live through that dude feeling all that kind of energy. I love what them boys did in the draft because we drafted for what we wanted and not absolutely what we needed. And all them dudes you talked about from the 6th round to the 7th round, it's going to be some special players over there, man, because Bird and the other D-tackle Harris that we got, I'm thinking them boys coming to play football because Nick and D'Amico only draft dudes that are going to fit into the kind of system and culture that they want. Big shout-out to Tank, man. Tank, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're back in the H. But you got to move different, dog. You can't just be out there. I'm not saying that you had any control over what went on, but you in a whole nother stratosphere, man. And sometimes you just can't bounce around in the old places you used to play. Come on and stay your ass in the H and let me walk with you in our hall.
Appreciate you, Larry. Yeah, man. Great seeing you out at the draft party, dude. That was a lot of fun out there on Friday for sure. And, yeah, no new news on Tank other than the video surfaced yesterday. We heard from the Seminole County Sheriff kind of describing everything that went on. And, yeah, Tank is back in Houston. But nothing new as to his condition, as you pointed that out, Seth. Like, yeah, it's one thing to suffer it's one thing for a regular civilian to suffer a minor wound and get it repaired, and then you are released from the hospital on the same day. You get on a plane and fly home. It's another thing for somebody who's getting ready for OTAs. Who gets shot in a lower extremity.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just you don't know, especially in the end, and who is recovering from a leg injury already.
Yeah.
Most of the one report was that most of the gun wounds were below the waist.
Yeah.
Which is weird. I guess that's a weird thing. I don't know if I've ever seen a report quite like that. But that's okay. So for a receiver, we'll see exactly what the injury is. There's not a lot of details about it yet. Yeah, I think as far as using the phrase that Chad Johnson had used and Larry and Savage just on moving differently, like just kind of being really aware of what your surroundings are, where you are. I have no idea what that club was like other than that it is a private event club. You know, you go to the website if you want to check it out is cabanalive.com. And it's at a marina. Like there's nothing about it that looks like oh, stay away from that place or anything. Like, they host private parties. Yeah. So I don't know the nature of the event or anything. Like I don't know, because I've seen a lot of people have asked me like, hey, shouldn't guys not go to places like this? And I'm like, people get shot. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but people get shot everywhere these days.
Yeah.
They get shot every damn where.
Right.
Can you go to a damn Super Bowl parade?
Yeah.
Like that's what. Can you go to a Super Bowl parade? Can you go watch a movie?
Yeah.
Like to these guys, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't like so because I think there's some assumptions that people make when they hear that a young player got shot. And there's more assumptions that go into it beyond that also, obviously.
Yep.
And I think that, just cool your jets, I think, maybe on just assuming the Tank was out in some sketchy place where, gangbangers are or something.
Right.
You know, they host private events. I don't know what kind of an event it was.
Well,
now, he was trying to break up a fight.
Yeah.
And I think the thing is, when you are a celebrity pro athlete, you kind of look, dude, you're past the days of breaking up fights, even though it's the right thing to do. But you got to get the hell out of there.
Yep.
You know, you just got to get the hell out of there.
Absolutely.
Or if you're if it was somebody, well, who knows?
That was Ocho Cinco's thing. Like, you can't go where people are carrying. I'm like, they're carrying everywhere nowadays. You know.
Yeah, I don't know.
We live in Texas.
Again, right? I don't. If it was a private event, I don't know, what maybe association or whatever it was, that maybe they didn't think that they had to check weapons at I don't know.
Yeah.
I just want to hear Seth preach some more, because that's exactly what I was saying yesterday. It sounded harsh, but I said it could have happened at the draft party.
Yeah.
It sounds harsh. It sounds like, oh, what kind of jinx? No, I'm just saying, because of what Seth's talking about.
It's so random.
The draft party.
Yeah.
The picnic I had Sunday with my family. Anywhere.
So
people say you got to move differently.
In Las Vegas. Oh,
yeah.
Tank was at a country music concert at 3 in the afternoon in Las Vegas.
Right. Yeah, it's wild. Didn't get to see you yesterday. How you feeling?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. Just had a little bit of an infection. Got a little bit of a headache, so I had to go to the doctor. But all good. They cut it open, gave me some antibiotics.
Oh man.
Ew.
Yeah, this thing's been going on for 9 days.
You
now.
look like you got in. You look like you got into some fisticuffs.
I
with
won.
Somebody. You did?
I kicked his ass.
You should see the other guy.
You should see the other guy.
Who would be the equivalent if it was if Tyson's fighting Jake Paul? Who is Lopez fighting in that scenario?
Ben Gary.
Yes, it would be a younger radio.
I was going to say Landry Locker.
Yeah.
I'll take Ben.
You think you could take him, Landry?
What?
Him?
Ooh.
John?
Nah, he's
I'm old school. I fight dirty.
You do?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And you got dad strength, too. Although Landry's got dad strength now.
Now he does.
Yeah, but only a few months worth.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've got years and years worth. It's big. All right, we're done. We are out of time. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, I will see you tomorrow. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and power rankings to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going and I'm getting them today, man. I'm going and getting them. All right, Payne and Pendergast for sure. I'm doing this afternoon. We will see all of you tomorrow. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop and they start now.
All right, we're going to get to know these draft prospects in their own words. We're going to go through Casario's faves. We got a lot going on, but the Tank Dell thing. Interesting. We got an interesting update from the department out there in Florida. Here was kind of the play-by-play of what went down in the Tank Dell situation, and now we have video as well. Let's start off with this.
Let me show where Tank Dell, Nathaniel Dell, is obviously a third-round 2023 draft pick, 69th overall from the Houston Texans, somebody who was a star athlete in the Daytona Beach area, known to a lot of people there. He is standing literally between the firearm altercation. The video shows that he's walking. His report, because he is a victim in this case, he has been injured as a result of this. His report was that he saw this, or actually he saw what was going on. He took his cell phone out, had his cell phone in his hand, but you can see the position that he's in. He's right in the middle of this firearm altercation. And again, we will continue to work with him as a victim in this particular case.
All right, that was a pretty wild video, I will say, right there in the middle of that.
It was in. Dude's like a superhero, man. I mean, not because he broke up the fight or anything, but to be in between bullets flying, like between them. I mean, and he's dodging bullets, or they're curving around him like Superman. He's stopping them midair, whatever. Now, he got hit, and it's actually a very...
Did he get hit in the ass?
Yeah, I think it was like the hamstring, which really... We'll get to the football aspect of that. You watch it again. Doesn't it look like he got hit kind of in the hamstring?
I couldn't tell if it was the butt or the hammy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
So there is that aspect of it, which we will get to.
I think the fact that he's okay, I can kind of say, man, he jumped up almost like he was like a WWE wrestler when he got hit.
Oh, yeah.
Like
and then he fell hard.
He looked like Vince McMahon selling a Stone Cold Stunner.
Yeah.
Except it's a real bullet. And I'm glad he's okay, but good God.
After watching the video, like, you start to get all kinds of different thoughts in your head. First of all, there is a little bit of a PTSD at play here. I don't see how anybody could not be in a situation like that and not linger and give you at least a couple of sleepless nights, Like,
if you get shot, for sure.
Yeah, and you're in the middle of it. Like, you finally see he's seen the video himself. I mean, it's like one guy on one guy and one guy on the other end, Tank Dell in the middle. Like, I don't see how anybody cannot have at least a few sleepless nights if you're caught in that. Then you're thanking, your lucky stars. I mentioned to you guys before the show, if you believe in angels, there was one on his shoulders Saturday night. And it's pretty incredible. Now, I don't mean to hog this whole segment here, but there is a football aspect to it. I alluded to this yesterday, that the initial report said most of the injuries were in the lower body, lower extremities of the people of the 10 people who were hit. That the football aspect of it makes that a little more concerning, and especially if it's in his hammy.
It's what do you mean?
Because those are his money makers, his legs. I mean. And so maybe it's a little more concerning in terms of when he could get back, how his recovery is going to go, etc.
Really?
Yes. Those are his legs.
Yeah, I didn't know that it was serious. I thought they just kind of pull it out, they give you stitches, and then.
Well, we don't know.
I don't know.
Well, we don't know. Nobody knows except for him and some select people. But we saw the video. I mean, he went down, and it was definitely on his lower extremity. It appears.
So he's getting advice. Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp. They talk at night. They have a podcast, and Ocho Cinco, he kind of went viral, and this is what he had to say about the whole Tank Dell situation.
Altercation, but was simply caught in the crossfire. Remember.
I shot him.
I ain't got no name on it.
Yeah, he showed no. I shot him a text message. Too, man. Tell him be in my prayers, man. Be in my prayers. And after that, he responded back and said, everything is good. I'm good. I appreciate you. And I just told him, you got to move a little different, baby. You got to move a little different. I understand it's the off season. You want to enjoy yourself. You want to go out and have fun with your friends and your homeboys, but you got to move differently. You just have to. You have to, and the people that you surround yourself with should understand that you have to move differently. You shouldn't be at places anyway, for one, where they can carry.
Now we're getting some description. Maybe the guy who fell wasn't him. I thought it was. Either way, got struck in the leg. So I was kind of confused by the video, so I could be wrong, or people on the text could be wrong. But that's the Ocho Cinco advice to Tank Dell. Got to move different, all that.
All I know is that what we've been told via certain people who have analyzed the video that appears to be him. It may not be. Here's the other part of this, Landry. We all have to move different.
What do you mean?
Like, you have to be careful wherever you're going. I mean, you have to be aware. That's just the way it is, unfortunately. So, I mean, it's not like he was in a place that anybody would call sketchy.
Yeah, I don't. I guess. I mean, I guess we all got to move different. It was 12:30. There was some partying going on and all that, and he's a celeb. I don't know that it was a targeted thing, but
right.
Yeah, I don't know.
We just kind of, I mean, that's just the way it is for everyone.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Nick Caserio has added 2 of his favorites this offseason. We'll get to know those favorites in their own words coming up, including one guy who I think might be one of the more intriguing prospects for D'Amico Ryans. I think D'Amico Ryans is going to have not necessarily a favorite, but there's someone who's extremely intriguing when it comes to what D'Amico is going to do. We're also going to, Lopez is going to prepare you for dark days. These aren't typically the dark days. These are typically the bright days. But I guess as we are right now with the Astros being 10 games below 500, they got one of the best teams in the league coming into town. 19-9 versus 9-19. The Astros carrying us through this kind of lag during football season. I don't know if it's something that you would necessarily rely on.
You can't, right? I mean, we're I hate to be harsh. I mean, the Astros are kind of unwatchable right now. I mean, I know that's harsh. I know it is, but for the next 9 or 10 days, like, they're uninteresting. They're irrelevant right now in the baseball race. Is that harsh? Yes. Astros people, you can hate me. Astros organization, you can hate me. Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong. That you are an uninteresting.
47% chance, I heard Sean and Seth talking about, 47% chance of making the playoffs right now.
This is the first time since 2015, if you really want to talk about when they started making their turn, went to the divisional series. So 10 years. This is the first time that the Astros have not been worth watching before we even get to May. That's the dark days right there. And of course, NBA playoffs are not really relevant to Houston by and large. Rockets aren't in them, of course, etc. So, like, you got the next 8 to 10 days. Thank goodness for the Texans, man. Thank goodness for the draft. Thank goodness for, the interesting things that are coming up, like OTAs and maybe some announcements on training camp and the Texans' resurgence. The schedule's going to be released maybe even a week from Thursday if history holds. So right now it's like all of a sudden – no Astros, no Rockets that you want to watch. The Texans are kind of carrying the weight, man. It's been a long time.
On the YouTube, and I guess Tank did not fall. He was running, but on the YouTube, Robert says nothing good happens after midnight. I don't think that's true. My experience, I don't think that's too true.
Here's where I
think a lot of good things in my life have happened after midnight. I can assure you, especially in your early 20s. I don't know what kind of life you're living, but a lot of good things happen after midnight.
I agree with you, but this is what I told my kids, and maybe you guys are going to end up telling your kids something similar. What I used to tell them is there's nothing you can do after 2 a.m. that you can't do before. Nothing you can't do after 2 a.m. that you can't do before. So don't be out there when the drunks are getting out of bars
that's the best time to be out.
And crazy. No, it is not.
Best time to be out.
No, it is not. If you want to have a great time, let your hair down. Go
being out, closing down the bar.
Go have fun.
It's one of the best things to do.
But I said there's nothing goes on after 2 a.m.
No, there's some good stuff
that you can't.
Where
do,
are we going? Where the party at?
That you can't do. See, you're the issue.
I'm the normal guy. Closing down the bar. That's a good. That's part. That's part.
After the party is the at the party.
Yeah, that's part of the. That's part of the stuff.
But what can you do after 2 a.m. that you can't do before 2?
I mean, what is that? What do you mean?
Like you want to go drink, you want to dance, you want to.
Like, what does that mean?
No, well, I'm explaining it to you, Landry. We can move on.
No, go ahead, man. Give it to me. Give me the lesson, man.
No, it's cool.
Give me the lesson. I'm happy you're here. Give me the lesson.
It's cool.
Don't let him get to you, John, man.
Oh, he never gets to me, but he's clearly not engaged, so we'll move on.
Just give me the lesson on the 2 a.m.
No, it's just a saying. It's just what I told my kids. It seemed to work. They all turned out fine.
I'm pretty sure your kids have been at a bar at 2 a.m.
But they've learned the lesson about there's nothing you can do after 2 a.m. you can't do before.
Well, you can't close down the bar. You maximize your fun in the bar to when it closes.
Well, that's true.
The kids.
We've all closed down a bar here or two.
It is kind of interesting how Tank is getting. It's kind of lecture. Like I don't know how Tank Dell was. I don't know how Tank Dell was moving though. You know, there's the Ocho Cinco, the podcast, and I know Ocho Cinco has been through a lot. It's just kind of the state of that podcast is more so. It's more so like loose, and there's some substance in there, but it's a little bit looser. Like I don't. The way that he presented it and the way the clip was presented, like it's almost like they're talking about Tank Dell like he's Pac-Man Jones or something like that. That's the thing I have. Like it's almost. I mean, it was midnight. It looks like there's some families there. They're around a pool, and he's hanging out. And it almost seems like the way that clip is getting discussed is he's Pac-Man Jones at 4 a.m. smacking strippers and taking back his money after he makes it rain. That's what kind of like.
Do anybody know the context of him being at that place? What was it?
Like, what was the party?
Like, was it a family party?
It could have been a graduation party.
Yeah, I don't know if
here we are in late April. It could have been anything.
Yeah, I see people say he's trying to break up the fight or something like. Was his family trying to fight or something like that?
I mean, there was just two people,
two
with
friends.
And then that's what bothered me from the start of this. Just the way people are going to jump to conclusions. And clearly they did as well.
Yeah, that's the thing that is kind of uncomfortable for me because Tank Dell has never struck me as like a bad kid or anything like that. I mean, he's out there at midnight having a party in his hometown. It's the off season. And it just seems like a couple of knuckleheads just started. He kind of found himself a situation. You definitely do have to change the way that you move a little bit, but it's just. I didn't like the way that clip was presented as if he's like some sort of reckless like if you were just reading that you would be like, okay, well, they got an issue with Tank Dell, like he needs to stop partying or something like that. It just didn't seem like that type of thing.
Yeah, and a lot of texts coming in, which is just feeding into this fallacy, this lie that he goes, Tank shouldn't be at a bar like this. It's obviously a trashy place. It might be a lot of things. It does not look trashy. Like it's an event center. So it's just too bad. It's like when they talk about, you have to move differently. I mean, I think everybody's in that boat.
Yeah. The initial, the video, it looked like he was the one breaking up the fight. I'm like, man, that is very dangerous. But there's that. There's people, 713 on the text line, stay home, period. Okay. Like, okay, you tell a 22-year-old to just stay home, period? That's not realistic.
Put him in bubble wrap then.
Watch tape.
His career is important. Someone needs to sit him down. He needs guidance. See, this is why I don't like the Ocho Cinco clip.
This isn't guidance. This is just a happenstance.
It's really just kind of a lesson. Like if you're driving on the freeway and you get sideswiped, you're probably going to drive a little bit different. I just don't. The way that Tank Dell is getting spoken on now, it just seems a little bit crazy. But yeah, we'll keep an update on this. We should get some sort of statement from the Texans. People are asking about 832. Someone's comparing it to Tupac fighting in Vegas.
Oh my goodness. Let me find out Tank Dell is really Tupac out here, man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, well,
Tupac jumped somebody and was the
Tupac was reckless, man.
He was the ringleader of jumping the guy. This is just the kind of stuff that was
you really got to find out what was the context.
But that's what I'm talking about. Like just
because we all been at a family party where somebody probably got into it with each other.
We've all had brushes with death that we were nothing a part of. We've all been in situations where it's like, if not by just a stroke of luck, something horrible could have happened. All of us.
713 says Chad is right. He has to be careful. You can't be in a place where they aren't doing pat downs these days. Okay, so don't go anywhere where they're not doing pat downs. That's good advice there.
I mean, we all should go by that advice. To be honest,
I mean, I
don't think it's just the Tank Dell thing. I think everybody should move smart.
Yeah, move smart, but don't go anywhere where they're not getting patted down. Is Ocho Cinco doing that? Like, really? This is why the whole clip's a little bit little bit crazy. I'm just glad that Tank's okay. Hopefully, like there's something that he can figure out to better it. But I just don't. I don't have any issue with Tank, so we'll see. And the issue over what type of place it is, that's to be determined. Astros versus Guardians tonight. Hunter Brown on the mound. Of all the things that can happen for the Astros, it would be nice if Hunter Brown could figure something out. The Astros right now, I don't want to say it's make or break, but after this series, this series with the Guardians, the Astros are going to be about 20% through their season. Does that qualify as too early, or where are we at in that? Is 20% too early, or
20% is not too early. I'm still look. I'm the guy that said they're done, and I still believe that they're done. They are not going. They're not in them. They've won 2 games. They don't have a 4-game win streak in them. Maybe they'll bump into one by chance. A 4-game win streak, but they don't have it in them to make a run this year. That said, I'm still going to point to Memorial Day. Memorial Day is the first big one, which is a little more than 20%, of course.
Coming up, the Fab Five. Nick Casario's 5 favorite players during his Texans tenure. 4 of them are still here. 2 of them got added this offseason. We'll hear Nick's faves as well as D'Amico's fave in the 11 o'clock hour coming up next.
How does Coach
Sports Radio 610.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so the Nick Caserio faves. And we will go from the Caserio faves to potential D'Amico Ryans fave. You're going to fall in love with some of your prospects. Let's get to know them a little bit better coming up at 11. But let's start with the Caserio Fab 5. 4 of them are still around. One of them has left us, and that's where we'll start.
Número uno.
Nick Caserio fave number 1. Danny Amendola. My gosh, you were only here for a few months, but you will always, 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 always be a Houston Texan. Here's Nick Caserio fave number 1.
Just a quick note to Danny Amendola, just on his retirement. Had an immense effect on our program last year, even though he was only here 1 year. You can't say enough good things about him. I mean, what he's done, his toughness. I mean, there's 1,000 examples of that I had the good fortune of firsthand to seeing. But great career, great person, will always be a Houston Texan.
Always a Houston Texan. Shout out to Danny Amendola. Always.
They're still benefiting from the 9 months that Amendola was here.
We loved it. I don't even know if it was 9 months, to be honest with you. I think it was like 4. I think it was like 3 or 4.
They're still benefiting from it.
Titus Howard, yeah, because he came opening week, so it was probably 4-ish.
Yeah.
Titus Howard, one of the best tackles in the league, according to Nick Caserio. Despite drafting a tackle in the second round, Titus Howard, special player, one of the best tackles in the league.
Número dos.
I think Titus is definitely unique. I mean, I'd say, Titus is a better tackle than he is an inside player. I mean, Titus is honestly one of the better tackles, in the league.
We'll see about that because all evidence to the contrary. He's been okay when he's been healthy at tackle.
He's been good. I think being bad at guard almost makes him looked at as better at tackle. And as crazy as that sounds. Number 3,
Número
Nick Caserio. Man, you got benched last year. You drafted a safety. There's question marks. I like Jalen Petrie, local guy, right type of makeup. Rough second year in the league, but that didn't stop him during his struggles from establishing himself as a top 5 Nick Caserio fave.
Yeah, Jalen's a good football player. He's made a lot of good plays. There's always plays that we can improve and get better, but his energy, I'd say his playmaking ability, the tackling has been a little bit up and down at times. I think there's some growing pains that every player goes through, and, I think sometimes everybody's kind of, wants to nitpick and look for things. There's always things that players can do better. There's always things that we can improve. They can improve them on. I certainly can. Love his personality, love his mindset, the way he prepares, his focus. We'll take Jalen Petrie in this building. We'll take 1,000 Jalen Petries on this football team any day of the week. There's no question about it.
And again, we'll see about that. Also got benched. But here's the thing, and you're going to hear from you're going to hear about the other 2 guys coming up. But when you are in the good graces of Nick Caserio, you get every benefit of the doubt. Every single benefit of the doubt.
It'll be interesting to see how Bullock fits into this. I like Bullock's makeup. I like his confidence a lot. I think you're going to love it as well. We'll get to know that in the 11 a.m. hour. Next, Caserio fave.
Número 4.
So we have Amendola. We have Titus Howard. We have Jalen Petrie. Notice you have a guy that he has history with in New England, a guy that he didn't even draft, a guy that he did draft. Now we have a guy that he signed in the offseason, Danico Autry. Goodness gracious, Nick Caserio, he loves you.
Danico, this guy's a badass. This guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. Glad he's on our side, and, we're excited about what potentially he could bring to our front.
All right, so Danico Autry, badass, dark alley, all of that. And now we might have the most favorite of all. This is Cade Stover, 4th round pick in the
number
Houston
5.
Texans. Farm guy from Ohio, former teammate of C.J. Stroud. Here is Nick Caserio with his 5th favorite, Cade Stover.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's elite. this guy is as tough and hard-nosed a player that they had in the program. Just kind of going back to the question and D'Amico's answer about developing players, I'd say Cade's a good example of a player who's only played tight end for 2 years, so he's certainly not a finished product, but he has the mindset and the work ethic to improve. I mean, how he was raised. I mean, this guy is everything you want in a football player, and then more. I mean, he probably played hurt this year. I mean, I think he had an MCL or had an issue where, quite frankly, it would have limited some other players, but he just braced it up, and he just kept playing football. So, I mean, I don't want to speak for D'Amico, but I think we feel the same way. This is probably one of our favorite, football players in the entire draft, regardless of position, because of his mentality, because of his mindset. And he still is developing as a player. I mean, 2 years ago, he was playing defensive end in the Rose Bowl against Utah. Now he's, played tight end for 2 years, and here he is getting picked in the bottom of the 4th round, and his position is, we think tight end. That's why we drafted him. So, but, I mean, blue collar as they come, and from a makeup, traits, toughness, mentality, I mean, this is an elite guy. Interesting thing about all these, to me, and it happens everywhere. It's not just to here. Like if you are personally invested in a player like these 5, and Caserio has been personally invested, you're gonna say these things. You're gonna have they're gonna get the benefit of the doubt. They're gonna gain favor. They're gonna always be able. The tie's always gonna go to them. So it's not just like we got to take him for his word. Yes, he drafted him, but now he's invested in him, so they're always going to have an edge. Yeah, but I don't. Titus was here before. But he invested in him with the contract. Yeah, he invested after. So it'll be interesting to hear what he or what they think of Titus as they come into camp. He did say, and it was one of my favorite quotes from Caserio, that if you don't produce, you're not going to stay in the building. I don't know who that is. I mean, that could be kind of a vague reference, but Caserio did say that. So it'll be interesting to hear that. I do find it kind of interesting how much of the approval rating of the draft appears to be kind of high, and I just don't think this is like in a normal world. Maybe it's still kind of the honeymoon phase, or maybe the honeymoon phase has been created. But excitement about this draft, I like, because I like that the Texans are generating buzz and they're getting benefit of the doubt, and there's optimism, and you lean optimism when it comes to the Texans as opposed to the complete opposite. But I respect a little bit more the wait-and-see approach with this draft. I don't see how you can blindly look at this draft and be really, really pumped about it. Now, we can get you excited. We can hear from the prospects. We can break down the prospects at 11. But as far as just immediate excitement, they hit it out of the park. This draft is going to benefit. It's going to be based on the development of players and whatnot. And I don't necessarily see it as like you took an immediate big step forward based on the players that you picked. Well, let's do, you guys get in on this, 713-572-4610 loopholes. Let's do that old psychological exercise. The first word that comes to mind. Like when you think of the Houston Texans 2024 draft, what is the one word that comes to mind? I don't think it's excitement, as you mentioned. I don't think it's home run, like you said, hit it out of the park. For me, it's trust. Like I trust that these are the right picks. Now, that's something they've earned, and we didn't trust previous regimes. But I'm not going to sit here and say, the first word that comes to mind is giddy. I'm not giddy about it. I'm not excited about it. I trust it. Like, Figgy, what's the first word that comes to mind when you think about the breadth of the draft?
I agree. I think trust, too. When I was at the draft party and they made those picks, people didn't really know about those guys, but they say, I trust the organization. Yeah. So if they good with it, I'm good with it. So I think they do trust the organization. Also, if you have an organization, if you have a culture, if you have a quarterback, if you have a coach, you can overcome poor drafting. And I think that's an even more valuable resource than
you can learn to trust
drafting the right. The New England Patriots, if you just laid out their draft history, there's exceptions and there's good picks, but there's a lot of nitpicking where, Bill Belichick didn't draft this well. Well, you know what he had? He had a good quarterback. He had a good culture. They had a good foundation, so they were able to kind of overcome that. So
when you have that, you can bring in Derek Barnett off the streets. You can bring back Desmond King. You can develop all these other guys, and you can have a player like C.J. Stroud elevate the team when their backs are against the wall. So that's really the most valuable thing you can have is you have an organization that you trust. It's to be determined, but I don't know that they like hit it out of the park or anything like that. So we'll see how that goes. Coming up, we're not used to this around here, but we could be approaching the dark days. The OG John Lopez prepares you for darkness next.
What's Nick Caserio's
never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Earlier than usual are the dark days ahead. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. J-Lo believes the answer to that is yes, and he has your guide to the dark days.
I've almost forgotten some of the things I hate about these 10 days to 2 weeks every year because the Astros have always been interesting. The Astros have always had relevance, and if you want to go back a little further, the Rockets when they had some interesting superstars and they were making runs. Because I'm talking about the last 10 years. We haven't experienced what we're experiencing in these 10 days in 10 years. The Rockets made some big runs, 2015, 2020, whatever, in there. Astros, obviously, every year, pretty much for the last 7, and back and forth since in the last 9 or 10. And I've almost forgotten some of the things I hate. And one of them I saw this morning, and it kind of got me thinking about this. Like, oh man, these are dark days. These are tough days. I saw the first of several. Ain't nothing like playoff hockey. I'm like, those tweets just drive, those comments, those stories. Boy, if there's nothing like playoff hockey. Playoff hockey is the best. If y'all aren't watching this, I can't help you. Look, it's. I have no problem with hockey. I don't watch it, but occasionally here and there, if it's a big Olympic type thing or something. But the whole playoff hockey thing is indicative of how dark these 10 days to 2 weeks are. And then the Astros have made it worse. Like, the Astros have absolutely spoiled us. They're uninteresting right now, man. I mean, they're not interesting.
They're making
at all.
call-ups.
Yeah. And I think they're probably putting a little bit too much on old J-Lo, Loperfido, because he's not going to be a big change. I mean, he's mainly whatever. We won't get into it too much. He's mainly a center fielder. They're going to make a first baseman, whatever. We'll see. They're irrelevant in the standings, in the baseball race.
I mean, they're 9-19.
Yes.
That's where they're at right now. They're 9-19. And I don't know where their pivotal moment comes in. 47% was actually a little higher than I thought it would be. Fangraphs, I guess, has them 47% chance to get in the playoffs. Look, you got to win 90 games. You got to win like 88 to get there. Right now, the Astros would have to finish 81-53 to get to 90 wins. That's 28 games above 500.
Yeah.
That's the scale that I'm looking at for the remainder of the season is how do you get to close to 90? 81-53 right now gets you to 90.
The Astros have – it's the first time in really since 2015, but for sure 2017, that they have not been worth watching. I'm sorry. I love the Astros. I absolutely love the Astros. Grew up watching them. Been here for 30 whatever years. Love the Astros. They're not worth watching right now. The Rockets, obviously, there's something there, but they're not in the playoffs. There's nothing going on. Playoff hockey is going on. I'm looking more forward to schedule leaks than what the Astros are going to be doing. The schedule could come out May 8th, maybe May 9th, whatever. Like, schedule leaks are more interesting right now than what we're going through right here. Or even the NBA playoffs. We saw the ratings for the draft. The day 2 ratings were 2 million to 3 million more people watching that than every NBA game, playoff game. It's a dark time, and we're just not used to it here.
What else we got?
What do you mean?
What else we got for the dark days? Anything else?
Well, like all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Figgy, do you feel like we're in the dark days?
Kind of, man. This is probably the first time all season I've been actually peeping the NBA games because there's nothing else on.
Oh, you've been watching...
I watched a little bit of it. I watched LeBron get eliminated.
I do wonder, do we get to the point where the Astros are sellers? That's probably the gut punch. If they end up trading Alex Bregman or anything like that, is that the gut punch that we get to where the Astros are sellers?
Bregman is the one.
When is the deadline?
Oh, it's not till after the All-Star
we got
break.
July 31st.
Late July, yeah. No, I mean, that's very fair. That's very fair to think about that. Of course, he probably needs to hit a home run before anybody's really interested.
Yeah, I do want, what is his value even right now?
He's batting .216 with no home runs. I think a lot of these things, it's just bizarre that we forgot what this feels like.
I think Caserio at the end of his draft presser even said that baseball was kind of down at the time, which I thought was really interesting that Nick Caserio brought that up. I remember when Easterby used to kind of try to pander to Astros fans, but at the end, Caserio brought up, and baseball.
The Astros are playing baseball, Rockets in the playoffs.
Those days. Caserio kind of just brought up, it's not going as well as we're used to around here with baseball. He didn't seem too disappointed by it.
No,
I don't know that the
aren't.
Texans are too disappointed by that.
They're not. This is a great time for the Texans to kind of take advantage. They have been taking advantage with all the good things going on over there, including uniforms and such. But, hey, man, we got about 9 or 10 days till the schedule release, 11 days till rookie minicamp.
Have they announced when the schedule release is coming out?
No, they have not. But it's generally the second Thursday in May. 4 of the last 5 years, it's been the second Thursday in May. So that would be May 8th, something like that. 8th or 9th, whatever that next Thursday is. So that's generally where it is.
Yeah, they don't have like a set date on that. I think this will be the most anticipated schedule release. I think this is. Would you rather start with say one of the easier games, or would you rather start with just a complete splash, like facing Kansas City or Buffalo or something like that? I almost want to get an easy one out of the way. I know there's excitement that comes with playing Buffalo or Kansas City on primetime or something like that. I almost want to start with a division game. I'm almost in the mood for a division game. Not saying that any of those games are going to be easy, but I don't want to start out with like a murderer's row where I want it to be a little bit spread out.
It's two different trains of thought on that. You want to be healthy to face those teams, and early is better, obviously, because you've got through training camp and all that, generally speaking. But you also don't want to it'd be cool to kind of get your feet wet with an easier game. So it's kind of two different trains of thought. Me personally, I'd rather just go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. Let's see where you are. I mean, this is going to be a big-time season for the quarterback play that we're going to be able to watch.
Yeah, the quarterback play is going to be ridiculous. You have Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Tua, Caleb Williams, Jared Goff, and then you have Anthony Richardson, obviously, twice, Trevor Lawrence twice, Will Levis, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, I guess J.J. McCarthy, Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, I guess Jaden Daniels, or Drake May, Drake May. So there's a lot of good quarterbacks there. And it seems like you had that a few years ago. Maybe Will Levis?
Maybe Will Levis.
Maybe J.J. McCarthy, I would say.
Yeah.
Get him early. I almost want to open against Minnesota. Just get that over with.
On the road.
Yeah, get that one going. That would be my go-to. Let's go to Minnesota.
Did you mention Aaron Rodgers?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Jesus. There's some quarterbacks coming in here, man. There are some quarterbacks that we're going to play. It's going to be a good year for the fans, that's for sure.
Listen to Nick Caserio at the end. I don't know if he's gloating or not, but this is Nick Caserio kind of talking about – this was at the end of his draft presser when he was giddy. Never seen him this happy after a draft process. This was Nick Caserio talking about the state of the Houston Astros.
At some point, I'll heed his advice and do it. But no, we're excited with where the team is, and excited with the players that are going to come in here in a few weeks. And it's football season. I know it's baseball season, which I know everybody's miserable all of a sudden, but it's football season for us. So,
Oh, there you go, Nick. Okay.
That was a big smirk he was making, man. That was a real big smirk.
Don't sound too disappointed, man. Please don't sound too upset. My goodness.
We've said it before. I mean, they put on a good face, but they're pretty glad that this is their stage now.
Well, I think the Astros were glad that the Texans were bad too. I think there's a little bit of back and forth. I know they'll both embrace, and they say
the Texans deserve this one, man.
Congratulations to the Astros.
They was playing the doggone World Series game and during the Thursday night football game, man.
Yeah.
Nah, they need this.
Yeah.
They do some cross promotion, but let's be serious. When the Texans are at their lowest and the Astros are at their highest, I don't think anyone at the juice box is too upset with the way that stuff goes.
You could almost see them squirming when they're congratulating the Astros on another good year.
What is Jose Abreu doing here at this point? What is his value?
I think he's gone, to be honest. I like you can't run, you can't pinch hit him. If you're bringing in another first baseman to replace him, in the everyday lineup, he can't run. He can't pinch hit. He's not a defensive replacement. He's gone, right?
It's almost weird to him. I mean, do you just write him a check and let him? Does anyone want him?
I think that's what you do.
I mean, I think it sends a message, and it's like a clear reset.
Yeah.
Of what Dana Brown kind of inherited. So I just the lingering around type of thing. I don't think that's something that they need to figure out. I saw Bagwell say he needs to start hitting when he gets chances. Okay, like how often is that going to be? How much does it make sense? What are you trying to do? That's something that you got to keep an eye on. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, let's get to know these guys. The prospects on the outside, there's a little bit of intrigue. There's a little bit of wait and see. But I think if you want to get excited about them, wait till you hear what some of these guys had to say, including a guy who I think may be D'Amico's favorite. We've heard Casario's favorites. Let's hear from a guy who might be D'Amico's favorite. In the Loop continues. Let's get to know the new faces next.
The draft is
the now? For now. Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lyons.
All right, let's get to know these guys a little bit. We've talked a lot about the draft class. Some people wanted Kool-Aid. How does Lassiter fit in? Is he going to be your number 2 corner? Is he going to be an inside guy? Blake Fisher, my gosh, you drafted a tackle. Clint Stoerner called it a wasted pick. Some people believe he could push Titus Howard. Realistically, perhaps he is able to replace Titus or Laramie in 2 years once you start paying C.J. Stroud. Kalen Bullock, you got a safety who's kind of a ball hawk. Who can see ball, get ball. Cade Stover, Nick Caserio basically says he's the best football player of all time. Move over Jim Brown. And then you have Jamal Hill, who I think might end up being the most intriguing guy that D'Amico Ryans will like to work with. And when you hear these young men speak, and they are young men, it's interesting because they got different paths. The day one guys, these are all 21-year-olds. These are the young guys. The day two guys, these are guys that have been in college 5 years or whatever. So there was no real type, although they all seem to be cut from the same type of cloth. Let's start with Kamari Lassiter out of Georgia. This is a guy who Nick Caserio was very defensive about when it came to the 40 speed. Said he's just a flat-out football player. Let's hear from him. By the way, he went toe-to-toe with C.J. Stroud in his best game ever when Ohio State beat Georgia. Let's hear what Kamari Lassiter has to say, the best of from him, about what he brings, his thoughts on C.J. Stroud, and why he always, yes, always, throughout the process, wanted to be in H-Town.
I've been saying for a long time, I was like, man, I really want to go to Houston. And I was just, saying it, very slightly, not knowing that, it was going to come true. And I got the call earlier. You dream about having that call your whole life. All my family here and just seeing everybody just be so happy. It's something that, I'll never forget. That's a young team. And, I feel like, that's somewhere where I would really enjoy playing. How you always, watch football and you think teams where you feel like you will be able to fit in and you think that you will enjoy playing at. And I feel like Houston is one of those places. I feel like, playing in the SEC is like a direct pipeline to, playing in the league. You play some of the best players in the country. You play in the best conference and you play the best football. And, I was blessed to be able to play that for the last 3 years. And it really helped me become a better man and a better football player. My rookie season, I just feel like I want to come in and I just really want to earn the respect of my teammates and my coaches. C.J. Stroud gave us hell in the Peach Bowl. I don't remember him. I don't remember too many passes hitting the ground. And that was one of the few games that we really just didn't really have a true answer for the quarterback. So that's one thing that I vividly remember. Staff is bringing a lot of the guys who have the same mindset. Guys who really want to be successful, we're willing to eat off the floor.
The thing I like about the Lassiter pick, and again, it's been up and down, and you can talk about who was there that they didn't, who was there in front of them that got taken. But the thing I like about him is he is going to be in the mix as a long-term solution at cornerback. Because no matter what you think of Okudah, Henderson, you don't know what they're both working on 3 teams in 5 years, so you don't really know if you can develop anything. Maybe they're going to be a short-term answer or whatever. So Lassiter's going to have a chance. And whether it's playmaking, who knows about the speed? I've had my doubts, but he's going to have a chance to be opposite Derek Stingley for a while.
Seems like sometimes when we talk about drafts, and this is why sometimes I give a C grade just because you want to wait and see. It's not a cop-out, but it's like, let's see what happens. Wait and see. Like, you assume naturally, Lassiter can't start immediately at number 2 corner, so what are you going to do there? And in a perfect world, you want a guy who you can just plug and play and everything's going to be good. But second-round pick or not, if Lassiter is just a really, really good inside guy, like let's say for 4 years Lassiter is a really good inside guy, he's an upgrade over Des King, that's not a bad pick. Mm-hmm. That's not a bad pick. If Fisher develops into a guy that you feel good about starting in 2 years, that's not a bad pick. If Bullock is a starting safety or one of your top 3 safeties, it's not a bad pick because 50% of the time, at least, these guys aren't even playing. And that's what I think is important to look at when it comes to these guys. Now, first round, you want the guy to start immediately, but If it just there's ideal roles that we envision, and then there might be something that the Texans are looking at when it comes to depth, toughness, all that. Blake Fisher was the most polarizing pick. The idea that the Texans would invest this much at the tackle position and then draft a tackle was surprising to many. Now, what is their vision for Blake Fisher? I don't think we'll fully know. We don't know what the conversation was like with Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. We don't know if they envision this guy playing only when called upon or perhaps beating someone else. But when you hear Blake Fisher talk, he describes his game as dominant. That is how he describes it. He also has history with Jared Patterson, who the Texans kind of stole in last year's draft. Did a good job starting at center in his rookie season. Let's get to know. We've gotten to know Lassiter a little bit. Let's get to know Blake Fisher and how he describes his game and what he brings to the Texans.
I would just say dominant. CJ's a baller. His mentality every time he hits the field is a winner's mentality. Great coaching staff. They love ball. On top of loving ball, they just really love their players. Players, coaches. Really want their players to be successful and want to find all the ways that they can. Help their players be successful. Been through a lot, man. Ups and downs of college. Getting hurt freshman year, coming back. The opportunity to, play at the highest level. But didn't know the interest was this high. But, love this opportunity, especially being able to be, back with, one of my OGs from, college, Jared Patterson, and, young and upgrowing team, just being able to contribute, just bring, what I bring to the game, to this program or to this organization. I talk to JP quite often, really, especially going through this process, is making sure that, I'm crossing my I's or dotting my I's, crossing my T's on everything. And, if I'm unaware about something, just reaching out to him and, asking him for confirmation and or, just, his thought on it, going through the process. But I would definitely say, JP he's a great dude, great football player. It's exciting to be back with him for sure. So within that blessing, there's going to be adversity, that comes, even without, the last 2 days, whatever, it's been a day and a half. But, I knew God had a plan and, man, God did.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, you said polarizing. I mean, it's only because that's a pretty high, that's a lot of capital that they invested for a tackle when they have the two.
And maybe the goal is to lower that investment eventually once you have to. It's not really optional. Right now you have a lot of options. Do we want to invest this much at the receiver? Do we want to invest this much at tackle? Once C.J. Stroud's making $50, $60 million a year, that becomes a little bit difficult, so it's not even an optional thing. Kalen Bullock, USC. I've never seen the war room this pumped up. This was an excited war room. You saw D'Amico, you saw Caserio, pretty excited. The confidence in this guy is insane. You'll hear an incredible display of confidence from him at 11:35. Move over, Caleb Williams. But here's Kalen Bullock giving you a little audio of what he brings to the Houston Texans in that swarm mindset.
When I took the visit to Texas, it felt great. The whole coaching staff, they welcomed me with open arms. Everybody loved me, and I love the coaching staff there too, and everybody else who was on the staff. So I kind of knew I had a good feeling that it would be a chance that I would go there. It's great to have a coach like that, especially he relates to the players. Like you said, he was a former player also, so he knows what it takes. He knows what us players go through. So he's going to be able to relate to us, and I know he's a really awesome coach. So defense, it's a real young defense. They got some young pieces on the defense. I know the defense, they're going to play their heart out every single play. Everybody's on the defense seems really close. When I went to the facility, I got to meet some of the guys also and got to talk to them. And they were just telling me, like, it's a real family up there. And I know that me going into this team, I know I'm going to be walking with open arms and I'm going to hop on the train and get the rolling with the team, with the defense. And we're gonna go out here and make plays.
So we're going to get to who I think is my favorite player in this draft in just a second. But Bullock is pixie dust. Like he is the epitome of what you hope D'Amico can do for a player. Because while Blake Fisher was polarizing where he was taken, Bullock is polarizing because of how he's played. in certain games. A ball hawk, gets some interceptions, but also has been kind of out of position in some cases. Maybe not, the tackling very, very high, letting people get by him, all that stuff. So he is the number one candidate for being the player you should be most excited that D'Amico's going to get his hands on.
He brings something they don't have.
Yeah.
Like, you can make a case that they already have an inside corner. They have a bunch of bodies, a bunch of guys. In Lassiter, you can make a case, and Nick Caserio has tried, no matter how many eyes roll, that they have not one but two elite tackles. They don't have a safety who can see ball, get ball.
Yeah.
They just don't. So, however this guy puts it together, that he provides something that they do not have. Cade Stover, we've heard Nick Caserio talk about him. He absolutely loves Cade Stover. Comes from a farm town in Ohio. Actually was playing DN in the bowl game against Utah a few years ago. Been at the tight end position for a couple of years. Pretty good receiver, pretty good blocker. Still kind of a work in progress, but looked at as one of the top 3, top 4 tight ends in the draft. Here's Cade Stover talking about what he brings to the Houston Texans, and let's see if you love him as much as Nick Caserio after you hear him speak.
Nothing's ever gone like how it's supposed to on pen to paper in my life. I feel like I'm battle tested, and I feel like I'm ready to go. I'm planning on just playing as long as I can. They're getting just a complete utility player. Basically, I'm going to do whatever you ask me to do at 100% everything I got every single time, and I'm going to be the exact glue in the locker room. I'm going to be a dude people can come to when things go wrong, and I'm just excited to help this team any way I can. Man, I love blocking. I do. I'm going to throw my face in the fire every chance I can get. Might not always be pretty, but I promise you're going to get every ounce of power I got. They're getting just a complete utility out. Like I said earlier, I mean, I'm going to do anything possible to help this team win, and that's all I got.
There's my favorite. Just because the opportunity, the options for him to actually get on the field a lot.
And I actually think that Andrew Beck might be threatened here. I know we look at the
Could be.
tight end position.
Yeah.
I think he might be able to do some of the same stuff that Andrew Beck does. Little better receiver. I don't know if he's a better blocker or not. He might be. And he's still a work in progress. You call yourself a utility guy, that's a hell of a way to make yourself valuable on a football squad. Then there's Jamal Hill. This is an interesting one. So Jamal Hill has been playing linebacker for 1 year. He was a safety in high school. He was, I think, the 40th recruit in the nation at the position. He went to Oregon, played safety until last year. Dan Lanning, who is a guy who specializes at the linebacker position, actually coached linebackers for Kirby Smart at Georgia 4 years. He moved Jamal Hill to linebacker last year, in large part because he talked about how the game was changing, need to be versatile, need to cover tight ends, need to move around a lot. Little known fact, Christian Harris had only been playing linebacker for 3 years when D'Amico Ryan started coaching him. He was actually corner, wide receiver, running back in high school, but immediately started at linebacker for Nick Saban. And D'Amico Ryans kind of took him under his wing last year, and you saw Christian Harris kind of start to put it together on the back end of the season. This is going to be a guy who I think D'Amico is going to take a hands-on approach with, and we talk about a lot of these guys developing, and Lassiter you want to develop into a top 2 corner, Fisher you want to develop into a starting tackle, Bolick a starting safety. If Jamal Hill can be a 2-down, 2-phase player. And by that, I mean 2 downs, 3rd down, and 4th down. And by the 2 phases, I mean defense and special teams. I think that's a successful pick, especially in the 6th round. Last year, the Texans could not guard tight ends. It was actually kind of a disaster. So this is a guy, he's a little bit raw. He's got a lot of versatility. He provides a skill set that they don't have. This is a guy that I think D'Amico Ryans is going to be really excited to coach. And if he can develop into that, and he might find his way on the special teams early on, he's got a big opportunity there. It's going to be interesting. Let's hear from him. Jamal Hill, by the way, the son of a drill sergeant. He said I think he described his dad as a real one during his media availability. But here is Jamal Hill talking about what he brings, and this is who I think might be one of D'Amico's most intriguing prospects and perhaps a guy that he can sprinkle some of that dust on because had he been playing the position for a year. Here we go.
Coach Lennon and Coach Todd Lupoy sold me the vision of me playing linebacker and just how the game is changing, how I can help my team and how I can help NFL teams in the future. Guy like Coach Lennon and Coach Toss that have been around some of the best linebackers that then came out the last 10 years. I just jumped at the opportunity, and I appreciate them for seeing that vision with me. My ability to cover tight ends, running backs, and like number threes in certain formations, those were kind of the main factors. I fit wherever they want me to fit at. Like, I'll be the long snapper, the water boy. It don't matter. They drafted me to play linebacker. If that changes in the future, it is what it is. I'll do whatever they ask me to do on special. I know that's probably going to be my path these first couple of years. I'm not shying away from that. Like, I'm going to give them everything I got.
Speed is his calling card, and I absolutely believe he's going to be, integral in special teams for sure. But we're going to see what kind of reps he can get because they've had some issues covering linebackers, covering backs out of the backfield and tight ends, and that's one of the things that he's done well.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited to see what this kid brings. I'm intrigued by him. The whole Dan Lanning moving him around, versatility, and then D'Amico Ryans gets a chance to figure out what he's going to do with him. I think that's going to be an intriguing pick, and the preseason is going to be interesting to see how each of these guys. Like, you got to think each of these guys are going to get opportunities with the first team in preseason, and when you're building depth, that's kind of the stuff you got to look at. A lot of stuff is kind of set in stone. This is not, and there's a lot of possibilities. A lot of. I don't like Jamal Hill. They're not asking you to do a ton. We can work our way into that, but this year, special teams, you're going to spend some time with Frank Ross. And covering tight ends, that's really what they're going to ask you to do.
Yeah, that's where he can make some hay and turn some heads. It's what he did well at Oregon. He's not real big, but he's very fast, and he can get side to side. That like normally a 6th-round pick, you'd think, all right, whatever, we'll see, special teamer. I think he's going to get some chances. And you mentioned preseason. I think that's where he's going to really be able to see something.
Yeah, y'all mentioned preseason. Yeah. They do have an extra preseason game, too. So I don't think nobody gonna play in the Hall of Fame game outside. None of the starters.
You guys might be ready.
Yeah,
might get our first look at them.
Yeah,
how about that? That's your Texans prospects in their own words on the text line. Big Hardo right here. 512. Shout out to 512. Talk is cheap. Show me.
All about what?
Just talking about getting to know the kids in their own words. They got to show you on the field.
Okay, Cowboy.
Well, quit talking then, man.
Yeah.
Wait till we get out on the field.
Yeah.
Is he not supposed to talk?
What are they supposed to do? What could they have done at this point? You want me to go give you a workout?
Show me.
It doesn't matter till you strap on the pads.
Maybe we can. We'll be sure to let you know on rookie.
Talk is cheap.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. The 7-3, yes, Mel Kiper gave the Texans the best grade in the division. That's interesting. I guess I
don't know if that's good or bad.
I don't know if I'm supposed to celebrate that or not. I'm
gonna pull a Nick Casseri. I don't care about no draft.
I'll tell you
grades.
what though, Mel Kiper gets a lot of grief every year. It's just comforting.
You have to have him up there.
It's just comforting.
I feel like they don't.
He's not washed.
I don't know what's going on with. I feel like he need to be up there more, man.
The word I would use, it's just comforting seeing him up there. Like he's always been up there. He's got to be up there.
He's not washed.
No,
he's still putting in the work. You got to have Mel Kiper up there. He's not there yet.
Yeah.
It's not like he's like diminishing and losing his skills. You can tell he's still putting just as much effort. He's giddy. He's happy to be there. Shout out to Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper grades though. Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah.
TBD. Coming up next, does C.J. Stroud have a massive target on his back? Someone in this room believes the answer is yes. We'll discuss next.
In the Loop.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
C.J. Stroud getting a lot of love this offseason, but does he have a target on his back? John Lopez believes the answer to that is yes. He will explain.
Got a target on my back.
Now, here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Going to be a good year to watch some quarterbacks, man. Going to be a really good year. So when it comes to C.J. Stroud, like people all of a sudden are going to start comparing themselves in their rookie season or their early in their career to C.J. Stroud, which last year we were wondering about that. So he's going to. There were 6 quarterbacks, as we know, taken in the top 12 picks. Stroud's going to go head to head with possibly, Caleb Williams, Drake May, and J.J. McCarthy. That's just
it's light work.
You think
it's light work?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it's going to be a really good year for Texans fans to watch C.J. Stroud. Maybe stack himself up against he is going to stack himself up against some of the greatest quarterbacks in the game, but maybe take even another leap. Like take even another leap from where he did yesterday, because you got those 3. Then you got other young quarterbacks. Anthony Richardson, he's going to be compared to C.J. Stroud. They're going to play him twice. Will Levis, play him twice. Jordan Love, play him this year. And then on top of that, you got Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Dak, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Tua, Goff. Has there ever – I can't remember a better season of, like, just quarterback matchups.
No, and I think this it's a good jersey exchange year for CJ.
All of them.
Pretty popular jersey exchange guy, so it's a good jersey exchange year for him. This is a 4 or 5 primetime season for the Texans, I think. And the other thing about these quarterbacks, it's not like these guys are on islands. These are good squads too.
No,
it's not just the quarterbacks.
Yeah, for sure. But in a weird way, it kind of makes me feel better about the Texan season. Because, Stroud takes this stuff. We heard him the other day. You're sitting next to one, talking about killers. I think he takes these things personally. I know he's going to take the J.J. McCarthy personally, because McCarthy beat him in the horseshoe in 2022. And then, of course, you're facing Mahomes. I mean, he
might take the McCarthy the most personally.
He might take the McCarthy the most personally. He absolutely might. But then Mahomes, you're facing him. Could be early in the season. Dak in Dallas and the Micah rivalry and all that stuff. Lamar Jackson, who beat you. Like, I feel better about C.J. Stroud when he's facing the highest level of competition, because he's just one of those dudes.
Well, he's got to have a good squad around him. I mean, it didn't work against Baltimore. I mean, they've got to. Have they helped him? I mean, I think they've upgraded at running back. They've added Stephon Diggs. So they haven't been too CJ dependent, and they've improved the defense. So it would be very, very discouraging if they went into this offseason, they just expected CJ to elevate everyone. But I think regardless of how you feel about the draft, regardless of how you feel about the offseason, like as a whole, I would say they've elevated his surroundings and put him in a better position to be able to, go into Baltimore in January or whenever it is and succeed. So I do feel like they have at least improved his surroundings to where he's in better position to be able to perform against these guys.
I also think we're not really kind of taking into account he's going to make a leap from year 1 to year 2. It as great a year as he had last season, I think he can be like miles better. Just because he's not a rookie anymore. It's not all happening at once, coming at him at once. It's his squad. He's much more comfortable as the guy. And then he's going to be facing these guys. I think CJ is going to elevate even more.
Do you think he's kind of facing a little bit of a challenge, though, in that, I mean, last year he wasn't the number 1 pick. Hell, he had a damn Cheetos commercial where he talked about being number 2. There were some question marks. Nobody was really expecting the Texans to do anything. I do wonder if, while you expect him to come back stronger, that there is a lot of love that he's getting. I'm not saying he wasn't always getting love. And really, it didn't take him too long to get it around the league. It only took him a few weeks a month or so before he was kind of the toast of the league. But this is not similar. Like the expectations, the questions, the praise, it is a little bit different than how he came into the league last year, where there were at least some question marks. Hell, we didn't even know he was going to be the starter until a week before the season. Now this is just completely his squad.
Yeah. There's nothing really about him that would. No, everybody's susceptible to quote unquote getting the big head or reading your press clippings, whatever you want to call it. There's nothing about him that would say that he's going to be anything but even more focused and more plugged in. And again, it kind of comes back to the schedule. He knows who he's facing. You know, everybody else says, well, they don't really play against each other. Yeah, they do. I mean, they know who each other, who the quarterback is on the other squad.
Yeah, that's what the graphic is.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about right there, head to head.
Yeah.
How many times do you see head to head? This guy's this head to head against this guy.
Mm-hmm.
979 says, I think CJ will have more interceptions this year. He got lucky on a lot of them last year. I think that's probably true. I mean, that's not a. I mean, he said that himself. So you're not saying anything that CJ doesn't know. There were some times where he got lucky and maybe interceptions could have been had. So yeah, I don't. I don't anticipate him throwing as few interceptions last year. I really don't have a problem with it. You got receivers, force it to him every once in a while. I don't have any issue with that. And, oh, by the way, the defense is better. So, yeah, I could definitely see that. I could see him not being as good statistically, although that's might be a little bit hard to imagine. But, yeah, the interceptions last year, I could easily see. You only threw 5.
Yeah.
I mean, so, yeah, it could have easily been 10 or whatever, and he'll be the first to tell you that.
Yeah, and more interceptions is not necessarily a lot of interceptions, if that makes too many interceptions, if that makes sense. If he throws 9 or 10 interceptions, but they're moving the ball at a better clip, scoring more touchdowns, having a better, who cares? Like, it's not like he's going to throw 18 to 20 interceptions by any stretch.
We got an update on Tank Dell. Very interesting. We'll give that to you when we play the hits. Very fortunate situation for Tank Dell. Also got some interesting advice from a former NFL player. We'll get into that when the hits are lit, coming up in about 9 minutes. 713 on the text line. Shout out to all the people on the YouTube and the Twitch. If you're not subscribed to the Sports Radio 610 YouTube, go ahead and do that. You can watch the show as well as ride along with the comments. CJ seems like a guy locked in on being great, not famous, just being great. I guess so. I mean,
you can do both.
You can do both.
You can do both. But yeah, I don't think he's like changed or anything. I don't think he's gone Hollywood.
I think his priority is being great. But everybody likes to be famous.
But he still got Brian Burns.
Yeah.
So he's trying to do both.
Everybody likes to be famous.
Main thing, the main thing.
A lot of people do anyway.
Main thing, the main thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the CJ Stroud line. Keep the main thing, the main thing.
Yeah.
Texans' next media availability. I've heard some people ask about that. Seen some people ask about that. It's been May 6th, I believe, golf tournament.
Mm-hmm. That's their annual.
I'm sure they'll be asked about Tank Dell and all that. So we'll see that. Does this team really have a big target on their back? Like I've heard Hunter versus Hunted. Do you think we're the other problem that maybe we're kind of skipping some steps? You know, we've talked about all these matchups. We're not even really talking about the division. Texans are favored to win the division. I think the AFC South's kind of getting slept on. Texans are damn near even money to win this division. CBS had them at plus 105, which is basically just an even money bet.
Mm-hmm.
Jags are plus 270. Colts are plus 330. Titans 8-1. The division's kind of getting slept on. There's not too much excitement out of Indianapolis. Tennessee, they're trying to make themselves sound excited, but nobody's really looking at them as a contender. The Jags, they were supposed to be God's gift to the division. Not a lot of people. Is it possible that the division is getting a little bit slept on? And I'm as guilty of this as anyone.
Yeah, I think C.J. Stroud, as I mentioned here, kind of has a target on his back because all the quarterbacks are going to compare themselves to each other. But the Texans, nobody's circling the calendar. You know, nobody's circling the Texans on the calendar is like, all right, that's the one we got to get. They're not there yet.
Colts might.
Well, no, the division's a different thing. Yeah, I think the Jags might. I think the Colts might for sure. You know the Titans are, just because of the rivalry that's kind of brewing there. No, the division's a little bit different thing, but I mean, it's not like, Aaron Rodgers is thinking, boy, we got to get to that Texans game, or Patrick Mahomes or anything like that. They're not there yet, but they're going to be, they're obviously going to be in the mix.
Coming up in the hits, an update on Tank Dell, a call-up for the Astros, and the D'Amico factor and CJ factor when it comes to the confidence of some of the newest faces for the Houston Texans. The hits are lit next.
1043 network.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
How close was Tank Dell to disaster? This was an update from the Seminole Police Department with kind of like a scouting report / breakdown of the situation that Tank Dell found himself in.
Let me show where Tank Dell, Nathaniel Dell, is obviously a third-round 2023 draft pick, 69th overall from the Houston Texans, somebody who was a star athlete in the Daytona Beach area, known to a lot of people there. He is standing literally between the firearm altercation. The video shows that he's walking. His report, because he is a victim in this case, he has been injured as a result of this. His report was that he saw this, or actually he saw what was going on. He took his cell phone out, had his cell phone in his hand, but you can see the position that he's in. He's right in the middle of this firearm altercation. And again, we will continue to work with him as a victim in this particular case.
All right, and he running away. There was one dude who kind of hopped. I tried to follow the video as best I can. It's a lot. Tank Dell, okay, whatever the hell that means, but Tank Dell reportedly okay. Don't know if this impacts him on the field or not. Who knows?
First of all, just absolutely terrifying, as you can imagine. I appreciated the draft profile that he started the whole
69th
thing.
overall pick, third round pick.
Started the whole thing with
he said obviously like that was a known fact. Obviously he's
clearly a Mel Kiper fan. He was given a draft profile.
Obviously third round pick, 69th overall.
I was waiting on the draft music to play.
I was waiting for him to give strengths and weaknesses. A little size might be an issue, but
with that ESPN draft music really going.
And oh, by the way, he's a victim in this crossfire here. That part was just absolutely remarkable. I mean, just literally between two guys shooting at each other, and he got hit, but it doesn't seem to be anything. Of course, that's easy to say for me, but it doesn't seem to be very serious. But just absolutely counting his lucky stars. There's got to be, by the way, a little bit of PTSD for at least a few days. It's tough to go to sleep.
A few days,
at least. A few days. That would be hard to just kind of shake off.
And there was a viral video from Ocho Cinco. He was with Shannon Sharp, talking about his interaction with Tank Dell and his advice for him.
Altercation, but was simply caught in the crossfire. Remember?
I shot him.
Ain't got no name on it.
Yeah, he showed no. I shot him a text message. Too, man. Tell him, be in my prayers, man. Be in my prayers. And after that, he responded back and said, everything is good. I'm good. I appreciate you. And I just told him, you got to move a little different, baby. You got to move a little different. I understand it's the off season. You want to enjoy yourself. You want to go out and have fun with your friends and your homeboys, but you got to move differently. You just have to. You have to. And the people that you surround yourself with should understand that you have to move differently. You shouldn't be at places anyway, for one, where they can carry.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
So don't go anywhere where they can carry?
Yeah, good luck with that. I
heard him say don't go anywhere where there's not a pat down too. So don't go to Chili's. Don't go to We'll go to Grace's.
Church.
We'll go to church. Like what are we saying here?
It's frustrating to me. That's truly because people are going to say something. Move a little differently. I mean, what are you going to do? What could you possibly do differently there? That was a private event.
And see, a lot of clubs and bars do have security guards there patting you down.
Yeah.
So that's why I said this was a different circumstance. It seemed like it was a little more intimate where they didn't have any security probably or something like that.
But wasn't it a security guard that disarmed the guy? So there was something there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was absolutely something. But I mean, like, what are you supposed to do? Yeah, it's just the way things are right now.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of stuff. Ocho Cinco is always an interesting dude. He has some OG wisdom, but sometimes I won't say it's hard to take him serious, but he's not always serious.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's like studying the situation and what it was and stuff. So I saw that. I just find it weird that now Ocho Cinco, like people are talking about Tank Dell like he's,
yeah.
Pac-Man Jones or something like that.
And I think what Ocho said, I think it was fair to say. I think you should say that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be careful.
Yeah, I think everybody should be careful.
Mm-hmm. Here was a new Texan, Tank Dell, with rookie last year. This was Jamal Hill. We've heard a lot of players talk about this as we play the hits here on In the Loop. Jamal Hill out of Oregon, 6th-round pick, talking about the D'Amico factor that it seems like free agents, rookies alike, often like to mention.
Man, it's so crazy watching the playoff games, bro. Just watching the passion that he coached with, him being like a former player, and just hearing the stories about him being like a player coach and stuff like that. From the times that he was in San Fran being a coordinator, I mean, I wouldn't want to be coached by nobody else. Excited for the opportunity.
Is he the most intriguing draft pick?
Jamal Hill, I don't know. I think he's intriguing with D'Amico. Played linebacker 1 year, provides something that they've had issues with, covering tight ends, kind of special teamer. Dan Lanning thought enough of him to move him to linebacker. I think he's interesting. I think he's definitely going to be someone that D'Amico takes under his wing, being the linebacker coach and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, I think he and Bullock are, to me, the most intriguing. And they both have similar reasons why. And that would be the D'Amico pixie dust.
The connection between C.J. Stroud and Cade Stover, it's been mentioned a couple of times. Here was Cade Stover, 4th-round pick, tight end out of Ohio State, talking about his relationship with C.J. Stroud.
Man, I just, to be honest with you, it was no surprise to me or anybody in that Ohio State facility. We knew that dude was special, and when he got the chance, got put with the right people and right coaching staff, the dude's unbelievable. Just such an honor to play with CJ again. They got something really special going down there in Houston, so I'm just really, really excited to be a part of it here. And a lot of emotions right now, hard to put into words, but I'm excited to contribute any way I can at that point. We've always had a good relationship all the way through college. We were captains together at Ohio State, so we shared a lot of time there together. And then before Pro Day, he came up, and we threw that night before Pro Day, and we've stayed in touch, I feel like, pretty well. He's just an awesome human and even a better teammate.
All right, there you go, another captain. Okay.
He's got like
they love
6
captains.
of them.
Texans love captains.
Yeah.
Kalen Bullock, really interesting guy out of USC. He was asked about competing with Caleb Williams at USC, and let's just say this guy doesn't lack confidence.
Yeah, well, first question, competing against Caleb Williams every single day, it was a blessing because I know he's one of the best on that side of the ball, and he knows I'm one of the best on this side of the ball. So he pushed me every single day. I'll push him every single day, and we kind of hold each other accountable every single day, on and off the field. So that's a real close friend of mine, and I know that he's gonna kill it where he's at right now. But it was really good going against him, and then USC prepared me for this next level, like you said. It's everybody on the sideline. I got a lot of good resources around me, so I know I could reach out. I have great people like Taylor Mays in the room with me, who was once in my position as a safety, and I know like he helped me develop my game and helped me to what to expect at the next level. So I know I'm fully prepared for this.
Not lacking confidence, and I think very much, as I mentioned earlier, just intriguing because of what the situation he was in defensively was not ideal, but his skills were never a problem.
Said Caleb Williams, got to see me too.
Yeah.
Astros tonight, they start a series against the Cleveland Guardians. Guardians, the best run differential in all of the MLB. They're 19-9. Astros 9-19. After this series, will be about 20% through the season. I don't know, is there any moment I can point to and say this is a pivotal moment for the Astros? At what point does that happen? Is it you're 6.5 games out right now of Seattle? Seattle's pitching is just through the roof. The Rangers are 1 game above 500. They're 5.5 up on you. They don't feel like they've played well, and they got some injuries. At what point is there any pivotal moment that you can point to and say, or is there any time? I need all the It's Early Baseball folks. Let me know. At what point do we say, okay, they got to be this by this time? Because I'm going to maintain that they got to win 90 games. That's what I'm going to maintain.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any pivotal moment that I point to? Is there any moment that you want to avoid? How are we supposed to look at this squad and have like a clear picture?
I think, how far out can they be at the All-Star break? All-Star break, middle of July.
Typically teams that are like 8 out are sellers, right? I mean, isn't that there's been times
always exceptions. There have been some that have made the big runs and all that. And actually texting with Captain Scott, a huge Astros fan, as I've talked about before. He says, "Well, let's wait till the All-Star break. Let's see if they can get to 500. 500 by the All-Star break. That would be cause for a parade at this point.
500 parade,
the 500 parade by the All-Star break." And I'm only kind of half kidding because like if they're just 6 back at the All-Star break, that's a tall task, but that would be a victory, right? So like I always talk about those moments in time, but the All-Star break is when you really have to start. It's nut cutting time. That's when you have to say we're going to trade this guy, we're going to trade this guy. We're sellers. We're going to bring up this prospect and let him learn on the job. So like. I think All-Star break, you've got to be at least within 6 at the All-Star break, and that's a big ask.
Within 6, that's a good thing to follow, though. That's fun. I'm down with that. Let's get within 6. That's the rally cry here. Not take it back or
what is it? Relentless this year?
Relentless.
Yeah.
Get within 6. Hashtag get within 6 before break. Let's get that out there. Let's get that hashtag going. NBA, the Lakers get swept. LeBron James, future.
Gentleman sweep.
Uncertain.
Yeah.
Uncertain. Oh, yeah. 4.
They got one.
My bad. They got one. Gentleman sweep.
He's still in the GOAT conversation now.
Yeah, okay. They take the first and then lose 4. LeBron James, future unknown. There are reports, though, from James, among others, that the Lakers are willing to draft Bronny James to make LeBron's dream of playing with his son.
They should do it. Go ahead.
A reality.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Do it. Do it for LeBron.
Do they have to?
No, I'm saying they should.
No, what I'm saying, like, is anyone going to draft him? Can't you just invite him to camp?
Well, that too.
Is anyone going to draft this kid?
Go ahead and do that, man.
They will if they want LeBron James.
You go, Lakers. Do it for the story. Draft Bronny. Come on, man. What are we doing here? Well, like, seriously, what are we doing here?
Trying to satisfy LeBron, man.
Raphael Stone about to draft LeBron.
1-4, man.
He about to draft Bronny.
1-4. The Jags, they've released Zay Jones. Zay Jones is gone. This after they got Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU, they are releasing him. And this might be one. I don't know if this is sad or cool or what. Former wide receiver Jarvis Landry, a 5-time Pro Bowl selection, who did not play in the NFL last season. He is participating in Jags rookie minicamp in 2 weeks. Why does he have to do this? Is he not ready to go?
Sad,
What's going
man.
on?
Nah, that's sad.
This is a 5-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
This was a key part of a playoff squad a couple years ago in Cleveland. Seemed like a name that would always come up for the Texans, like whenever receivers would get hurt. What's up with Jarvis Landry? Not only does he want to play, it seems like he wants to play bad enough to where my man is going to go to a rookie minicamp on the 10th.
Is it sad, Figgy, or is it just like this is him?
Just knowing where he started and all that stuff.
Yeah, how he's fallen.
Yeah, he left Cleveland, went back home to New Orleans.
Yeah.
That didn't work out, and he's been out the league since.
Or is it just him like saying this is how committed I am to wanting to play? I think that's part of the equation as well.
Okay. Well,
I feel like it was a lot of people committed wanting to play, but play that bad to join rookie minicamp?
Yeah.
The next questions for the Texans, now that the draft is gone, what are the biggest questions facing the Texans heading into camp? We'll address lunchtime next.
How does Coach 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Questions that have been answered by Nick Caserio and questions that remain post-draft. What are the biggest questions facing this squad as we head into the season now that the draft has concluded? What do you feel best about? What do you feel worst about? I'll start with the wide receiver core. You have to feel pretty good about this wide receiver core when you add Stephon Diggs to it. Would you like perhaps guys on the back end to stay healthy, maybe take the next step? John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson, yes. But as far as top end 1 through 3, I won't say I don't think that. You've never felt this confident about the top end of a wide receiver core with the Houston Texans than you do with Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and Stephon Diggs in no particular order. I don't know that you can feel much better than that.
Yeah, I don't know how many times you've had that kind of proven depth. And I know the proven can be relative in terms of Nico and Tank being a rookie last year. But to have that kind of proven depth, it's been a while, maybe since the Andre and late days of Andre. You know,
well, I don't even know that he ever had a number 2 guy, though. Really?
Well,
like as far as the top end, like I don't like 1 through 3. I don't know that Andre. I think that was one of the bigger knocks.
What, didn't DeAndre and him have a little crossover?
But that was on the back end of Andre.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they were never really
at the end of Andre's career. That would be about the closest.
Yeah, I mean, I would say even DeAndre and Will Fuller, that Deshaun Watson, with how good Fuller was with Watson. But as far as 1 to 3, I don't know that you've ever felt that that good about it. D'Amico's defense was something that they emphasized. The D-line, I would say they answered those questions. I know that the interior of the D-line, not the big names that many people would have hoped, but when you add Danielle Hunter, you add Autry, Will Anderson's naturally going to get better. I would say the talent on the edge increased significantly, and I think as a result of that, indirectly, it positively impacts the secondary
and linebackers. To be honest, I think one of my big concerns, if you're talking about how you're feeling after the draft, looking at the roster, and there's still going to be some more tweaking of the roster to do, but my only question would be linebacker. But the linebackers got better with what they did up front. Not to mention the secondary, as you mentioned.
The O-line. A lot of it has to do with injuries. If you look at this O-line and you know that you have Titus Howard coming back, you have the guys on the interior coming back, hell, you drafted a tackle in the second round. While we were addressing all the needs leading up to the draft, there was a portion of fans, portion of loopholes, people on the text, people on the YouTube that would say, well, the O-line is still the main problem, which seems like we've been hearing that for freaking ever. Do you feel any better about this offensive line, just given the fact that there's going to be more health?
No. I mean, that's not the right thing to say when you got 2 guys that are that highly paid. But I don't feel better about the offensive line. That's a prove-it, unit, so to speak. But still, I know what Laramie Tunsil can do. So I'm not worried there. I don't know what Titus Howard can do. I don't know what Kenyon Green's going to be. I don't know about I feel good about Juice Scruggs, but you don't know. Shaq Mason, who knows where that's going to be. Blake Fisher, where does he fit in? Like the offensive line right now is probably the one area where you're like, you shrug your shoulders and you go, well, let's see. let's see how they look, because I think it's going to change. And I don't think there's going to be a lot of patience, especially on the interior offensive line, if they're not producing.
Yeah, the exterior should be a non-negotiable. Like, you should be good there.
But is it?
Given the ROI, I don't know. I think it all rests on kind of Titus Howard. I also want to see how Tunsil's moving as well. I mean, he had the hurt knees last year. Can you rely on that? Then you have the natural, and this is kind of, it can be over-romanticized depending on how you look at it, the target on the back. You guys have gone from being the hunter to the hunted. I don't know that that's really a factor with the way that D'Amico Ryans carries himself. I don't think that too many guys on this team think that they're coming into a situation where the division is just theirs. I think those are the expectations. I think that's what they're going to work for. But as far as like some sort of rat poison being consumed and rat poison being eaten, if the Texans lose the division this year or if there's a fall off outside of other variables, my trust in D'Amico says it's not going to be because they ate some sort of rat poison or they ate the cheese. It's just going to be because this division, despite the fact that it doesn't seem like it's getting acknowledged as a division that was as close as it was last year, it's not going to be if they lose it because, well, they ate the rat poison.
No, look, that's the last thing that's going to happen. And if they don't win the division, and frankly, spoiler alert, I think they will. I think they've got the quarterback, they've got the proven players on both sides of the ball. We'll see. But if they don't win the division, it's going to be because the schedule is a lot tougher than it's been in a long time. The division was already sort of nipping at your heels or ahead of you all last season, and may have gotten better. And Indianapolis, it still has a wild card at quarterback that who knows how good he can be. So, yeah, no one's going to be reading any press clippings, that's for sure.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Then you have the Whoopie, what used to be the Whoopie, Houston Astros. 10 games under 500. If you want to talk about kind of the changing of the guard when it comes to the vibes here, listen to Nick Caserio at the end of his draft press conference. Old Nick, talking about baseball, the state of the Stros. After Giddy Caserio had put together his draft class, Nick Caserio, he went Oppo Easterby. Easterby was talking about the Astros playing baseball. Here was Nick Caserio talking about the once Whoopie of Houston sports.
No, we're excited with where the team is and excited with the players that are going to come in here in a few weeks. And it's football season. I know it's baseball season, which I know everybody's miserable all of a sudden, but it's football season for us. So,
all right,
kind of let his guard down there a little bit. Yeah. Kind of. I liked it. I like it. Kind of let his guard down, but he's not wrong either. Right now, it's I'm not used to it. Right, Houston's not used to it. It's going to be interesting to see if this continues, all year long. Then you go into next season with a lot of questions, and players certainly traded from the Astros or moved on or whatever, how this city reacts. Because it's giddy and it's fun, and the Astros are winning, and they're going to the ALCS. Boy, everybody's on the bandwagon, and it's awesome. But when things go bad, and especially if the Texans are rising, which they are, I mean, this could be like a pretty significant about face in this city.
Yeah, and I think people have been kind of starving for it. Just the uniform unveiling last week. Not even necessarily the release on social media, but just the overall party. I don't know that I've seen that much excitement. I do think, I don't want to call it a buzzkill. Day 2 of the draft, there wasn't as much oomph to it as anticipated. The build-up to it and then the actual picks, the process, it almost feels like now we'll wait and see. We'll see what happens. But it wasn't like initial excitement, which around here, that's not the end-all, be-all. There was displeasure when J.J. Watt was selected. So there's a lot of – but as far as like just excitement, day 2 of the draft is just
I think a lot of that is just because it wasn't the names that we were talking about as football fans, not just us on this show. So there was a little unfamiliarity. Like, so if you're like, oh, you're not drafting Edgar and James. Well, crap. You're not drafting, Cooper DeJean. Well, crap. You're not doing this because had been as a community, as a football community, we've been talking about these guys for so long.
You've been Edgar and Cooper. I was thinking Edgar and James that'd be sick.
Edgar and Cooper. It's just like, so it's kind of like oh, wait a minute, that's not the guy we were talking about. So I think that's part of it. But rest assured, the Texans right now are in the best position they've maybe ever been to just dominate the city.
What will it take to eliminate the trust? Is the Astros trust gone? Because you used to just trust the Astros. Is the Astros trust gone? Like, has it disappeared? I was talking to someone about this the other day, and they brought up the best point about the Astros and why the Astros, like, you can't expect the Astros to get back to where they were.
Mm-hmm.
It's impossible. And his whole line of thinking, and I think it was a good way to put it, is if you ever look at this stretch of dominance that the Astros have had, and it's not all their fault. There's multiple variables. But if you go from, let's just go from 17 to 24. Let's go 7 years. How many teams during that type of stretch have had 3 GMs?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's one thing to say, well, you know, this coach went away or you moved on from this coach. But how many teams, like, because typically when that happens, when you have that type of dominance and it's historical dominance, you have the same GM more times than not. Like, it's the same general manager. More times than not, it's even the same coach. So, like, the Cowboys, Jimmy Johnson can leave, and then you can go to a conference championship, and then you can win a Super Bowl with Barry Switzer, and the foundation that was laid out, it can last. You know, it can overcome, like, changes. But when you go from Jeff Luhnow to James Click, by the way, I might owe him an apology, by the way. I didn't know they were going to do it like this. You can even make a case that Jeff Bagwell had an offseason if you want to Jeff Bagwell and Reggie Jackson and all that type of stuff. And then you bring in Dana Brown. How are you going to maintain greatness, especially if philosophies are changing and you're having all these changes? So that's why I think the Astros are just plummeting. Like, you can't convince me. If you told me that Jeff Luhnow was still here or James Click was still here and that things were like at least resembling the way they were, then I would be able to say, okay, there's some light at the end of the tunnel. But how am I supposed to, with 3 or 4 GMs, depending on how you look at it, go back to 2017 and say, this is why it's going to stay this way? And I think when it comes to the Texans' trust, and you look at a draft like the Texans just had, and let's be honest, if you showed anyone this list of players, and you can be honest with yourself or you cannot, but if you just, without any preconceived notions and any thoughts that the Texans were the one who made these picks, if Landry Locker, John Lopez, or Figgy Fig put together a mock draft and we put the names that the Texans just selected on that mock draft, you would cook our asses.
Yeah.
You would do it. I mean, you would cook it. You'd be like, what in the hell are y'all? Y'all drafted a tackle? Lassiter? Are you kidding me? This guy ran a 4.6. Bolick? Did you watch his highlights? Stover? Goodness gracious. He's only been playing tight end for 2 years. What? Hill? He's played linebacker for 1 year. He was at Oregon. A running back in the 6th round? What about all these other good running backs? Oh, this guy, what position does this offensive lineman even play? Like, you would cook it.
Mm-hmm.
But because you trust D'Amico, because you trust Caserio, what they do, you can trust. The Astros have lost trust. And I think a lot of people, you're flying blind. You're basically blindfolded because you're trusting something that's not the same. Yeah, it's not the same. Like, if the Texans have a bad year and it's still Caserio and D'Amico, and I'm not trying to compare what they've done, but you trust it. You trusted Jeff Luhnow. You trusted A.J. Hinch. You kind of developed some trust for Dusty Baker and James Click. Then you didn't know that James Click was going to get replaced with Jeff Bagwell for a second. Now, all of a sudden, Dana Brown, what has he done to earn your trust? Yeah. So that's why when you talk about the arrow pointing up or the arrow pointing down, if you're supporting the Astros, you're doing so blindly. Like, there's no substance to it. We don't know these guys. Yeah. And it's not philosophically aligned. We've had a 7-year stretch with 3 or 4 different GMs. That's not normal. It's never happened.
I think, trust, that's the word that I said that came to mind when it came to the Texans draft. If you had one word to say, it's trust. Now, one word when it comes to where the Astros are and why they're declining, and they're declining, is I don't know if this is a word or a hyphenated word or 2 words. Not equipped. They're not equipped from the top down to be what they were. They don't have the prospects. They don't have the leadership that you just outlined. They don't have the pitching, the superstar pitching. They're not equipped to withstand any more of these losses. Like, they were once equipped to withstand Springer not being here and Correa not being here and Greinke moving on and Garrett Cole moving on. They are not equipped, and this is why I'm so adamant about they're done. They're done because this record last year or 2 years ago, they were still equipped to get better and get well.
Yeah.
They're not. They don't have the young talent anymore. They don't have the pitchers. Their relief staff would always overachieve. You know, like I'm talking about middle relievers, not even the back.
Yeah.
You could get guys that would just be overachieving because you had such a pool of relievers that you could pick and choose, like the ones that were having a good year or improving or whatever. The Astros are not equipped to win anymore.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, and the reality is, naturally it could have happened. Like, you could have
happens to everybody.
fallen off. You could have it could have happened, but there's no identity.
Yeah.
You used to find Ryan Presley. You used to find guys in the bullpen. Now all of a sudden, you're paying Montero $11 million. You're bringing in Josh. There's no identity.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same. So there's just that natural plummet. There's that natural fall, and it's not hard to see. Like, you can follow it blindly and cross your fingers and hope that some sort of switch is flipped, but
yeah,
you don't have A.J. Hinch, you don't have Dusty Baker. It also, on top of that, it doesn't feel like you hired a very good manager. Like, it doesn't feel like Joe Espada is a guy that you want leading any ball club, nonetheless this one. So that's where you're at, and it's just kind of like a little bit of a 180 with the Texans because it's very short, and there's way less of a body of work. And the Texans, spoiler alert, they will not have a 7-year stretch like the Astros had. I don't know that we see that in the history of this city, but the Texans, in a very short time, at the snap of a finger, they've earned trust while the Astros have lost it. And that's why you see all the excitement that you see with the Texans, even when they do something that no one in their right mind before would have been excited about. And you see the Astros now, it's kind of where they're at.
That's the other part of this. This city has never seen anything and never been as crazy in love with a squad like it's been with the Astros the last 7 years until the Texans get there, because it'll be times 5, times 10. And that's no slight to the Astros, because we know what they've done for this city, on the field, off the field, all of it. But this is, at its core, this is a football town, man. I mean, this is a football city, and it's going to be much bigger even than what the Astros, if they can do it.
It's crazy what's happened, but it has definitely happened. Coming up next, it is time to confess. Lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
What's Nick Casario's don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I hate this more than anything else. I referenced it earlier, but it's one of the things that's been kind of brewing across social media. The playoff hockey guy. I hate playoff hockey. Have you guys seen playoff hockey? Ain't nothing like playoff hockey. Playoff hockey is the best. Right now is one, and it's almost like it's more there because the Astros aren't really capturing anybody's attention. NBA playoffs are so. I'll get to that in a second. But if you're have you seen playoff hockey guy? I get it. Playoff hockey is good. I've liked it. I'm not a fan, but I get it. Playoff hockey guy. It is
fun to attend.
Oh God, that's the other part of it. You ever been to a playoff? You ever been to a hockey game? It is, but that's like the most cliche, trite, tired things every year. This time of year, it happens.
Yeah, and it's just kind of a lot, man. Because I don't know how much you really do. You really enjoy it?
How much do you? I mean, yeah.
We need another one of those fights at the very beginning.
The overtime is the worst.
On the drop of the puck? Yeah.
Overtime is when they have like the 3 overtimes. Like, this is so, man, this is boring, man. This is a lot.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't like that Tank Dell's getting talked about like he's Pac-Man Jones.
No.
I know that Ocho Cinco is perhaps trying to look out for him. It also feels like everybody is trying to set the scene as to what this vibe was like. We don't know what type of scene it was, what type of vibe it was. All I know is I've never heard anyone say that there's like some character concerns with Tank Dell. I saw a bunch of people around a pool having a good time, and it seems like there's some people that are saying you don't go to nightclubs, don't go out, what time you should go out, all this type of stuff. Dude, the dude's 22 years old.
Mm-hmm.
If he's going to be out past midnight, he's out past midnight. I do not like. Yes, obviously you're going to change things when you get shot, and you're going to look at things a little bit different. But this notion that he's just out there like that video of Pac-Man Jones holding out the gun at the club with like big stack of hundreds on it.
Just comparing him, just using in the same sentence, both those guys.
It's just the way that he's getting talked about. Yeah. It kind of bothers me. That's my confession.
And it should.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think the worst thing you can say about the Astros is what I'm feeling right now. Because it's one thing if you're raving about the Astros. It's one thing if you're criticizing the Astros or talking about some of their decisions or moves or Dusty or Maldonado or whatever. Right now, I'm feeling indifference. Like, I just feel like the Astros, and that's the worst way you can feel. You know, the old opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. That's where I'm feeling and where I am with the Astros right now. I just don't think they're interesting. They're just not interesting. I don't care to watch a lot of, and criticize me if you want. But tell me where I'm wrong. Are they an interesting team?
I mean, maybe you have like attachment to the guys.
Hunter Brown's not interesting.
No, but maybe you just have attachment towards the core of guys that we've become used to.
No, that's absolutely true. And you're hoping for the best for Altuve and all those. But you always, like I said in the last segment, you always had like these. You were equipped. You thought maybe Hunter Brown. No, he's not interesting. Forrest Whitley. Well, that lasted about 30 seconds.
Chump.
Yeah. Like some of these guys, J-Lo, Perfido, they're talking about, yeah. Okay, well, we'll see about that. They're just not an interesting team right now.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I never liked, speaking of the Astros, I never liked the whole hate us movement. Hate us, the shirts and the whole hate us movement and all that. I never really liked it because I don't know why.
Houston versus all y'all.
Yeah, I don't know why like a team that likable you would want to just embrace that. I feel like you would want to defend it. So welcoming the hate us and all that, it's fun when you're winning, but I think you're about to experience the negative of it now as the decline begins, and you're going to realize why maybe saying please hate us is not the best thing. I never liked that.
Yeah. I
never liked it.
Frankly, didn't either.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So there's a stat that's been going around all morning since the second round of the NBA playoffs have been taking shape. And my confession is, I'm kind of glad this is the case. The stat is this. This is the first time since 2005. Think about that. 2005.
Been a while.
That neither LeBron, Steph, or Kevin Durant have been a part of the second round of the NBA playoffs. I'm kind of, if I'm an NBA fan, I'm kind of glad about that.
Are you?
Yes. It's time, man. Like the NBA has had so much trouble, captivating fans' interest, and the ratings, have been, not exactly sterling compared to other things. It's time to move on. Even though I hate his commercial Chet, Wemby, obviously, some of these, a lot of these young, obviously Luka, but it's time. Get away from Kevin Durant and Steph Curry and LeBron. They had a great run. They were captivating. I'm kind of glad. Let's go. Next generation. You're going to need to help.
I'm actually glad the Suns got swept, man.
Yeah.
I hope that put an end to all this big three super team and all that stuff.
Absolutely.
They got embarrassed. I hope every team in the NBA try to stay away from that.
I feel bad about Chet's commercial that everybody's torching, because I think he's a big part. He and Wemby are the biggest parts of the future.
He completely crapped on your Christina Aguilera classic, though.
Dude, that was the worst part about it. That's Christina. Come on, man. You can do better than that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I know that this is going to be a popular topic among many of our listeners, but during our show, the much anticipated Kendrick Lamar diss of Drake was dropped. I got to tell you, I just don't really feel Kendrick Lamar, man. And maybe that just says stuff about my dense musical taste, where I only like some stuff from the South and all that. It's getting rave reviews on the internet. I really feel it, Figgy. Not really. Just doesn't really hit to me. Sometimes I don't even understand what the hell he's saying, if I'm being honest.
I'm not mad at you for that, man. I think Kendrick Lamar, he's one of those artists where you either love him or you just don't get him.
Where are you?
I think he's okay. I actually like his music. I'm not a stan or anything like that. I call it how it is, but a 6-minute diss song, man, I got to sit down and kind of relax and listen to this.
What are we doing? That's a drive home.
Yeah. And then he said a lot of stuff where you probably have to Google to see what he's talking about, and it's not really simple. And a lot of people are simple-minded.
And I'm a simp. So, I'm just confessing.
You have to break out the encyclopedia for Kendrick, man, to see what he's talking about.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I admit I probably read too much into this every single year. I'll say that right up front, because I always look at, like, okay, who are the undrafted free agents that the Texans are signing? Who are they bringing in? And what does it mean? Dude, they've only signed five players. Like, I don't know what's going on, if they're just not going to emphasize that. Like, Denver signed like 18. Detroit, some of the other teams signing, even Indianapolis signing 10 or 12 undrafted free agents. Texans have signed the wide receiver from South Dakota, the Twins from South Dakota State.
What are they going to do?
They're going to be a cool story for sports, local sports.
That's a local.
Yeah, local sports at night.
Let me sit these two guys down.
Yeah. So do y'all like whatever?
So which one of you guys?
And then 2 linebackers. So maybe that's what I should read too much into it. They have signed 2 linebackers, but only 5-6 players, I think.
Yeah, no.
That's weird.
Yeah. It's a Rudy free camp, man.
It is a Rudy free camp. British Brooks, a running back.
Looking for team scout. We're looking for team captains, not walk-ons.
Yeah.
Don't need that. out of here with that.
I don't know anything about British Brooks, but I'm going to find out. And it's going to be on KPRC or KTRK.
Oh, they're going to get to sit down with
Were
both
you
of
named
them.
after, were your parents British?
Those guys are going to get tired of each other, by the way.
The twins?
The twins?
Yeah. They won't be able to get away from each other. They had the video where they both got told they were going to Texans camp. I mean, are they going to push Mechie? Is Mechie going to get pushed by the twins?
Press conference together and all that.
I think John Mechie's got to be one of the happier guys with how this offseason's gone. CJ's giving him love. They didn't really address the back end. If they get rid of Robert Woods, what does that say about their trust in John Mechie?
Yeah.
Something to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
To say the very least.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm kind of intrigued by the draft grades that have been going around with Brandon Scott and John Harris. I know Nick Caserio hates draft grades, although he did say that he grinded out a win after the draft. So that sure as heck doesn't mean that he thought they did bad.
Yeah.
But John Harris, Brandon Scott have put out some draft grades. Intrigued by it. Brandon Scott seemed pretty generous. We'll take him to task on Thursday at 11. He was pretty generous with his grades, I thought.
I feel like he was really posing a little bit.
Posing?
Nick. He knows.
Oh, I thought you said B. Scott.
No, Nick. Like the whole, I don't know about this. Come on, man. Like if everybody's giving you great grades, you're not going to pay attention to them. You're not grading them yourself. You are every day. You're grading how you did on your draft. So a little bit of if he comes in and I talk to him, I'm going to ask him about that. He knows how it works. He knows how the game is played.
It's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, scary moments and what they can do for you. Tank Dell might be experiencing that as we speak. Next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing, man. Let's
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The Tank Dell thing, there's a lot of takes about it. Tank Dell, near-death experience. I don't think that's an exaggeration to call what went down with him a near-death experience. How exactly do you function after something like that? Because there's a lot of takes of, well, you got to move different. I get that. 22-year-old kid, though. Never really heard anything about him being in trouble. Never have heard any, character concerns about Tank Dell. Like, what does that do to you mentally, and what's really realistic to expect from Tank Dell, who didn't go out looking for trouble? He was literally right in between. Like, he was each side of him, like, I don't even know that he knew what was going on there. Like, each side of him, there was a conflict. What does that do for you, and what exactly is he supposed to do moving forward?
Yeah, at minimum, you're never gonna forget it, ever. At worst, you're gonna have a little PTSD for a while, and maybe it affects you. Now, I'm not saying it's gonna affect how he plays on the field or whatever. I'm just saying that's not a casual little, oh, wow, dodged a bullet there. No, you literally dodged a bullet. You literally missed getting killed by that much, perhaps. So that's not a little thing. I mean, that's going to stick with him, and he's never going to forget it. I mentioned earlier, we've all been in moments where we're like, ooh, that was close, some closer than others. No, there's some PTSD there. There's some you take a step back, take stock in what's important in your life, maybe appreciate things. All that. It sounds corny, but it's not when it's that real,
Yeah, and the thing that I'm really confused about when it comes to this Tank Dell thing is, does this kind of run in with everything that we've seen, like the bad moments that we've seen from Tank Dell? In other words, football is obviously a big part of his life, and in a few month stretch, he's had an injury, like a very scary injury, which he's bounced back from. And then he has a scary moment that he's never going to forget. Like this has to at least, I mean, maybe it makes you a better player. Like maybe it makes you kind of appreciate what you got with football right now. Because I've heard people say he needs to watch who he hangs out with.
I hate that.
Tell me who the hell he went to the club with. Like, if we're going to have hot takes like this where we find out a guy got shot, we see that he got shot. There's some people saying it's a nightclub. There's other people saying it's not. There's some people saying it's this and that. Like, tell me who he went to this club with and who he's supposed to not hang out with. Like, what if he was the one who wanted to go there? We don't know who Tank Dell was hanging out with. So it seems like also there's like a rush to have like some sort of extreme opinion on how Tank Dell should move, what Tank Dell should do, and who he should hang out with and stuff like that. Like, that's where I thought the Ocho Cinco stuff kind of got. That's where I kind of drew the line, and I was like, and I listen to the show all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I listen to Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco. It's a loose kind of sitting around chilling. This isn't Shannon Sharp putting on the $10,000 suit and going on First Take with Stephen A. and having people handing him news and stuff. This is literally two guys just chilling and talking. So sometimes you kind of, it's kind of like cutting an audio clip. You cut, okay, that's good advice, move different, blah, 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 blah.
Some more laid back.
But then you start talking about, well, you got to tell your guys this. And that's what I'm wondering, like, who are these guys that you're talking about? Like, are we trying to make too much out of something that we don't know much about? And by we, I mean like Ocho Cinco and a lot of the text lines. It seems like there's just a lot of assumptions being made about this Tank Dell thing.
Well, not just assumptions. Like, tell me what's allowed. Like, seriously, am I allowed to go to an event center where there's a party and it was, as Figgy, I think you said, it was kind of like an invite only kind of thing. So am I not allowed to do that? Somebody said, you're only allowed to, you should only go to places where there's pat downs or machines and all that. I mean,
if that was the perfect way to do it, I think everybody would be safe. Everybody go by that guideline.
Yeah.
If that was the perfect way to live life.
I just hate that they immediately go to the worst possible scenario of the person. Like somehow this is a reflection on Tank Dell.
Yeah, like he went into a bad situation.
It's not.
They didn't say he was with someone who pulled out a gun. They didn't say that he was in the altercation. That was never said, but because he got shot and Ocho Cinco put that out there,
He
and he needs
got to
to
do
watch
better.
who he's talking to.
Yeah.
He's got to do better. I don't know enough about this to know the actual situation. So it just seems like there's all these hot takes going around, and I don't. We've covered stuff where you literally have to tiptoe around. You have to figure out facts. It comes with like a journalistic background. Ocho Cinco's just throwing stuff out there, giving some good advice in between that. So I'm not sitting here and dismissing what he says, but he needs to watch who he hangs out with and all that. Okay, I mean, like, what does that mean? Like, what was the situation? Like, what was he doing exactly? You can find yourself in situations like this all the time. And then I heard Ocho Cinco say, "Don't go anywhere where you're allowed to carry." I'm assuming he means don't go to a club where they don't pat you down. I'm assuming he says that because if you're going to say don't go anywhere where they don't allow you to carry, well, Tank Dell might as well just call Nick Caserio and demand a trade because he damn sure doesn't need to be living in Texas. He might need to starve or just do Uber Eats the whole time because I might go to Cane's after the show. They're not patting me down there. So I'm assuming that he means don't go to a nightclub or something like that, which – it goes back to the original shenanigans of all these hot takes. Don't even know if it was a nightclub or not. We don't even know what it was. He's getting talked about like he's freaking Pac-Man Jones.
Well, and not only, what's allowed, tell me one place where you're guaranteed something like this would not happen. Because there isn't one.
Yeah, let me know so I could go there.
There is not one. I mean, we know that.
Let me know so I could go there and be safe.
Yeah, tell me one place where this is not a possibility.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Zero. There is none.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Have you ever had any near-death experiences?
I got shot at once. I was in a car.
Shot at what?
I got shot at too in the car. Yeah,
when I was in high school. I think I told that story a few years ago. And it was Figgy. It was an eye opener. I mean, I was on the ground. No big deal on the details, but some guys were just showing off. I mean, just typical, like you're just in that area and some guy in our car popped back, said something back at him, and all of a sudden, you hear pop, 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 and we got the hell out of there. Yeah. But that'll open your eyes a little bit.
Yeah, I actually got, I didn't get shot at in this situation, but I was in the barbershop in the chair. And the two barbers started arguing with each other, and one pulled out a gun, shot, like it went right past me.
Yeah.
So that was like that wasn't. That's not a club.
LeBron and MJ or what? What was going on there?
Nah. I think they ain't like
Joe
each
Louis
other.
And Muhammad Ali.
Probably so. But yeah, that's not a club. I don't expect the pat down going in the barbershop.
We were driving to the movies, and some guys in another car, typical stupid teenagers like this apparently was. Said something, and the guy in the front, I was in the back seat, guy in front seat, said something back at him. Next thing we know, we hear bullet shots coming at us. I mean, these things happen, and this was a long time ago. But it definitely, it's gonna. Like I said at the very beginning, you remember it. I remember every detail of it, and it can certainly leave a mental scar.
Here's the Ocho Cinco clip that went kind of viral, talking about the Tank Dell near-death experience.
Altercation, but was simply caught in the crossfire. Remember,
I shot him.
Ain't got no name on it.
Yeah, he showed no. I shot him a text message. Too, man. Tell him be in my prayers, man. Be in my prayers. And after that, he responded back and said, "Everything is good. I'm good. I appreciate you." And I just told him, "You got to move a little different, baby. You got to move a little different." I understand it's the off season. You want to enjoy yourself. You want to go out and have fun with your friends and your homeboys, but you got to move differently. You just have to. You have to. And the people that you surround yourself with should understand that you have to move differently. You shouldn't be at places anyway, for one, where they can carry.
Okay. So bye-bye Chili's.
Good luck with that. Yeah.
Damn. Taco Bell, it was nice knowing you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't go to a library.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Might go down.
Church. Okay. He had to admit nightclubs, right?
I'm guessing so. Yeah.
Right?
It got to. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Or he's just Ochoing. Wisdom sprinkled in with some other.
He's just Ocho.
Yeah, I think at a point, I think he's just trying to sound like the OG and say, "Oh, yeah, make sure you be careful." You know how you got into a situation as a kid and your mom said, hey, you got to make sure you be careful with all that stuff. I think that's what it is.
And here's the example. We're getting a bunch of texts on this. How many old veterans, and he means like football veterans, do you see putting themselves in a situation like Dell was in? You don't usually see it because they know that situation lends itself to things going wrong. No, that's incorrect.
You see a lot of it.
That's incorrect.
Dog, I seen Andre Johnson in camp all the time, man. He be out and about, too.
Yeah.
It's kind of happens, man. I mean, I'm not going
It's
to tell
very
a 22-year-old
unfortunate.
to not go out. That's just not really where I'm gonna go. So yeah, there you go. The Tank Dell situation got to be interesting for him. He's been through a lot as of late. We'll get to know the draft prospects when we go around the NFL coming up at 1:00. But speaking of young players, the Astros have called one up. What exactly should we expect from this young man that's getting all the hype? You're calling him J-Lo, which I think is nice of you to loan him your nickname.
My nickname. I'm the original, but he can have it. Joey Loperfido. Espada says we didn't bring him up here to sit. So he is going to be playing today, and he's going to be in the outfield, not at first base. But that's not going to –
I want him at first.
I know. That's not going to –
I want you in the outfield, brother.
I don't think that's going to stick.
I want you at first, man. That was what I was sold.
Like, yes, absolutely. And Jose Abreu is beyond even, crossing your fingers and hoping and looking at the back of his baseball card.
Tell that to Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah, look at the back of his baseball card. How would you say it? D's?
Jeff Bagwell said to Will Kunkel that this is something that Abreu's never been through. It's like, man, did you watch the games last year?
He was there. He
feel like you were there, Jeff.
He did it last year. He is so bad. Like, hey, good career, man, but you are so bad. Batting .099 after all these games already into the season, and obviously no home runs. Just awful, just awful. They have to make the call. They have to just, lump it on the money, whatever you want to call it, because Loperfido needs to be playing first base.
Well, he's going to play the outfield, so
he is today.
We will keep an eye on that, and hopefully the Astros can figure something out. Right now, they're 10 games below 500. Not a great vibe going on for them right now. And Nick Caserio is very aware of it. If you missed this, it was at the end of the press conference, man. This one kind of snuck under the radar. This was the goodbye. I don't know if you want to call this a mic drop or not, but he doesn't seem too disappointed with what's going on at the Juice Box.
No, we're excited with where the team is and excited with the players that are going to come in here in a few weeks. And it's football season. I know it's baseball season, which I know everybody's miserable all of a sudden, but it's football season for us. So,
why had Nick Caserio thrown out a first pitch? I want to see Nick throw it.
Oh man, that could get ugly.
Get him out there. Nah, I bet he flings it.
Well, he
could throw a football.
He was. Yeah, I was gonna say he could throw a football.
Yeah, I bet he fling it.
Maybe.
It. Yeah, they need to let Nick throw out a first pitch. Give him the offer. Mm-hmm. Make the call, Astros.
Mm-hmm.
He's a popular dude. Y'all could use some trust. Right now, it's not a lot of trust in that front office. Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Get Nick Caserio out there. Let him throw out that first pitch. Give the fans a little taste of the trust. Coming up, let's get to know some of these prospects in their own words. A lot of unknowns selected by the Texans. Let's get to know them. Let's talk about these odds as well as a contract extension in the AFC that can either put you in fear or give you hope as a Texans fan. Round the league next.
In the Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, who is Kamari Lassiter? We've talked about him a lot. Let's hear from the man himself. This is the best from his first media availability with the H-Town media types. Why did he always want to be in Houston? What does he bring to the table, and what does he like about DeMeco Ryans? Here is your newest cornerback.
I've been saying for a long time, I was like, man, I really want to go to Houston. And I was just, saying it, very slightly, not knowing that, it was going to come true. And I got the call earlier. You dream about having that call your whole life. All my family here and just seeing everybody just be so happy. It's something that, I'll never forget. That's a young team. And, I feel like, that's somewhere where I would really enjoy playing. Now you always, watch football and you think teams where you feel like you will be able to fit in and you think that you will enjoy playing at. I feel like Houston is one of those places. I feel like, playing in the SEC is like a direct pipeline to, playing in the league. You play some of the best players in the country. You play in the best conference and you play the best football. And, I was blessed to be able to play that for the last 3 years. And it really helped me become a better man and a better football player. My rookie season, I just feel like I want to come in and I just really want to earn the respect of my teammates and my coaches. C.J. Stroud gave us hell in the Peach Bowl. I don't remember him. I don't remember too many passes hitting the ground. And that was the few games that we really just didn't really have a true answer for the quarterback. So that's one thing that I vividly remember. Staff is bringing a lot of the guys who have the same mindset. Guys who really want to be successful. We're willing to eat off the floor.
You know what's funny is if this same thing happened and it wasn't Lassiter, it was Kool-Aid. He said the same things, did all the same things, drafted in the same spot. We'd all be going nuts about his possibilities as a starter. But because it wasn't a guy that was really talked about coming to the Texans, we're all just like, well, we'll see. We'll see. No. Like he's going to be able to make some noise. The speed, flat out, is a little bit of a red flag for me. But if this was just not Lassiter, if it was Kool-Aid saying the exact same things, we'd be going nuts. Because he was the popular name, popular pick.
Do you think if Kool-Aid's name was John, do you think there would be as much excitement?
No.
If it was just John McKinstry out of Alabama, you think there'd be as much? Because I like him, but I will say the name Kool-Aid does add a little bit to it.
But it's not just the name. It's like the fact that he was talked about the most as one that Texans
Well, he
fans
also fits
wanted.
what they have.
Fits what they have, Alabama, all that stuff. But, like, he was just taken right in front of Lassiter. If the two things were switched and it was Lassiter taking then and Kool-Aid here, we'd be talking about a potential starter opposite Derek Stingley.
Isn't it kind of crazy to hear guys, and you really believe him, wanted to be here? Like, I wanted to be in Houston.
It is crazy.
This is where I wanted to go. DeMeco factor, the city, all that. CJ, it's kind of a cool spot. And also, he has a lot of buddies on the team, so I'm sure he's heard some good things.
And the other thing he said that is very, very encouraging is an accurate young team, especially young defense, at key spots.
As does Blake Fisher. He has a buddy on the team, Jared Patterson, actually took him under his wing when he was at Notre Dame. Blake Fisher, a tackle, right tackle, was recruited as a left tackle, was beat out by Alt, who was a top 5 pick in the draft. Blake Fisher, give me one word to describe your playing style, and let the people of Houston, all the loopholes and all the people on the YouTube and Twitch, know a little bit about you too.
I would just say dominant. CJ's a baller. His mentality every time he hits the field is a winner's mentality. Great coaching staff. They love ball. On top of loving ball, they just really love their players. Players, coaches, really want their players to be successful and want to find all the ways that, they can, help their players be successful. I've been through a lot, man. Ups and downs of college, getting hurt freshman year, coming back. The opportunity to, play at the highest level. But didn't know the interest was this high. But, love this opportunity, especially being able to be, back with, one of my OGs from, college, Jared Patterson. And, young and up-growing team, just being able to contribute. Just bring, what I bring to the game, to this program or to this organization. I talk to JP quite often, really, especially going through this process, it's making sure that, I'm crossing my I's or dotting my I's, crossing my T's on everything. And, if I'm unaware about something, just reaching out to him and, asking him for confirmation and or just his thought on it, going through the process. But I would definitely say JP he's a great dude, great football player. It's exciting to be back with him for sure. So within that blessing, there's going to be adversity, that comes, even without, the last 2 days, whatever, it's been a day and a half. But, I knew God had a plan, and, man, God did.
All right.
One of the most intriguing, he and Bullock, who we're about to hear from to me, because of where they were taken and the possibilities for them to actually make some noise. We'll see. I mean, the contracts are big at that tackle position, but so is the investment with a second-round pick for Fisher.
Very, very wild that they drafted a tackle. A lot of possibilities, though. I saw someone on the text line or the YouTube. I think it was on the YouTube. Said Fisher's a pick you like in a year and you love in two, which I thought was very well said if we're looking at the most optimistic possibility. Kalen Bullock, USC, ball hawk, safety, freak athlete. How do you fit in here, my friend?
When I took the visit to Texas, it felt great. The whole coaching staff, they welcomed me with open arms. Everybody loved me, and I love the coaching staff there too, and everybody else who was on the staff. So I kind of knew I had a good feeling that it would be a chance that I would go there. It's great to have a coach like that, especially he relates to the players. Like you said, he was a former player also, so he knows what it takes. He knows what us players go through. So he's going to be able to relate to us, and I know he's a really awesome coach. So defense, it's a real young defense. They got some young pieces on the defense. I know the defense, they're going to play their heart out every single play. Everybody's on the defense. Team's really close. When I went to the facility, I got to meet some of the guys also and got to talk to them. And they were just telling me, like, it's a real family up there. And I know that me going into this team, I know I'm going to be walking with open arms and I'm going to hop on the train and get the rolling with the team, with the defense. And we're gonna go out here and make plays.
And he's pixie
this guy's
dust.
Exciting, man.
He's pixie dust candidate number one.
This guy's exciting,
and probably the one that could stand to improve the most, and will improve the most if I had to make a prediction, because that defense was a mess at USC. D'Amico's going to have it locked down here, as we know, and he's going to be able to go get the ball, something that the other two safeties here have not been able to do.
Yeah, and he's a freak. He's an athlete. How does he fit in? Maybe some juggling, too. You talk about pixie dust, maybe some juggling. You look at Petrie, you look at Ward, assuming that Ward is back. How do you mix this kid in? Is he ready to physically withstand the 3 downs of being a safety? Who knows? Do you find him in situations? Who knows? It'll be interesting, though, but they seem really pumped about that one. Then you have Cade Stover, one of Nick Casario's favorites. Cade Stover, what do you bring to the table? Tell us about this quarterback that you're familiar with.
Nothing's ever gone like how it's supposed to on pen to paper in my life. I feel like I'm battle tested, and I feel like I'm ready to go. I'm planning on just playing as long as I can. They're getting just a complete utility player. Basically, I'm going to do whatever you ask me to do at 100% everything I got every single time, and I'm going to be the exact glue in the locker room. I'm going to be a dude people can come to when things go wrong, and I'm just excited to help this team any way I can. Man, I love blocking. I do. I'm going to throw my face in the fire every chance I can get. Might not always be pretty, but I promise you're going to get every ounce of power I got. They're getting just a complete utility out. Like I said earlier, I mean, I'm going to do anything possible to help this team win, and that's all I got.
He's going to be fun to watch, and I think he's going to have a real chance to get on the field. I mean, Brevin Jordan, props to him.
Can't block.
Yeah, props to him. Tegan Quatoriano, props to him for making the team and being able to catch a few balls here and there. But I think this guy is going to be able to get on the field more.
I think Brevin Jordan's fighting to make the team again.
He could well be.
I mean, do they really need someone who does? I mean, when you add Stephon Diggs to the mix, do you really? I mean, a guy who has running back skill set at time, do you need it?
No.
Or is it more important to, when you face the Baltimore Ravens, you're not fighting an uphill battle because man is struggling to block?
And you brought up this point earlier, and I agree. He's been in the backfield some too, Stover. He's kind of so he could threaten to take a roster spot from some other guys. Like
can move around a little. Yeah. Jamal Hill out of Oregon. He's been playing linebacker for 1 year. Dan Lanning, with his linebacker background, decided to move him to linebacker last year at Oregon. He's got some experience covering tight ends. He could end up being a 2-down, 2-phase player. That's what I call him. Special teamer on 4th down, out there covering tight ends on 3rd down. You know what? If he ends up being that, then that is a 6th-round pick, well worth it, especially if you watch this team try to cover tight ends last year. You need that type of guy. You also got D'Amico Ryans in his second. He's going to be his second year playing the position. D'Amico Ryans kind of putting his hand on the shoulder and teaching him the way, really. Here's Jamal Hill, by the way, son of a drill sergeant. Here is Jamal Hill talking about what he brings to your Houston Texans.
Coach Lennon and Coach Todd Lupoy sold me the vision of me playing linebacker and just how the game is changing, how I can help my team and how I can help NFL teams in the future. Guy like Coach Lennon and Coach Toss that have been around some of the best linebackers that came out the last 10 years. I just jumped at the opportunity, and I appreciate them for seeing a vision with me. My ability to cover tight ends, running backs, and like number 3s in certain formations, those are kind of the main factors. I fit wherever they want me to fit at. Like, I'll be the long snapper, the water boy. It don't matter. They draft me to play linebacker. If that changes in the future, it is what it is. I'll do whatever they ask me to do on special. I know that's probably going to be my path these first couple of years. I'm not shying away from that. Like, I'm going to give them everything I got.
Super fast and good in coverage. He's going to have a leg up. He's going to have a leg up on a lot of guys back there.
Yeah, he's intriguing, man. I don't know how long it takes you to be able to do what he's asked to do, but I don't know. I mean, it's a lot, but it's not a lot. Use your athleticism, cover linebackers. I don't know if – I would think he would have a step up on Henry Toto when it comes to covering linebackers. Mm-hmm. So there's that. And then – special teams and running and tackling that really doesn't change from being a safety and a linebacker. So I'm excited to see what this kid looks like. I'm sure D'Amico's excited to coach him. And that's one of those guys where you want to say develop, but when you're talking about 2 down, 2 phase.
Well, special teams is
how hard is it going to be?
Yeah, special teams is a given for him, I think. Draft pick, first year.
He said it.
He's going to be in the special teams. Where I think his benefit could come, really show itself, is in coverage. I mean, that's one of those things you got to have.
CBS has released some betting odds, AFC South favorites. The Texans are even money when it comes to the AFC South. The Jags are plus 270, so nearly 3-1 there, which is actually a pretty good value. Colts are 3.3-1, which is really, really good value. Titans 8-1. You might as well just throw money away if you're going to bet on them to win the division. But it's I don't want to say the Texans are overrated or anything like that, but that much of a gap does seem like a lot. And that's not to take away from what kind of football team the Texans can be. But when you're putting the other teams at 3.5 and 3-1 right behind them, I mean, you're basically saying, what are they going to win the division by? A couple games, 3 games? That's quite a margin right there.
Well, the fan in me, it looks at these odds, and I say, cool. The gambler in me says, that's really good value with the Colts. No, I'm serious. Like if I were betting on this, I'd throw a little sprinkle on the Colts. That's not what I want, but that's really good value.
The Kansas City Chiefs, obviously the team that everyone's chasing, they just gave Travis Kelce a contract extension, 2-year contract extension, highest paid tight end in the NFL. Kind of crazy that he already wasn't, but average per year, he's now the top in the game, and he got a 2-year contract extension. My question is this: how long do you think this guy's going to be balling? His contract now goes through 2026 when he's going to be 37 years old. There was already talking Kansas City. I remember you, Carrington Harrison, talking about it. Shout out to Carrington. Decline of Travis Kelce. And he was obviously able to flip the switch as the season went a little bit later in, and it was his time to shine, all-time leading receptions guy in the playoffs. 37 years old, though, all the extra activities that he's got going on, the wear and tear that it takes to play the tight end position. I mean, this isn't easy on the body, and he already has this. I mean, he's already dating Taylor Swift. He's got 16 trillion endorsements. Is Travis Kelce going to be an elite player, 36 and 37 years old? He's going to be 35 this year.
Elite might be a bit of a reach. he's not the best tight end in the NFL right now already. But he's Travis Kelce, and he's nails in the postseason, and he's so key to what the Falcons do. I was glad to see it. I mean, I think that's something that's going to haunt this team in terms of cap and stuff. Although they're still pretty good in the cap.
Yeah,
right
they know
now.
how to adjust.
Yeah, they're pretty good right now.
Yeah, they make it do gymnastics, and Patrick Mahomes will just always restructure. He's kind of doing his thing. It's just kind of one of those things where you get a guy, and he's a bargain for a certain amount of years, and then you either have to make the tough decision to let him say goodbye to him, or then you have to pay him. And sometimes you're going from a bargain to maybe paying a guy for what he did instead of what he's going to do.
Yeah.
That's something the Texans don't have to worry about yet. They don't have any real established veterans that have proven themselves here. And right now, you have Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud, who are Pro Bowl caliber players. Derek Stingley, who's a Pro Bowl caliber player, and you're paying them rookie deals. Eventually, these are the decisions you're going to have to make. You see it all over the league. You see the teams that are a tier above the Texans that are further along in their process. And these are the types of discussions that hopefully, if the Texans keep doing what they're going to do and they prove that it wasn't just a one-year thing and that they really have established a long-term culture, these are the tough decisions that DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio are going to have to make. And I wonder, as well as they seem to gel in this format and with drafts and stuff like that, I wonder how they're going to not necessarily collide, but how they're going to have these types of decisions, because I think these can be tougher decisions, especially when you're talking about coach versus GM, where a lot of times the GM can be more of the hard-o cutthroat guy, but the coach is the guy that might get more sentimental. Who knows? But that's going to be it's a long ways away. It's not too far away, but it is going to be interesting to see that. That's going to be the next phase of their relationship.
Yeah, you're going to have to do that cap gymnastics or whatever you want to call it. I call these lifetime achievement contracts. And if you're a fan of the team, you kind of cross your fingers and hope that he still has something left, if you're a Chiefs fan. If you're a fan of potential rivals like the Texans, you love this because you're giving him a contract that is not going to be equitable to the performance that you're probably going to get out of it. So I love these lifetime achievement contracts.
We got a programming note. 7:30 a.m.
Saw that.
Tomorrow, Nick Caserio.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
The 40-minute man. Be on these airwaves. Are we going to get Hardo Caserio or excited Caserio?
The odds are, the trending is the Hardo, tough guy, whatever you want to call it.
What are we getting?
I would ask him about grades. He has to know. That's just what it is.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation.
He said they grinded out a win. I don't want to hear him complain about grades. He said he grinded out a win.
Yeah, so he gave himself a good grade.
Don't look down on grades, buddy. You gave yourself a dub.
Yeah.
You didn't say we grinded out a game. You said he grinded out a win. Nick Caserio tomorrow, 7:30, right here on Sports Radio 610. Set your calendars. Go on YouTube, Twitch, or just listen on the Odyssey app. Coming up next, internet going nuts here on Sports Radio 610. First, though, what'll drive you?
Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
I got the internet going nuts.
Nick Caserio is going to be on Sports Radio 610 tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Internet. Always
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
Nick Caserio speaks, the 40-minute man will be on with Payne and Pendergast. Are we going to get Giddy Caserio or are we going to get Hardo Caserio? What's he going to have to say about the draft? Always some news nuggets whenever he joins Sean and Seth. So mark your calendars, 7:30 a.m. mañana. Will we get the Hardo or will we get the Giddy one? Nick Caserio tomorrow, 7:30 a.m.
I got the internet going nuts.
Happy Joey Loperfido Day. That is got the Astros Twitter going nuts right now. Big time prospect. What do you have? 13 home runs in 25 games. Just called up. Not going to play first base. He's going to have a first baseman's number. He's going to wear number 10, which was Yuli Gurriel's number. But he's going to be
disrespect.
He's going to be in the outfield. But that's not going to last. He's got to take over first base. Jose Abreu is beyond a net negative. But Loperfido. Now the one concern I have about him is he does strike out a lot, and obviously Major League pitching is going to be much better than anything he's seen. But it is a big day for the Astros to at least get a little bit of help.
What are we getting here, though? I mean, last time I heard a prospect hyped up with the Astros, it was Spencer Arrighetti.
Yeah.
What are we getting here?
Well, it's a reflection of their system has not been anything close to what it once was. But he flat out has been hitting. The problem is he strikes out a lot, and Major League Pitching is going to get, expose that. So we'll see. But he's going to be better than Jose Abreu. I can tell you that right now.
I got the internet going nuts.
Did you ever have someone try to kind of throw support your way in a unintended way? They just make things worse during tough times. That's what happened with the LA Lakers yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
This is not a political show by any stretch of the imagination. Avoid it like the plague, quite honestly. But the mayor of Los Angeles, Mayor Karen Bass, after the Lakers lost yesterday, she completely set them up for an absolute roast. She tweeted out the following to support the beloved Los Angeles Lakers, quote, "Tough season, but at least we won the in-season tournament. Proud of our team at Lakers, purple and yellow heart." You can imagine where that went.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels. That's exactly what that tweet was.
That's actually the best thing that could have happened for those that hate the in-season tournament. Because it's like, really? That's what you're doing right now? That's where you're going? Yeah. Okay.
I got the internet going nuts.
Charles Barkley did it again. Speaking of mayors, if I were the mayor or in charge of the Chamber of Commerce of Galveston, I'd frankly be thrilled. Barkley is giving Galveston more love, more attention, not love, than it's gotten in a long time.
Wait, Galveston, man.
Oh, what is that? Oh, you were there. Oh.
I had a great time. I said, first of all, first of all, I had a great time in the local hangouts when we played there, when we were down there for training camp. You just can't go to the beach. I want to say that everybody was great to me in Galveston, but your beach was dirty as hell. Did you rent a bike? Did you actually rent a bike and go? No, I walked around. Hey, I remember that spot was awesome. I went to that spot pretty much every night actually, but the beach was still dirty as hell. That ain't my fault.
Yeah, that's where.
Look at them.
That's where the Rockets.
Joseph, I remember y'all taking great care of me down in Galveston. I just couldn't go on the beach. I didn't have no steel toe boots.
Gotta have those for.
Gotta have steel toe boots if you're going on that beach in Galveston.
I mean, it's the best PR.
And that was a picture with him and someone in Galveston. And if y'all didn't know, that was him kind of describing that.
Yeah. No, I mean it's good. Galveston's getting a lot of love right now.
Love?
Well, so to speak.
Yeah. I'd like the beach in Galveston. I don't have any problem with it.
It's the water. Like I said, we could do a whole podcast.
Still go in the water on that.
The water is not any dirtier than anywhere else. It's the nutrients. It's so nutrient heavy because of all the shell and stuff in there.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Mike Tyson and Jake Paul, it's going to be a sanctioned fight. It's going to be 8 2-minute rounds. They'll wear 14-ounce gloves instead of 10-ounce gloves, and this is going to be a sanctioned fight. I am very excited about this. The good news is it's going to be on Netflix, so I think most people will watch. It's not like it's a pay-per-view type of situation, but this is going to be a sanctioned fight. Do you think, Figgy Lopez, do you think someone gets knocked out?
Yes.
Do you think either one of these guys gets knocked out?
Yes.
Who?
Not Tyson. I think he's gonna land a shot at some point.
Old, though.
He is old, but he is fast and he is strong.
So is Paul.
Well, I know, Figgy.
Nah, I don't think nobody getting knocked out.
You think anyone gets knocked down?
Knocked down is what I'm saying.
Knocked down. I think so. I can see because it's been a minute for Tyson fighting in the ring like that. So I can see him stumbling or something like that, but I don't think it's gonna be nothing serious.
I think it's a win-win for both. Both going to benefit from this. I think this is one of those things. Mike Tyson, he's probably bored. He's got a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
He's not smoking because he said he wanted to be anxious, I think was the word that he said. And then Paul, this is legit. This is going to be fun. This is exciting. Between Ryan Garcia and this, boxing is at least intriguing for a number of different reasons.
Yeah, no, and I think I think it's going to be an entertaining. It's going to be a hell of a sale. I guarantee you, millions of people are going to buy it. That's for sure.
I got the internet going nuts.
So yesterday you were talking about 7 days of the NFL draft. While I wouldn't go that far, there's a case to be made for maybe 4. I mean, maybe 4 days of it. NFL draft ratings came out for Thursday and Friday. Saturday, I believe. I haven't seen those yet. And it was beyond embarrassing for every other sport, especially the NBA. Thursday, 11.6 million people. The best the NBA could do was a 3.2. Friday, when it's obviously later rounds, the draft pulled a 5.6,
which was actually lower than
the last
day
2
two
years.
has been.
Yeah, lower than the last 2 years.
Which Florio threw out there. It's like, man, it dropped a little bit. The quarterbacks got taken.
Yeah. But still higher than, and the NBA tried to counter it with 3 standalone games on different networks. Didn't matter. More than 2 million fans more were watching the second and third rounds of the draft than the NBA playoffs.
It's the Nuggets. It's the Nuggets' title to lose, right? Is that where we're at?
Well, it looks like it now.
Yeah, I think they're gonna take it off.
Looks like it now.
Yeah, it looks like Porzingis too for the Celtics. That didn't look too.
That didn't look good.
That didn't look good.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing good too, man. I was happy for him.
Yeah.
Damn shame.
I got the internet going nuts.
Kendrick Lamar has the internet going nuts. He has responded to Drake. How long was it? 15 days? 16? I know DJ Academics was keeping up, but he has responded depending who you ask. I at this point, it almost feels like he could fart into a mic and people would get excited. I feel like people are just enjoying this back and forth a little bit.
I don't know about that, man. Kendrick got a lot of people that hate his music, that
really
criticize his albums. They on social media. A lot of them right now saying it's trash. So, like Kendrick got a lot of fans, and Drake got a lot of like stan fans too.
Yeah.
So I see a lot of his fire, and I see a lot of his garbage.
I just have a question. Is this legit? Like a legit?
I mean, I don't think they're like swing on each other.
It ain't street or nothing like that. It's just more hip hop.
Just talking trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it could. I mean, it could.
Yeah, you never know how they escalate. Yeah.
Yeah, you never know how it goes. That's internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Casario's going to speak tomorrow. Let's visit some of Casario's all-time favorites. The Casario Fab Five, including 4 guys who are still on the roster. That's next.
How does Coach D'Amico feel about the
apart. At participating U.S. Wendy's, Cinnabon is a registered trademark of Cinnabon Franchisor SPV, LLC.
Biggie, thank you.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Nick Caserio, he's going to meet with the morning guys tomorrow, 7:30. Be interesting to hear what he has to say about this draft. Also teased that he might be trying to acquire players. In the spirit of Nick Caserio, joining two of his favorite guys in town, Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. I just combined the two there. Who does he like more? He likes Sean more, let's be honest. Here are Nick Caserio's 5 favorite players during his tenure as Texans GM, starting with number 1, the Texan for life, Danny Amendola.
Just a quick note to Danny Amendola, just on his retirement. Had an immense effect on our program last year, even though he's only here 1 year. You can't say enough good things about him. I mean, what he's done, his toughness. I mean, there's 1,000 examples of that I had the good fortune of firsthand to seeing. But great career, great person, will always be a Houston Texan.
All right.
Always be a Houston Texans. Had a cup of coffee here, so why not?
For life. Got here, I think, right before week 1 of the David Culley era.
Mm-hmm.
And then bye-bye. Shout out to Danny Amendola. You always have a special place in the heart of Nick Caserio. This one, I don't know. I don't know if he's telling us the truth. Now, I know that if you follow the Moolah, which is one of the top journalism lessons, then maybe this will lead you to believe that. But Titus Howard. Number 2 on the list. Here's Nick Caserio talking about Titus Howard a couple of days ago.
I think Titus is definitely unique. I mean, I'd say, Titus is a better tackle than he is an inside player. I mean, Titus is honestly one of the better tackles, in the league.
One of the better tackles in the league. Okay, that's a bold claim by Nick Caserio. Not sure that I've seen that, but I'm not going to pretend to be a in-the-trenches type of cat, but one of the better tackles, that's a hell of a compliment from Nick Caserio.
Well, I mean, there's not a whole lot of evidence on that. But I think he's just trying to sell his purchase there, like because he signed him, so it's like when you come home and you bought something that maybe your wife is not crazy about. You try to say, well, this is why it was a good purchase. Let me tell you.
Now, could you win with 1,000 Titus Howards? I don't know. Maybe Sean and Seth can ask Caserio this tomorrow, but I do know that Nick Caserio believes he can win with 1,000 of his third favorite player during his tenure, Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, Jalen's a good football player. He's made a lot of good plays. There's always plays that we can improve and get better, but his energy, I'd say his playmaking ability, the tackling has been a little bit up and down at times. I think there's some growing pains that every player goes through, and, I think sometimes everybody's kind of, wants to nitpick and look for things. There's always things that players can do better. There's always things that we can improve. They can improve them on. I certainly can. Love his personality, love his mindset, the way he prepares, his focus. We'll take Jalen Petrie in this building. We'll take 1,000 Jalen Petries on this football team any day of the week. There's no question about it.
Yeah, but until that last part, that 1,000 Jalen Petries, he wasn't really selling him. He's like, yeah, there's some things he needs to do better. Yeah, this, yeah, that. But he definitely sold them at the end there.
Newcomer in the offseason, and the final 2 are new Houston Texans, one via free agency, one via the draft. The 4th favorite Nick Caserio player during his tenure, Danico Autry.
Danico, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, glad he's on our side, and, we're excited about what potentially he could bring to our front.
Now, that's love. Now, that is an endorsement for him to go the whole he's a bad MFer in there.
Next, new face, teammate of C.J. Stroud. From Ohio, as is Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio is not from this area, right? It's a little different.
Nah, that's like an hour and a half away.
Okay, so Nick Caserio is a little more city.
Cleveland. He more Clevelander.
Okay, and then this is farmland?
Yeah, that's in between Cleveland and Columbus, like directly in the middle.
Okay, Cade Stover. By the way, I enjoyed Cade Stover's Zoom video because I couldn't tell. Like, they had that old school wood in the background. I don't know if he was at his parents' house or
like
what.
Paneling?
Just like the real brightish wood that looks kind of older.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of what you would imagine on a farm. And he was talking. Nick Caserio, though, he was asked about, what he heard about Stover leading up to the process of calling his name and trading up to get him in the 4th round. This is the final Caserio love in the Fab Five.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's elite. This guy is as tough and hard-nosed a player that they had in the program. Just kind of going back to the question and D'Amico's answer about developing players, I'd say Cade's a good example of a player who's only played tight end for 2 years, so he's certainly not a finished product, but he has the mindset and the work ethic to improve. I mean, how he was raised. I mean, this guy is everything you want in a football player, and then more. I mean, he probably played hurt this year. I mean, I think he had an MCL or had an issue where, quite frankly, it would have limited some other players, but he just braced it up, and he just kept playing football. So, I mean, I don't want to speak for D'Amico, but I think we feel the same way. This is probably one of our favorite, football players in the entire draft, regardless of position, because of his mentality, because of his mindset. And he still is developing as a player. I mean, 2 years ago, he was playing defensive end in the Rose Bowl against Utah. Now he's, played tight end for 2 years, and here he is getting picked in the bottom of the 4th round, and his position is, we think tight end. That's why we drafted him. So, but, I mean, blue collar as they come, and from a makeup, traits, toughness, mentality, I mean, this is an elite guy.
Man, that's some incredible praise right there. You just don't. I mean, he just doesn't do it. I mean, you just laid out some examples there, but nothing quite like that. I mean, that's pretty incredible.
It's a lot of love right there.
It's a lot of love.
The
right
Caserio 5. What do you want to hear from Nick tomorrow with Sean and Seth?
I thought Ocho Texto brought up a good point. Explain the whole speed. We're not drafting a track team question. I definitely want to hear what his thoughts were on that, because Lassiter is obviously such an important pick. And really, just some of the moves that they might have, because Sean actually kind of teased that as well, some of the other moves that they might have coming up. What about you?
I just want to hear what he meant by, some guys might not be here and some may.
Oh, yeah.
What are we going to do in this free agent market? What are we trying to do here? You say that Titus, I want him to get kind of pushed on this Fisher role thing.
Yes.
He's not going to tip his hand, but he basically sold him as a swing tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Does Fisher is Fisher competing with Titus Howard for the right tackle spot? How much do you like that guy? He said he wasn't surprised by what went on in the draft. I find that kind of hard to believe.
Yeah.
We've heard him a little bit on Stephon Diggs, and I texted Sean a question. I really want to know this, because I don't know how he even sells it. Like, there's a lot of things you can fake sell, but you can't convince me that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans truly have a value or appreciation for having multiple running backs that can make plays. I mean, you go back to New England, Nick Caserio, they drafted Sonny Michel, and maybe you get to that point. Maybe you have to have a more full roster before you start approaching stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just find it fascinating that either they are just confident that Dameon Pierce is going to have like some sort of like comeback season, or they just don't really value multiple running backs that can make plays as much as they did in New England and as much as they do in San Francisco. Because don't tell me that you're bringing back Dameon Pierce and Dare Ogunbowale and that's going to be enough.
No, and that would be something that absolutely is going to be talked about. I'm sure the value of the running back position in the draft, because the only thing I can make of it is that they do believe Dameon Pierce is going to have a good rebound year. You keep in mind, Dameon Pierce, they had to pretty much blast him out of the starting role for a while there. They just kept sticking with him, so they clearly like him. But even at that, you got to bring in at least one other. And I know they got one in late, but still, that's a good question.
I mean, just tell me, like, who's on this team do you feel good enough about running? Maybe they'll figure out the running back thing, but I just don't. I'm very, very surprised that Nick Caserio is handling that. The Tank Dell, the Seminole police reports of what went down with Tank Dell was fascinating, to say the least. Basically, he was right in between the two gunmen. You're going to hear the officer kind of give you a little bit of a scouting report of Tank Dell, and then you're just going to hear him kind of lay stuff out. Here was what it sounded like when the update was given, and we got the videos of what went down with Tank Dell.
Let me show where Tank Dell. Nathaniel Dell is obviously a third-round 2023 draft pick, 69th overall from the Houston Texans, somebody who was a star athlete in the Daytona Beach area, known to a lot of people there. He is standing literally between the firearm altercation. The video shows that he's walking. His report, because he is a victim in this case, he has been injured as a result of this. His report was that he saw this, or actually he saw what was going on. He took his cell phone out, had his cell phone in his hand, but you can see the position that he's in. He's right in the middle of this firearm altercation. And again, we will continue to work with him as a victim in this particular case.
Yeah, so he was right in the middle of it.
It's just, speaking of incredible, just an incredible turn of events that he did not get hit worse, literally in the crossfire, like literally.
And we still haven't heard exactly where. I guess lower body. I don't.
Well, now I'm still confused. They pointed out, and it was an official that
they pointed out multiple. I've seen multiple guys, multiple circles on it. Now, I guess he wasn't the guy that hopped up.
Yeah,
or he was, or he wasn't. I don't know. I haven't been able to clearly gather that.
Yeah. No, I think it's definitely
because the video that's going around, it seems like he's out of the he's out of the video.
Mm-hmm.
He started out in the middle, and then
there was one. He's the one with the undershirt, and so that's the one that fell down. Either way, just somewhere in there, as the I guess it was a sheriff's deputy or whomever it was, sheriff that explained that. You don't just like shake that off. That's not something you just shake off, being in the middle of something like that.
No, I mean, it changes you in some way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know the Ocho Cinco thing. I think you take with a grain of salt, or maybe there's just a little bit more to it, but it changes you for sure. I mean, he's a young man. He's learning a lot of stuff. I've never heard anything bad about the character of Tank Dell, though, which is what kind of annoys me about the whole way it's being discussed when we're talking about clips and company and all that type of stuff. I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of desire to kind of like make like some sort of end all be all absolute statement about it. It's just a lot.
Well, and the football aspect of it may well be addressed tomorrow with, or at least in a roundabout way, get some sort of response from Nick Caserio tomorrow as well. Because there is a football aspect to this that a lot of people are going to be interested in.
Yeah, they'll ask him about it.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Nick will say. Well, happy Thanksgiving. Maybe he'll give us a clear update on what's up with
Tank. Even just when do you expect him? When would you expect him from based on what you know?
Yeah, I gotta think that might be the first or second question.
Yeah, keep in mind, like, rookie minicamp is in about 10 days, 11 days, and then OTAs are at the end of the month, right? Or the 1st of June, depending on the team. And I don't know if they've really officially announced it or not, but it's coming up like a month away.
I also want to know what uniform is Nick Caserio's favorite, man? I know he probably likes the traditional.
That'd be a great question.
Oh, he likes the traditional for sure. Just the traditional blue.
Has he even paid attention?
The opposite of what I like.
How much has he even paid attention to them? The new uniform.
I don't think he liked them, man. He wore the old logo yesterday.
He noticed.
I mean, I guess it's not the old logo. They still have the same logo, but yeah. On the text line, I forgot Burkhead from the Caserio list. I don't know that he loved Burkhead as much as he loved Danny Amendola or any of those guys. Brought him in.
They played Burkhead a lot.
Yeah, they played him, tanked him. But I kind of feel like Lovie Smith and David Culley liked him as much as Caserio did.
I think Lovie did, yeah.
I kind of feel like that was some coach love as well. No doubt about that. We're going to talk to Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley in a sec. Again, programming reminder, Nick Caserio tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. Mark your calendars accordingly. There is trust with him. I do think if he would have had this draft with the exact same names 3 years ago, 2 years ago, I don't know that he's getting this much of a glowing review. But I do think, and I do think I heard Ron talk about it yesterday, there is kind of like a little bit of a trust that he has inherited to where that looks great. I'll put it this way. If Ron, me, you, Clint, Figgy, we did a mock draft, and before the draft we put that out and we said this is what we would love the Texans to get, we get roasted like a damn marshmallow at a fire.
Yeah. I think it's just name recognition. I think it's as simple as, all us gullible, people that read mock drafts and players that this team likes or that team likes, and maybe players that we like. None of us mentioned Lassiter. And because it was an unknown, if you just replace Kool-Aid with Lassiter or Lassiter with Kool-Aid, I think we're all saying, man, what a draft they had. What a draft they had.
The tackle would still confuse some people.
Tackle would still
confuse some people.
Yeah.
But even that was sold quickly, man. People bought it.
Mm-hmm.
People bought it. It's like those studies where you get the materialistic person and you basically just replace the Payless with like Dior or something like that, and you up the price tags, and all of a sudden they like it. I think Nick's got that going right now. He's got that trust. He's got that thirst. I think it's kind of a hunger too. When it comes to the draft, we'll hear him at 7:30. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley, they are in the building here on a Tuesday. Gentlemen,
fellas, how we doing?
Good to see you.
Terrific, man. How are you,
Lopez? You gonna milk this nose thing, ain't you,
dude?
bro?
I wish I didn't have to.
I mean, what's going on?
Hear what
here?
happened?
It didn't
He
look
had to
like
go Band-Aid again. It got infected.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah, they had to cut it, and I had to get on antibiotics.
They cut it
started
out?
getting real swollen and red. Yeah, they sliced it, and then they gave me some antibiotics.
Really?
Yeah,
Man,
it's working on day 9.
Damn, Lopez.
I'm good. That just is a reminder for me, myself personally.
Don't go out there.
No, I mean, and Clint and Tyler know this. I have got to be better about. If that happened to me in that situation, I'm riding this out a long, long way before I finally say, all right, let me go in and see what's going on.
Okay, so
I would try, like Harold in the back of my head.
You know what did it? I was the same way. Like we had a picnic, just a regular old family picnic. Everybody was there, including my 2 grandkids, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and my son comes up to me and says, "What the hell happened to you?" Because it started spreading, and it was aching. It wasn't hurting. It was kind of aching, and he goes, "That looks gross. You need to go to the doctor." I said, "All right."
I mean, what'd they say? It just,
I guess it got infected. So, and because it's kind of close to your brain,
sure.
They want you to take the antibiotics right away.
You're smart.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I would have been a clean month.
Yeah.
Plus. I worked on.
Might have been a vegetable.
I worked on.
Yeah. I mean, that's.
You're right. How long did I work on this? I worked on.
I mean, you picked on Harold. You swole him up at least 3 times. You'd pick on him and he'd squeeze everything out.
I go on and YouTube, look up things, how to get rid of. Yeah. I had a dead tooth that I worked on for.
Unbelievable.
I had my dental degree. I worked. I was in.
How you working on it?
I was in a tough spot. I didn't have.
Tell them what you were working on.
I didn't have a dental care.
But how did you do it?
Oh man,
what'd you do?
I had a special knife. Because it would get sharp on me, and I would carve it down.
Dog.
Till I finally had to get it.
Holy crap!
No, I was with you, man. I was like, okay, well, whatever. Just put a Band-Aid on it.
Let's had a year
that
without.
Is savage.
But then my nose started getting wider and wider and redder.
I can see it's dark red now.
Yeah.
I can see after I've made an ass of myself.
No.
I think Courtney would have eventually forced me to, but I would have. I would wait it out.
It's only your brain.
Yeah,
nothing to worry about.
Yeah, no big deal.
Hell, it might help.
You're smart.
That's what I told my kids.
Man.
Hell, it might help me.
That's why would you go Costa Rica?
Yeah.
You got some of that sand.
I got some of that Costa Rican bacteria, baby. That'll do it.
Nick Caserio tomorrow, 7:30 with Sean and Seth. We'll hear what he's got to say. I know Ron always loves hearing from Nick. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
One day, me and Nick going out for dinner and drinks. Me and Nick.
Can I come?
I'm off. No,
It'd be a cold day in hell.
I'm off for
Nick wouldn't be seen within 5 feet.
Me and you, Nick.
He won't even come over and shake your hand at training camp, and you go every damn day. You kidding me?
He walks past me.
Walk by you every day, man.
I'm extending an olive branch, Nick. Me and you. Come on, a couple of frozen drinks, Nick. Me and you. Like too much sugar for Nick.
Yeah, it's got to go vodka.
Yeah, that's what he does. Yeah.
Nick ain't got enough time in a day to waste on you, Ron.
Yeah, I'm just saying, extending the olive branch. Come on, Nick.
Nick's got to go vodka with maybe a little lime, maybe a topo.
You scared him away there.
No, I'm gonna let. No, you know what? I'm not even gonna. I'm letting him pick the spot. I'm thinking maybe some apps and a drink, but maybe he doesn't.
How about a handshake? At training camp?
I want to sit down off the record. Me and Big Nick.
Off the record, huh?
Yeah, me and Big Nick just chill, man. Off the record, man.
I don't think you're in that circle of trust.
He got kids. I got kids. Me and Nick can just, I don't know if there's a hatchet to be buried, but just have a good time. Me and you, Nick. It's out there, extended it to you.
You might want to keep rubbing elbows with the OC and the head coach at Youth Little League stuff instead of messing with Nick. I mean, that's more up your alley right there.
Big Nick, try to get to you. There you go. All right, the drive is live. You hear Tyler, you hear Clint in there, and see, they got this damn thing on TV. This is, I got to be honest, I'm fighting it. I'm struggling today as a sports fan. That was a take all of my change out, pour it all over the ground, and count it. I
was in a great mood watching that game.
I don't get it. I've never done that. I've never got mad because my team lost and decided to pour change out and count.
I just needed to do something to get out, just to an activity of something because I had 4 screwdrivers already. As soon as I saw literally what happened. I had a remote in my hand.
That's a drink, people, not tools.
Me and Courtney are watching.
They understand that. It makes listen for more than a month.
If somebody out there heard me say I had 4 screwdrivers and you thought I was talking about a Phillips or a flathead, that's on you. All right,
I'm impressed that you know there's 2 different kinds.
Shut up.
It's impressive,
but fair. But I'm sitting there, Courtney. We're sitting there in a conversation, and he goes down rolling in pain, and I just threw the remote, and then I went. And I grabbed the Tito's, and I grabbed that orange juice.
Who went down rolling in pain?
Anthony Davis.
Oh.
Street clothes is what they call him. I mean, the worst opportunity, the worst time. I just start banging them screwdrivers, and then they wouldn't just go and lose. They had to get. I honestly, God, I sports hate Jamal Murray. I really do. See his. This is when I went and grabbed it. I sports hate Jamal Murray. At that point, I'm telling you right now, at that point I made the decision. I've announced that I am at this point, and this is a future play, that after watching that last night, I can't take it anymore. I have decided to move my basketball fandom to the Houston Rockets when LeBron retires. When LeBron retires. I said it's a future play. When LeBron, he brought the music back up. When LeBron retires, I am going full-fledged, full deep into the Houston Rockets.
Well, that's not anytime soon.
It's got to be.
I mean, I guess soon's relative, but
what do you mean? How long do you think he plays?
Oh, I think he's playing at least another 3 years.
3?
Yeah,
that's what the number in my head was 3.
3.
Oh yeah.
You think so?
I think he's going to do everything he can to last long enough to
play with his son,
so they can talk Bronny into being good enough to be in the NBA and he can play with him.
I don't see anything less than 3.
I was thinking.
Hell, he's still putting up monster numbers.
I know he's putting up numbers, but man, he's got to be hurting.
I mean, look, you got to be hurting when you're playing with a guy that literally bumps into Porter Jr. and goes down for the count.
He's down.
I mean, that's the deal. I mean,
down,
I mean, I'll give LeBron is the biggest flopper in the game, but at least he gets up and plays, and he's durable. I mean, Anthony Davis. I mean,
but that wasn't a flop. I mean, he was clearly hurt. It just didn't appear to be a lot.
But golly, I mean, if you get hurt when you get bumped into by a guy that's smaller than you,
I know it, man.
Jeez,
it's.
I mean, hey, anchor down. Stiffen up a bit to where when you do get contacted, you're not a damn pillow.
It must have been just right. And this guy has brittle bones or
He's
something.
Softer than hot butter.
See, I think the soft thing's unfair.
Needs to drink more milk.
I think, like to me, soft is like almost he didn't want it. Like I think he wanted. I don't think he wanted to get hurt. I think he would. Do you think he was legit hurt?
I think the contact probably didn't feel good. To see a grown man go to the ground after getting bumped and hold his arm like that, like he's a baby, yeah, that is soft as hot butter.
He could lift his arm up.
What does that do? So you have to go all the way to the ground? You have to lay on the ground because you can't lift your arm up? No,
he continued. He continued the rest of the game.
No, but that's fine. But you're still, if you get bumped into and it hurts, I guess you can understand if it breaks your arm or something and you fall. But I mean, he turns and spins and lays on the court. Because somebody bumped him. I mean, how is that not soft?
It looks weak. The contact does not look like it would do what it did, but clearly he was hurt. He could.
Oh, I don't doubt. I don't doubt that it hurt. I'm just talking about the actions. The individual that gets bumped and his shoulder or elbow hurts a bit, and he flops on the floor because of it. It's like, good.
I thought it went out. I thought it went out of socket.
Butter, hot.
His bones are definitely soft. His bones and joints are soft. That just said, but no, man, I'm coming over. As soon as he retires, I'm coming over to the Rockets. Just want to announce my fandom. Early play.
We'll check back in with you in about 3 or 4 years.
It's not going to be 3.
Hope we last that long, Bob.
It's not going to be 3. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. You ain't never lying. I'm telling you, it could happen at any moment.
They're trying to take us out.
The top-ranked show in the
trying
city.
to take us out.
And somehow.
Half our pyre.
And somehow we still are.
Hey, still half our pyre, and we're still up there, boys.
But no, man, that took a lot out of me. That was that. I just can't. I just had to just do something else.
Well, glad you made it in today, man.
I did, man. I did. I made it in. I probably stayed up to 1:00 in the morning just.
Well, here's a good thing. Here's the good thing, Ron. While you were suffering through it, Tyler was having his best night in a long time.
How much money did you win off of that? Because I know you had. What, they were a 7-point dog?
Yeah, I had them at plus 7.5. I won about $1.50.
The one thing I can't appreciate, there you go. Is that all you had on that game?
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't just about the money now.
No, I mean, the beautiful part was that I won my money, and I got to watch LeBron and the Lakers lose at the same time. That's just a perfect plan coming together.
And Ron squirm on the floor counting change the way AD did when he got bumped into. You got to see it all, and you made $150 doing it, man.
If I had a Steve Spurrier visor, I would have thrown it multiple times. It was just stone silence in there.
I've never gone to count change like in that situation, but I do kind of get where you're coming from. Because when I get real upset at my team, I end up doing something really productive around the house. Like something I normally would never do. I go in the man cave and start organizing things.
56, 57, 58, just counting the pennies. Just separate.
Did you put them in sleeves?
No, just put them back.
You just gotta take.
How you gonna spend them if you don't put them in sleeves?
I don't intend to spend them.
People still roll change.
Oh, I got a roller at the house, electric one.
Why?
And my little girl goes in there and pulls the damn dimes out for some reason, spills them all over the floor about once a week.
My parents used to make me roll all our change when I was a kid.
I'm a change rolling fool, boy.
You have a machine.
I got a little machine.
That's something new.
Yeah, a little machine. You just dump it in the top and it sorts them.
I might need to see that machine.
Yeah.
But see, I need to count it myself to get my mind off of it. Someone texted in, Ron, I know your team lost, but dude, what a game last night. No, it was a hell of a basketball game. That was one of the best games all season because guys were stepping up. I mean, for the Lakers to get to where they were with AD, who was their best player in the whole series, to give you 1 and 6 in the second half after he had 16 and 9 at the half, to get that to a place where they got beat by a last-second shot, it was something. I'm telling you, I think I was talking to B. Scott about this earlier. AD is like Jalen Green.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To the point where both of them will show you the reasons why you're scared to death to move on past them. I think AD, obviously, in a bigger way, has been one of the best players in the NBA. But they will show you repeatedly. But you know it's lurking. You know it's lurking, and and the thought is, should I just make a move, even for a lesser player, because I know what I'll have? I know
what I'm going to get.
You watch this series before the 10:53 mark in the third quarter, you're thinking, damn, man. This type of AD is somebody that, you could and then right when you need him. Because I believe if he doesn't get hurt, I think they win that game. I think they, at least that one. I don't know if they win the series. I think they win that game. Or who knows? Denver probably finds a way to do to figure it out.
Well, that's the big question here, I think, nationally, and nobody better in my world to answer it than you, Ron, is are the Lakers going to run this thing back? Is this the Lakers running into a dynasty, kind of like Buffalo Bills running into Pat Mahomes and just can't get over the hump? Or is this the Lakers are done and LeBron needs to move on, or they need to blow that thing up and do something else?
I think they'll make some changes, but I think LeBron will be back there. I think he'll be in L.A. And I mean, you look at this and you look at this series, and I know it's 4-1, and this is the team that you got to beat, like you said, the Kansas City and the Buffalo comparison. Like, I mean, they led 165 minutes of the series, more than 73% of the time.
They were leading every game at halftime.
Every halftime. But except for this one, they had a double-digit lead in every one of the games. This one, they had a 9-point lead at one point. Like, they're up, and they're up in the second halves. So, I mean, you look at it and you feel like you got to be close. That was probably AD's best series that he played, but I don't know. I mean, I don't think they're going to blow it up. They'll probably add some stuff to it, but I don't know, man. It was frustrating as hell. But I'm telling you, I'm coming over. I almost did it. I almost came over.
Well, that'd be about right. I mean, if you're looking at it, you go, hey, look, it's going to happen within the next couple of years, and by that time the Rockets will be competitive again. And you'll be coming on a bandwagon just in time.
And I'll be the fan that gets him over the top.
There you go. There you go. You can take credit for that. You can take credit for the next Rockets run. Absolutely.
I'll be the one.
You told them so.
I told you right here.
I told y'all.
2 years. That ought to be real good right there. 2 years would be a nice time to slide over. Slide over. All right. But a lot to get to here. Clint, I know you were intrigued by they got some lists. You know, you start now, the draft has passed, and most of free agency, and if not all the major pieces have passed. And people are making their lists. And Mike Greenberg, ESPN, made him a list of the top 5 off seasons in the NFL. Tyler, where do you think the Texans ranked in that top 5?
Off seasons, not just draft.
Right. Off season. Yeah. Got to be locked in the top 3 somewhere. I'd say number. You know what? I'd say number 1.
All right. Greenies from 5 to 1. The Los Angeles Chargers. I'm assuming they're including the coach in that.
They are very much so.
The Kansas City Chiefs at 4. The Eagles, who they've signed every single person on their team and off it. And then the Jets.
You just made the list.
That's him. He's a huge Jets fan. He's probably feeling good about that one. But they did have a good offseason. And then number 1, the Bears. So the Texans weren't in his top 5. I'm a bit surprised that the Texans aren't in a top. Like, I would have the Texans, and I understand that Harbaugh, that's a big deal. Clearly here in Houston. Don't shake your head like that, Tyler.
No, I was thinking. I wasn't poo-pooing it too much.
Looked like you were. Looked like you took a dump right on the face of that. And Greenberg's face, to be honest with you. We see here what D'Amico did to this team in a coach, and this is a guy that's proven. So clearly that is. But I would have them at least over the Chiefs and the Chargers. I think theirs was at least better than those two teams, and at least on par with these teams.
Yeah, I can't believe the Texans weren't in the top 5.
I was shocked. Yeah,
I can't believe they weren't in the top 5.
Especially how everybody's been talking about.
If you really get to looking, you know, I could see where the Bears. I just looked down the Jets depth chart. What they've done was pretty impressive. The Eagles.
Yeah, they're not kidding.
I mean, when you include, you just re-upped Kelsey, you re-upped your head coach, your GM. They re-upped Chris Jones as well.
Yeah.
Added Worthy, brought in Hollywood. I guess the Chiefs, but I don't think the Chiefs should be would be over the Texans.
I don't think so.
And the Chargers, you got to take into consideration with the Chargers what they lost as well. Like, yes, Harbaugh has won everywhere he's been, so that is a huge plus.
That's a huge deal,
without a doubt. Without a doubt. But I mean, you look at, with the exception of Harbaugh, I mean. You can argue, and I'm not 100% sure. I haven't looked at the list of anybody, the teams, the guys that they added in free agency.
They added Gus Edwards.
Not even on my radar as it pertains to this conversation.
In the draft, they got the top tackle and Alt.
Yes,
they were able to keep. They were able to keep their 2 ends in Bosa and Khalil Mack.
Yep.
But no, I mean they haven't.
Yeah,
the biggest thing for them is Jim Harbaugh.
I would put the Texans.
I'd put the Texans over the Chargers and the Chiefs.
Yes, I would too. I would too. After flushing out that convo, I agree with you.
I'd probably put them over the Jets. Like I don't
know, man. The Jets.
I like what the Jets have done, but
I mean, Danielle Hunter and Stephon Diggs alone.
Danielle Hunter and Diggs, Autry. You know, I think those were. I think those are some, and Joe Mixon. I think those are some. I know the Jets got that. They got their offensive line.
They got Mike Williams, and they got Tyron Smith. They drafted a tackle in the first round.
They got Moses, I believe. Morgan Moses, I think he came over to
Morgan Moses, the right tackle from Baltimore.
Yep.
They got Ken Law from San Francisco as 1D tackle. Hassan Reddick from Green Bay. I mean from Philly. Good gosh, man. C.J. Mosley. Was he already there?
Yeah, he was already there.
Mosley was already there.
Yeah. I mean, they had a good, and they get Aaron back, but that's not really an offseason move. They still got Nathaniel Hackett running that thing.
True.
So I mean, they didn't make a move on that. So I don't know, man. I am, but especially with everything that has been said about the Texans, I'm surprised they weren't. But they very well, the Texans can say they've had as good an offseason as any of those teams. I mean, they can.
Boy, I would think the Texans would be on that list just sheer volume.
Yeah. Volume because that was the deal, right? They're the first team to add an 1,000-yard rusher, 1,000-yard passer, and a 10-plus sacker. And his was like 17.
And they added 2 of the 10-plus sackers.
Yes.
Autry had
11 and a half. Yeah, surprised on that. But I will say it's probably perceived that all of these other teams had more impactful drafts.
Fair. Yeah, I think it's fair.
Texans, right?
I think it's fair. I think they should be on the list, but I get it.
That draft, the draft part of it, that's probably what it is. All right, news on what did you say you think Joey's nickname is?
Lope.
You think Lope? Joey Lope. Got some news on him. He will get in today. We'll tell you the latest there and who is getting a seat. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
What's Nick Caserio's ultimate goal as he's building the Texans roster?
You want to be consistent, and when you look at some of the better programs,
That's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the text line, Ron, stay the hell away from my Rockets. Not going to control my early fandom. Okay? Laying the groundwork for the next couple years.
Let's go, Rockets.
That's right. I think when I buy my first Rockets jersey, hat, start with the shirt first. Before I become the full-fledged.
Oh, you'll go jersey.
Jersey? Yeah.
Yeah, whose jersey you going?
I don't know.
I mean, you're a Dylan Brooks guy.
No.
Probably
me and him are we're I mean, I haven't forgot him hitting LeBron in the nuts. So I still slow with
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Fred VanVleet one time knocked out my Kansas Jayhawks in the tournament too, so there's still a little soreness there. So I have to figure it out. I have to go Şengün.
Şengün, huh?
I have to ride there.
Hey,
who I'd go with.
I am so happy.
I'd probably go with. One of them youngins.
Really young ones. Maybe a Ben Thompson. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one to ride with. Yeah. As I said, if you missed it, last night made the decision. Turning my basketball fandom to the Houston Rockets.
Cam Whitmore for me.
As soon as LeBron retires, that's when that will take place. Cam Whitmore, that's a good one.
I'd go Whitmore.
You got it, but you might have to wait a little bit because all of them won't be here. Some of them are probably going to be
Cam will be here.
Cam will be one to be here.
I'm going to tell you, based on how I saw the team kind of make that transition to we're not going to sit around and let you push us around. We're not going to be soft. We're not going to be this or that. Cam was, to me, one of the more obvious ones that it was real. It was genuine. Like, I ain't no punk.
No, he's not.
Like, I don't think Udoka's going to let that one go.
You don't think so? Yeah.
I think he's going to stick
Tone
around.
setter?
Yeah.
There you go.
Those are the kind of guys you want in your system.
There you go. All right, Lope. Joey Luperfido is playing today. He's been brought up. He's going to be playing where? In the outfield today. Isn't that right, Tyler Joe Espada, a.k.a. Dana Espada, said earlier?
Yeah, not where I wanted to see him make his debut, but whatever.
Well, he said it's where he's most comfortable, and the Astros wanted him there on his first day. Also reported from him that Chas McCormick has some soreness in his hamstring, according to Espada, which will open the door for young Joey Lowe. He'll open the door for him in the outfield. So understand it there that he'll play in the outfield in place of McCormick today when the full lineup comes out. We'll pass that along, Clint. But I think it's good to see that he's in it. He said earlier on their flagship saying that we didn't bring him up here to sit. We brought him up here to play. They brought him up here to play and to play. And the thought is, okay, right now, Chas McCormick is maybe nursing something. They want to give him some days off. We'll see. Still, right, Tyler, still to this point, there has not been a move made, right, that they have to make?
Not yet.
To get him on the roster. As I said yesterday, the move I would make, and I hope they make, is to DFA Jose Abreu. But I know that's probably a long shot. It may be McCormick going to the IL. We'll see what it is, and we'll pass it along when it gets there. But when everybody is healthy, when Chaz is good, Dubon is good, everybody's healthy, what is the spot for this kid? Where should the spot be for him on the field and in the lineup?
First base. I don't care where he's comfortable. It is absolutely irrelevant at this point in time. Your outfield should be some combination of Yordan Alvarez, White Boy Chaz, and Dubon at this point in time. And you can sprinkle in, if you want to keep playing your little carousel in center field, you can throw Jake Myers in there every now and then if you want to, if that makes you feel better, sleep better at night. But that's a non-factor. Joey Luperfido needs to be your first baseman. Hell, I'd have him at first base today, with or without Chaz McCormick. I don't.
Oh, you would have put him in there?
Yeah, I mean, you look, at some point in time, he needs to be at first base, and when that time comes, if he's going to be uncomfortable, hell, let's get uncomfortable. And to be honest with you, a lot of these guys, I mean, you need to get used to being uncomfortable because you've dug a hole where your ass is going to be uncomfortable all year long. This floating around a bad division for several years, and then getting your mind right and bearing down when it mattered the most. Them days are over, man. You're going to be uncomfortable the rest of the way. Joe Espada, your ass is uncomfortable right now. I mean, when it's all said and done, for me, get Luperfido at first base as quick as you possibly can. You got answers. You've got options in the outfield. So I'm here for that right there. I would have him there tonight. I understand it though. I understand with White Boy Chaz issues or whatever, that you don't want to let that issue compound into playing Jordan more, or playing Dubon more, getting him out of role or whatever. I get it. I'm cool. But at some point in time, his home has to be at first base.
Yeah, I mean, as they said, and I agree with it, he comes up here, he should get, at the very least, a month of just everyday at-bats. Everyday play, everyday at-bats, in the lineup every day. And the place where and I think it would help if he had consistency. If he went in every day and went up there, he knew where he was going to play and where he's going to hit. To me, if he was saying, all right, you're going to play first and bat seventh every day, you knew that coming in, that's some comfort. That would be some comfort.
That's a great point. There's Ron. That's a great point.
Because I don't like the thought of, hey, you're going to play first this day. All right, man, you may play outfield this day. You may – no, don't make him a utility. Have him first base, eighth, set whatever he's going to hit.
Every day leading up to a game, every day after a game, you are 100% committed to and focused on playing first base. As you said multiple times, and I know I minimize this, but the reality of it is playing in different parks all the time with different dimensions. You got a kid that's going to go out there, be in the big leagues for the first time. He's worried about dimensions of the field, which I know
the dimensions of his home park.
Right. Yeah, I was fixing to say the first several at home.
He's not playing where Kyle Tucker plays. Fair, he's playing the hard spot.
Yeah, so you're out there doing, oh, by the way, you're at first in this. Okay, well, now I can focus on playing first base. I think that is making it's compounding the issue. It's it'll make it more difficult. Now, he may be able to handle it. Some people might say he's a big leaguer. To hell with it. It doesn't matter. Go out there and do work. Okay. I would strip this thing down to, like you said, you're gonna play first base. I want you for the foreseeable future to worry about digging balls, worrying about how you're gonna play this or play that, feeding the pitcher on balls that are hit to your right, yada yada yada, and hitting in this spot. I would rather him be very, very focused on that. But nonetheless, I understand that the White Boy Chaz issue kind of puts a kink in things.
All right, you got some news here on the roster move finally?
Yes, we know the corresponding move now to bring up Luperfido. It's going to be not expected, but the Astros, they're placing Gray Kessinger on the 10-day injured list with right shoulder discomfort. That's going to create an active roster spot for Joey Luperfido. Joel Kuhnel was DFA'd in a corresponding 40-man move. And also, last piece of information here from the Astros, Joey Luperfido is going to wear number 10, which, of course, was last worn by Yuli Gurriel.
Solid. They know he's going to be here.
Well done.
That's a number they let him get, that he's going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
But Jose Abreu is still up in the majors.
What is it, Gray? 10 days?
Yeah.
So what they going to do when Gray comes back in 10 days?
It's a non-factor.
His shoulder might be discomforted for a while. You never know.
And they got to get 7-9 up out of here, man. They could keep pushing this thing around. I don't know who's going to be the next one that hits that 10-day IL that they try to make room, but they're going to have to get 79 up out of here.
For those that don't know the numbers on the back of the jerseys, that would be Jose Abreu.
I knew he was done when he stopped unbuttoning his jersey all the way down. He's lost it.
He lost it, didn't he?
He was one button down the other day.
Was he really?
Courtney said, "Oh, that's good for him." I said, "No, it's not good for him."
No.
He had to be out there with it all the way unbuttoned. I mean, the whole thing, just shirt out, just open. All right, so he's going to play number 10. I like that. I like
love
that.
that.
Anybody got any problem with him wearing that 10 for your boy, Hughley?
No.
Nah, hell no. I mean, I love Hughley, but hell, we ain't retiring his number.
Right.
Hughley. I like my guy. Hell, I wish we still had him. Where's he at now, by the way?
He's in. I think
Vacation
Atlanta
somewhere.
I think Atlanta has him signed to a minor league contract somewhere. I think I saw that a couple of weeks ago.
Let me tell you what I wouldn't do if I was Hughley.
I'm not riding them buses.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm not going to do.
I'm not going to damn Birmingham.
I'm not playing baseball unless I'm in one of them tired ass Fanatics uniforms. If it ain't in the bigs, I'm out.
I mean, he's got to be 40-41.
I mean,
at
come
this
on,
point.
man.
He's loving it. It's for the love of the game. All right, coming up.
Yes.
Let's hear our favorite guys. John Daly. We always have a good time with John Daly. Big golf tournament coming up here this weekend. We'll let you hear our conversation we had with Big John Daly. That's coming up next.
We just don't give a
The draft is done, and it's time for the Texans to get back on the field. Can you tell Coach D'Amico's ready to go? Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, John Daly coming up here in just a second, fellas. I didn't know folks still did this. I don't know who this person was. You know, when went to take a leak during that last break. I didn't know guys still, especially in public, took dumps and pulled their pants and drawers all the way down their ankles.
Ugh. On that floor?
When you take a dump?
You got to keep it above the ankles in the public bathroom.
Yeah,
dude.
like just full right here is where I go. That somebody
a toddler?
Somebody was in there.
Wait, you take a dump and you leave your pants at mid-thigh?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about the location for each and every person, but you definitely don't pull your pants down to the nasty-ass ground.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what I do.
When I take
a little below the knee.
Are you kidding me?
Right there.
Dude, that's what you're supposed to do.
Right there. Sorry for the people.
Are y'all kidding me?
You go all the way. So you do that? You go all
Absolutely.
the way. My man.
I am
whoever this
spread
was,
eagle, comfortable.
Whoever this
everything.
was.
I might take one leg out of my britches.
That's disgusting. Whoever it was, ankles had them pants all the way down the ankles, and you could tell their legs were just.
Yeah, you can't be doing that.
Comfortable as hell.
I
mean, comfortable as hell while you're getting a bunch of germs on your pants.
No. I make sure that there's not a puddle in front of the toilet. I don't sit down and pull my britches down and soak up piss. But
this is not one that I knew was going to go. I did not.
Are you guys kidding me?
You need to be better, man.
Are you kidding
Are
me?
you kidding? That's nasty, bro.
I mean, the crap you two guys do.
Somebody just said they threw one full leg out.
I mean, I'm closer to one leg out than around. I've never in my life, at home or in public, taken a dump with my pants around my quads. Are y'all kidding me?
I don't think I've done it with my pants around my ankles. Hell, in years. I don't think I do it at home. I don't think I just let them all the way. Legs.
At home, my legs come out.
At home, I might just go. I might just take them all off. But and I'm a frequent dumper. I'm 3 to 5.
Are y'all serious?
Are you serious?
Dude, are you serious? That's nasty.
All the nasty stuff that y'all have told me y'all have done in your life, and y'all are worried about your pants on the ground when you're taking a dump?
A public bathroom, a
text
floor?
line in. People urinate there, Clint.
No. Look, I mean, we're obviously nobody's going to drop their britches in a puddle of piss. All right, nobody's doing that. I mean, when you walk into, like, every time I walk in over here, that the floor is dry. Obviously nobody's dropping their pants in that. But when it's dry, you mean to tell me that you take a dump with your pants around your thighs? Are y'all kidding me?
I mean, not around my thighs.
What I just did, they're hung up. They're at least above the knee. They're above.
Mine are normally below the knee, but well above my ankles.
Right at the knee. Probably right at the knee. I think I just did it. I don't want to pull them all the way down.
By the way, remind me to tell you all about this toilet I bought.
Well, tell us this on the other side. We the Insperity Open is coming.
Y'all keep this kind of stuff to yourself.
Well, this goes right in hand with somebody who uses their bare hand when they have other things to wipe their ass.
It adds up.
All right, another person who I'm sure.
No, I don't. Nobody wipes their ass with their hand. That's taking a shower with my hand.
I'm sure somebody else. I'm sure somebody else who goes pants all the way down to their ankles just because. Hell, man.
Oh, there's no doubt.
John,
Daly's one leg out.
John, here's our conversation. Insperity Open coming up this weekend here in Houston, one of the great sporting events here. Here's our conversation with John Daly. All right, welcome back in as we are on the drive, and we enjoy this every single year. We get to kick back whenever it's this time of year. We know the Insperity Invitational is upon us. One of the fun sport events here in the Houston area, and that means we get to talk to your guy, Clint John Daly, baby.
That's it, man. It's always a good time. It's turned up. The fun's turned up a notch or two when Daly's involved. There's no doubt about it.
And I'll be disappointed if John don't have any fun pants when he takes the course coming up. But John, man, before we get going everywhere, man, how you feeling, man? How's the health? That's something I know a lot of your fans and people are wondering about.
It ain't the greatest, but, hell, we get old and you just got to deal with it. But I'm hanging in there. Both knees have been replaced. This left one hasn't healed the way I want it, but it's only been a year, so we're getting there. But, my hands, I got arthritis in both hands, so that's a pain in the you-know-what. So just getting through it. That's what we do.
Well, hey, it's going to be a hell of a story when you go out there and win this week in Dallas and in a couple weeks here in Houston, ain't it?
Boy, that'd be great because these are two of my favorite places. I always love coming to Texas. The people are so awesome. The food's great. And, Flasky got us here in Dallas. It's a celebrity. Get to see all the football players, baseball players, and all my buddies. And down in Insperity, it's one of the best tournaments we play all year long. They treat us so well there. And Nagel's one of the best tournament directors I've ever known, just like Flasky is here. So, I just wish it was back-to-back.
Yeah, JD, I'm curious just listening to you talk about that with, somebody who has played as long as you have to now adjust with, potential health issues with your knees and your hands. How difficult is it for you to adjust your game playing the way you've played it your whole life?
Well, I've never been a ball beater, but, I love to play and practice.
I have, John.
No. But it's like I can't practice the way I want to practice because my body won't let me, and it just really ticks me off. But, so I play more than anything, and, hit a couple balls here and there is about the only practice I get. I can't go on the range and hit 100, 200 balls every day like I used to. So it's hard. Me and Tommy Armour talk about it. Some of these other guys, we talk about how our bodies just won't let us practice, which, when you're hurt, your confidence isn't the greatest. And so we just try to play each hole at a time and just try to do the best I can.
Are you at a place, JD, though, where you feel like, obviously I think the answer is yes or you wouldn't play, but where you feel like you can go out there and win this damn thing if the stars align for you?
I do, because right now I'm not hitting it bad. I just don't hit as far as I used to, but I'm hitting it great. It's just the putter. The putter's just letting me down. I got to make some putts. That's all it comes down to.
God, I wish I could ever say that. I wish I could ever say the putters just let me down.
Hey, John, I still got that old Scotty Cameron you gave me back in the day, man. Maybe I need to bring that to you. I call it, his name's Old Rusty right now. He stays pretty rusty, but you may be able to make a little money with him.
Well, you never know, because I'm hitting my driver straighter than my putter.
While we're talking about golf, obviously, I always want to ask you, man, about Lil Jon. I know he's been up at Arkansas doing his thing, and I know you're proud as hell of him, man. Catch us up on what he's doing, how he's living, how he's hitting it, and what's next for him.
Well, he played in the fall. He never finished out of the top 14. He counted for 20 out of 22 rounds. The last couple of tournaments, he didn't fare so well. They're qualifying for the SEC today, but he's doing great in school. He's playing good golf. He's time of his life. I can't be more proud of him. Not only just doing great in school, but he's just a good kid.
Oh yeah. Well, congratulations on that, man. If I get be able to say that about my kids, I'd really, really be excited about that. All right, as we're talking to John Daly here, as we're getting ready for the Insperity Invitational, excuse me, John, you talked about really enjoying coming here, and you come every year. What is it about Houston in particular that really draws you and brings you back and makes it an appointment for you to get here?
Well, not only it's just the people that run it. I love the golf course. I've always loved the TPC Woodlands, even when it was on the tour back in the day. I had some good finishes there, and it's a golf course I feel like I can score on because I've had success there.
John, talk to us a little bit about what I think is really cool, man, about what you've done in your career, other than just be one of the most fascinating golfers and win while you're doing it, and the person that you are, obviously, which I don't think gets enough credit. I mean, knowing you, I know how much you give back. I think that during your career that's gotten overlooked at times, maybe not now, but definitely throughout your career. But what I think is been really cool following you of late is you just went to the Masters and did your deal that you do with Hooters every year. Just the way that you have kind of parlayed the golf game into other events that you put your name on that are close to the different tournaments, I think is really cool. And you've got, obviously, with the Insperity Invitational, you've got this John Daly's Grip It and Rip It long drive competition. No surprise it's on a Friday afternoon at 5 p.m. There's free admission. I'm sure there'll be drinks, and we'll all have a good time here, John. But tell us a little bit about that as well.
Well, we've been doing it for a few years now. It was mainly just for fun, trying to get some celebrities there to promote the tournament. But this year, this is actually a true qualifying for the Nationals Long Drive Championship. So this is serious business for these kids. They're going to come out, and it counts as to keep moving forward to get to the finals. I don't know where it's at. It's usually in Mesquite, but it's great for them. It's going to be fun watching these guys hit it 400 yards, and I'm going to hit about 285.
They all know, man. They seen the tape. Well, what's the Well, who all's coming with you? What's the plan while you're? Because you're gonna be here. Hell, you're gonna be here for 4 or 5 days, ain't you?
Oh yeah, I'll be there. Get in there probably Monday, and then we do 3 pro-ams that week: Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's pretty busy. Friday I'll play. We'll do the long drive, and it's just a great week. It's just a great week.
Yeah, John, you'd be really disappointed in your guy Clint. I tried to bring a little fun, game to the party every Friday for Astros games, and basically the loser had to take a shot of Everclear, and he refused to agree to it. And I just thought Clint had more than that, and I was disappointed, and now we can't do it because Clint is afraid of Everclear, and I'm very disappointed. I think you would be too, John.
Come on, Clint. That's Arkansas mineral water, babe.
Come on now.
Hey, don't do it to me, John. I don't know that I've ever had it when it wasn't in Jungle Juice. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if I've ever just took a pull off of an Everclear bottle, man. Hey, that crown that you always have always adored, John. I'd take a shot of that. I don't know about that damn Everclear. I can't.
Come on now.
No. Hell no.
I'm just a vodka guy now. Now they got bladder cancer. I told Doc, do I got to quit drinking brown stuff? He goes, yeah. I said, well, what's the clear? And I go, he goes, well, you need to drink a lot of water. I said, so I can drink clear stuff, right? And I go, I'm going to drink a lot of vodka. He goes, he just laughed at me. So,
because he knew we were.
So, I know there's a lot of fans been talking about this new drink of mine, the Good Boy John Daly. It's no carbonation, but Favorite Brands at L&F is our distributor in Texas. I know a lot of people are looking for it. It's unbelievable. You guys would love it. It's no carbonation, sweet tea, lemonade, vodka, raspberry peach, and blackberry lemonade. I'm telling you guys, I don't even drink beer anymore.
What's the name of it again, John?
John Daly Good Boy, our distributor's Favorite Brands, L&F.
Yeah, you better get John Calipari a case of that.
Yeah, speaking of, man, I almost let it go by. Calipari to Arkansas, baby. How you feel about it?
I tried to get him when Pelfrey left. He came and looked at it, and if Kentucky wouldn't have offered him that job, he'd probably still be at Arkansas. But I'm so happy to have him. Me and Coach are great friends. I lived in Memphis when he was coaching there, and we actually had a bar on Bill Street called Field on Bill there for a while. We just became really good friends, and I'm so happy he's at Arkansas.
Yeah, I bet you're not alone.
Ron's a KU guy, so he don't really appreciate them Hogs getting Calipari.
I'm fine with it. I mean, we don't have to worry about it.
Did you hear about Calipari's first meeting with his team?
I heard his comment. There were about 3 of them.
1, and he was a walk-on.
That's a clean slate, baby. Legit clean slate, man. All right, John. Hey, look, we appreciate it, man. We're looking forward to, obviously, the Insperity Invitational, man. We'll I don't speak for these boys, but I'll at some point in time, I'm going to ease out there and see you, at least shake your hand, hug your neck, and say hello, and watch you beat it around the course a bit.
You got it, buddy. Love you guys.
All right, that's our conversation with John Daly, the Insperity Invitational, coming up this weekend. As I said earlier, one of the great events here in Houston. Always a good time talking with John. Coming up, Big 3 at 3. We'll get you ready for this big series for the Astros. They take on the team with the best record in the American League, the Cleveland Guardians. We'll get you set up for that and let you know the latest with their young call-up as well. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
462-3333. Once again, 800-462-3333.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, let's kick this thing off. A couple of Astros news and notes around here before we get to the series, Clint. The young fella, Joey Luperfido, is going to be in the lineup today. We found out yesterday he was going to be called up, and he will be playing in the outfield today, according to manager Joe Espada. And they're going out there first because, according to Espada, it's where he's comfortable, and they want him to play there on his first day. Also with that, according to Espada, Chas McCormick has some soreness in his hamstring. Remember, Chas missed some time with that hamstring, but he has some soreness in the hamstring, which will open up the door for some playing time for him. He didn't play the last game in Mexico City. So he is going to be in the outfield today. They also said, according to Dana Brown, the general manager on the flagship, said that they intend for him to play. Didn't bring him up here to sit him. Real quick before we get into the young kid, the move made. The Astros put Gray Kessinger on the 10-day IL with right shoulder discomfort. I would love to know when he and where that injury occurred. Is that in some?
I think he's playing.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
What happened? What's the breaking news?
The Astros made the tough decision, man. They did it. This is coming from Chandler Rome. Right now, GM of the Astros, Dana Brown, he's holding a press conference. He just moments ago said Jose Abreu, first baseman for your Astros, is not with the Astros right now, GM Dana Brown said. Both sides decided that Abreu would be optioned to West Palm Beach effective tomorrow, quote, to get some at-bats and his timing back right. He unselfishly was on board in agreement with going back to West Palm Beach, Dana Brown said. That's the latest from the Astros.
To hell with Joey. What? All right. I mean, all right, so he is going to West Palm Beach.
See ya.
All right, not as Of course, they're not going to give up on this. They're not just cutting ties with him. How long is he going to be out of here? At least they are making a move. I think he needed to be out of the situation and out of there. And as we talked about yesterday, even having the threat to even playing. Because if he's there, why does he not play? And he's not getting at bats. If they're not going to move on from him like I would have, this would probably be the next best thing.
Oh no! Look, I think it's the best thing any way you slice it. I mean, remove him from the equation as it pertains to John Singleton or Joey Loperfido, whoever's playing first base, whoever settles into that spot once Chas McCormick gets back, yada yada yada. Right? Remove him from that situation. Now talk about Jose Abreu himself. There is no way on God's green earth that Jose Abreu is sitting there talking about, I don't understand why. Give me more time. Give me more at-bats. There is zero doubt that he understands the dynamic of the situation. Now it comes down to, does Jose Abreu, is he ready to hang up the cleats? Or does Jose Abreu feel like he's just stuck in a rut, he's in a slump, and can work his way out of it? Where is he as a player? And I think both of those answers can be both of those questions can be maybe not answered, but at least addressed with some time in West Palm Beach, swinging, trying to get your timing back. Can you get your timing back? Get those at bats, see where you're at. It doesn't surprise me one bit that he is on board with it. I think is the phrase that they used. Hell, I'm reading one here where he decided to be optioned to West Palm Beach. So
he's got to be embarrassed, Clint. Right?
Absolutely,
you've been
absolutely.
there. He's got to be.
Absolutely,
you're a competitor, but at some point, like you don't want to just. You are as proud and has done as much as he's done. Like you want to get out. I mean, go somewhere and get it right.
Well, you either want to get out or you want to go somewhere behind the scenes and get it right. Like you don't want to just sit the bench and watch somebody else play first base. You don't want to play every third game, every fourth game. Hell, Jose Abreu plays as much as Bregman. He don't want to give up half the start.
Well,
so yeah, the right thing to.
And also, you don't want to feel like you're one of the big reasons just dragging this team to the ground too.
Absolutely.
Right, like he's a good teammate of everything that we've heard, and the Cats really seem to like him. Once again, if you are just jumping in, Tyler jumped in with that breaking news. According to Chandler Rome, I want to catch you up on it. Jose Abreu is not with the Astros, according to General Manager Dana Brown. Dana Brown said both sides decided that Abreu will be optioned to West Palm Beach effective tomorrow to get some at-bats and his timing back right. Also, Dana Brown, the general manager, said he unselfishly was on board in agreement with going back to West Palm Beach. So, Jose Abreu is down. There had to be something, Clint. We've been talking here. You hear Dana Brown said he's not coming up here to sit. All right? Chas McCormick, all right, he may have a sore hamstring, but you want Chas to play every day. And I mean, really at this point, at 9 and 19, you probably need Dubon to play damn near every day in center. I think every day. If he's not brought up here to sit, then there's one spot that makes sense. And if he's going to be playing that spot, what is Jose Abreu doing for you on the roster and on the team? Like John Singleton can sit there and come in and I guess get at bats and fill in. But Jose Abreu he does no good just sitting on the bench right there. So listen, I would have parted ways, but this I guess this is probably the last step.
Yeah, I think this is it. This could be the last step to being released. I mean, you got a lot invested in him, so I can understand where Creighton and company aren't necessarily ready to just cut bait and take and eat the loss. At least try to let him get this thing right, and I'm sure he is in a spot where obviously he's not ready to hang up the cleats, and so give him the opportunity to go down there and get it right. And I think, again, I don't know that you're going to get a specific nail on the head type of answer, but I think either way it goes, a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks of work down there, he's going to know, the Astros are going to know, and it's going to be pretty obvious what direction they need to go in.
Yeah, because if you're struggling there as well as with Major League pitching. If you're struggling in West Palm Beach or whoever's going to be there to work with them, then this may be this. You know what? It feels Justin Britt. I mean, we've spoken about this. It feels very Justin Britt-like.
Well, Ron, here's the deal: is it's not like we've seen him at the major league level during this struggle. We've seen him just get overpowered by like the best stuff in Major League Baseball.
No, he's overpowered by 88.
He's right. He's struggled with everything that he's faced. So I mean, if he does go down and improve, and he appears to not be broken right now, it doesn't matter if the guy's up there throwing mid-80s or damn near 100. He appears broken. Yeah. So if he goes to West Palm and he figures this thing out, and he's swinging the bat well, he doesn't appear broken, there's reason to believe that maybe he did work his way out of the rut. Because right now, it's like I said, it's not like I don't look at it and go, boy, this major league pitching is just, it's overwhelming him, man. He just can't catch up, man. He can't this. Like, it's broken. To your point, you sat there and watched him 85 get blown by him the other day. Couldn't catch up with 88 or whatever it was. Like, that's something beyond.
Maybe mental.
That's something beyond, like, that pitcher stuff is just that good.
Yeah, he's not touching anything. So that is the latest. So the Astros, new look here as Abreu goes to West Palm Beach. We'll see how long that is. I wonder what the plan is for that. And Joey Luperfido will be in the lineup today in the outfield, but I think, Clint, we can start to see that he's going to play a lot of first base now with this opening there. By the way, Joey's going to wear number 10. That was last worn by the previous first baseman before Jose Abreu, Yuli Gurriel. So he is going to wear number 10 tonight and be in the outfield. So a lot happening with the Astros news-wise.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
And not to mention with that, Clint, the Astros, they start a 3-game set with the Cleveland Guardians. Hunter Brown's going to be on the mound. Hunter Brown is 0-4 with an ERA at 9.68 right now. He's going to face Carlos Carrasco, who's not great either, with an ERA nearing 5. So this is a big series. And, Clint, I think this is a big nine games coming up. You look at the next 9, they've got 6 at home against a really good Cleveland Guardians team, against a Seattle team who is leading the division last I checked, and then they go on the road to New York and play the Yankees. These 9 games, I know we talked about the last road trip. These 9 games, Clint, they're 9-19. They've got to start putting together above 500 like streaks. And to me, these next 9, they've got to finish this thing above 500. And they've got 5-4 at the very least. They have got, if they're going to get back into this, they've got to start making up some ground. They're 10 games under 500 right now.
Well, they've got to find a way to win some series. They got to find a way to use the games that you have against the Colorado Rockies, which you just had a 2-game sweep up and down in Mexico City. You got to find a way to use those to your advantage to gain momentum, to get in a groove, to right some of the wrong and get on the right page, so that when you do bump up against some of the better teams in the league, you're hitting on all cylinders. That's just where the Astros are right now. As I said earlier, just coasting through another baseball season is not going to happen. They're going to have to work. They're going to have to grind to dig out of this hole, and it's going to be a long dig. It's not going to happen overnight, Ron. So, yeah, they've got to win some ball games. I'll be honest with you. They've got to win. I mean, there's no moral victories at this point, obviously. They've got to win. But, boy, at this point in time –
you're taking baby steps.
Well, when you do lose a game, let's just – how about we eliminate Presley giving up 2 runs in the 8th when you had the lead or you had a secure lead, or at least the game was in reach. How about we get Josh Hader? How about we get him and dialed in? How about we get Brian Abreu dialed in, and those guys that we know if we do end up climbing out of this hole, we're going to depend on them down the stretch. How about we just, if we do lose a game, let's just let it be a regular season baseball game that you lost, and not be one that when you walk away from it, you're like, man, what in the hell is going on? How about that? Yeah, we got to win some games, no doubt about it. We got to win some series.
That's what you're saying. You got to start stringing together series wins.
Yes.
Like, to me, if they could find a way to go like 6-3 in this 9-game stretch, because this 9-game stretch, these are all above 500 baseball teams. These are all good baseball teams, right? We talked about it. Yeah, all right, man. All right. You beat the Rockies. You got the Rockies. You swept them for 2, one of the worst teams in baseball. You got 9 against really good teams.
It's not ideal.
Now, what do you want to do? This Yahoo on the text line. I mean, stop it here. Y'all happy now? Who y'all gonna blame now? Are you happy that Jose Abreu is no longer playing? I mean, if you're an Astros fan, I would assume that you are.
If you want him in the lineup, you might be.
You better take your ass to West Palm Beach.
Yeah,
they got good water.
Case.
Better take your ass to West Palm.
Yeah. I mean, it's an easy answer. Yes, I'm happy now. There's a guy that's hit more home runs in 25 games than anybody in Major League Baseball or in the minors that is hitting damn near 300 in spring training and in the regular season here, that hits with power, that hits for average, obviously. I know there's a little strikeout issue there. I get it. Tyler and Ron have both let me know about that. But you got a guy that could bring something to the table and replace 2 guys that ain't hit a damn home run. Do those guys even have an RBI between the 2 of them, Singleton and Abreu?
I think
Abreu's got a couple 3 RBIs. I don't think Singleton's got 1. So yeah, I'm happier than hell.
Tomorrow's May 1st. He hasn't cracked triple digits in his batting average.
I'm happy as hell.
Sitting at 99.
Hey, boys, I'm happy as hell. My Astros got somebody at first base that you can, based on what we've seen recently and how they swung the bat, we can get excited about them getting up to the plate. Yes, I'm happier than hell. Answer that texture.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you're being tongue-in-cheek and you want him in the lineup, then I just don't think you know baseball.
Well, when you say who's to blame, if you listen to this show, I specifically said that he's going to catch a lot of heat, but it ain't all on him.
Right.
I specifically have said that. There are a lot of people who get a hand in this one. But this was a move that had to be made. Somebody said it yesterday. Leave the drive. Said it yesterday. Team effort.
You nailed it, bro.
Team effort.
It's like you had a crystal ball.
All right, again, we will update you on the breaking news. Jose Abreu no longer with the team. We'll give you all the details to that. And I want you to think about this. You think we see Jose Abreu again in an Astros uniform this year? Do you think we see Jose Abreu again in an Astros uniform this year? And a little bit of draft talk, and not just draft talk, but what this means moving forward now that the draft is passed. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I know there's a lot of y'all out there that, man, when you look in the mirror before you go to work every day or before you go to a little happy hour, maybe before you get out of the house and go out and live social on the weekends, you look in that mirror after you all did up and you just there's something about
all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, there is breaking news we wondered if it would come, if it would happen, and I think it is easily the right move from the Astros. Dana Brown, the general manager, spoke to the media moments ago delivering the news about Jose Abreu. Here's the general manager.
I just wanted to let the group know that we had a great meeting and good conversation with Jose Abreu. And in the middle of that conversation, we got into some really good things about what we could do to get Jose Abreu back to, what he was doing last year, sort of like September, October in the postseason. And both sides were really engaged in this meeting. And through this meeting, we decided to option Jose Abreu to West Palm Beach effective tomorrow to get him some at-bats and to get his rhythm and timing back right. And so hopefully, and we're actually confident that we're going to get him down there and work on specific things like rhythm and timing and keeping your head on the ball and things like that. And hopefully we'll have him back here as soon as possible.
Yeah, you're hopeful.
Confident.
He's confident.
Easy, Dana.
You're hopeful that he finds it and figures it out. I said this, and I see some people texting in, and people on YouTube and Twitch. You can join in the conversation as well. You fellas think that we see him again this year? You think he is back with the big team this year?
I hope like hell he is, but I don't believe we see him.
I think it's very possible we see him again. If we ever see the September Abreu from last season, that I don't know. But I think they'll probably give him almost out of respect in a way. I feel like they'll call him back up one more time.
It ain't out of respect. It's about
Bagwell's
we want to be right.
Yep.
Like we want to make sure we get something out of this.
Yep.
Out of this thing. We'll see. I think a lot will depend on the young fella. What he does, because if he comes up here and swings the bat, I don't care if he hits 225, if he's hitting homers like he was, if he is doing something where he forces your hand, like they can't take him out. Like for Jose Abreu to get back on the field and play first base, there has to be just almost in the spot that they're in right now. Like, it would almost have to be a desperation to go back to him. Because if somebody is playing the position well, what could he be doing at West Palm Beach that makes you say, all right, we're gonna take a chance at putting it back in?
Well, look, I do think I think this is a situation where if he doesn't appear broken and he's not getting 88 blown by him and he appears to be tracking the ball, I think that's what has to happen for them to say, okay, he deserves another chance. I believe he's broken based on what I've seen. I don't think it's a matter of like all of a sudden you're going to face a lesser pitcher night in, night out, and your swing all of a sudden is going to change. Like I don't, but I mean, what the hell do I know? Here's the deal: the Joey Loperfido dynamic to this though is simple, Ron. Right? I mean, this dude's got to take advantage of the situation. Absolutely. Because even if Abreu gets called back up, let's be honest. The reason they're making this move, he's been hitting the cover off the ball in the minor leagues, cool. But really is because John Singleton's not producing either.
No, they don't have any. It's so bad. It's so bad at that position.
It's so bad at that position. And let's be honest, beyond that, if Abreu does start ripping the cover off the ball and seeing it and comes back and gets another shot, I mean, Jake Myers isn't necessarily untouchable as your center fielder either. I mean, I think that they would like to play. Like, I mean, hell,
I guess there's an option in the outfield where he could play.
Well, we've heard Espada say, I would rather have Dubon as my utility, as a super utility guy.
That would be
instead of having to play him in center field so often, right? So I don't know. Like Loperfido just has to go out there and prove that he belongs and prove that he's a better option than Jake Myers, John Singleton, or Jose Abreu, any of the three, and I think he'll have a damn spot.
Yeah. That'll be one to watch. We'll see if he makes it. We'll see how long he's in West Palm Beach. But as you heard there, they're going to try to get his mind right. You said he needs to go on some sort of reset and vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the first week in West Palm Beach, just chill.
I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yes,
I wonder if that was part of their conversation, or was it get down there and get to work?
Settle down. Yeah, I don't know. That might be something. But yeah, he needs to clear his mind. All right, that is the latest with Jose Abreu. All right, fellas, the draft is over. We see what the Texans did in the draft. Some love it. Some are okay with it. Some are waiting to see what happens. Some don't like it. There's a lot of people who have different feels on it. My thought and wonder is the Texans did a ton to help themselves get to a point where you're like, yes, in the offseason and free agency, they have done this to make you feel good about them taking that next step of making it to an AFC championship game. That's the goals that we've talked about. Do you think after the draft, with the draft in particular, they have added things to help that goal? Do you think when you see the draft, they have done things in this draft to make you say this gets them closer to trying to achieve that goal to the AFC?
We're talking about the draft.
The draft, yeah, the draft.
No, absolutely
nothing
not.
from the.
Absolutely not.
Because I look at teams that they're competing with. I think people think, ooh, the Xavier Worthy selection for the Chiefs may help them maybe get there. The Ravens got a really good corner in the first round that they lacked. That was probably one of the weaker spots on their defense. They brought in that maybe gives them help, to take the next step. The Bengals signed a couple of offensive linemen early in that draft. So I think some people, but you don't, when you look at the Texans draft, you think the offseason, yes, gave them a lot of steps in terms of free agency, but the draft, you don't think this really helped them that much to
Absolutely
take that step.
not.
This is all future.
Absolutely not. Future if they work out. I mean, if guys, if C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah fall on their face and Kamari Lassiter is an outside corner, in 2 years, I think you probably see something there. The tackle, the kid they drafted, out of Notre Dame. I mean, if Titus Howard falls on his face, and is which golly, I don't know what in the hell we're talking about here, but is not as good a tackle as I think he is, then maybe that kid plays and shows you a little something. I mean, Dalton Schultz is going to be the premier tight end here any way you slice it. They're paying $12 million a year over the next 3 years. I like the Cade Stowe kid, but I don't know how he just all of a sudden helps you go beat Baltimore in the playoffs, right?
Now we'll say those other teams didn't do as much to add to their teams for the most part in free agency as the Texans did. So I think there's a fair thought that the Texans didn't need to add as much in the draft, some right now fit players like maybe those other teams did. But Lassiter is the one. Lassiter is the one where the thought is maybe he can slide in and really contribute to this team in some form or fashion. I think the hope for me, and I'm not sure that the Texans coaching staff would look at it the same way, but the hope for me is that Kamari Lassiter wins the corner job opposite of Derek Stingley. If you can get that pool, then that may be something that helps your team immediately. But I'm with you. Outside of that, there is some, there's hard. It's tough to look at players that may have a real major impact on the team this year, outside of Lassiter. So that's. But like I said, they may have done enough in free agency to add to this roster to get them to that point, rather than just having to add it up in the draft. But that was just a thought real quick. You brought up something. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought up that Titus Howard thing, because I talked to somebody in the media, and I just, you said it, what are we talking about? It sounds like it may be a conversation. This conversation that Titus Howard may not be the right tackle. I just can't even get over that. We'll discuss that next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes, y'all. If you're thinking about building that dream home,
tools anywhere. Find new items launching exclusively at Lowe's, like the self-leveling laser level for just $159.98. Plus, shop the Connect socket set for just $49.98. Get Klein tools in-store and online today, because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows pros.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. If you missed it, Jose Abreu sent down to West Palm Beach. That's the big story right now. That move, we have no idea how long that would be. Trying to get him right. That is the next step for him, so he will not be with this team moving forward. John Singleton will start at first base tonight.
Yay.
Come on, man.
I don't know why he's a major leaguer right now. It makes no sense.
Well, I mean, what's the
for
other
the
option?
For the situation, I do understand. That's the only reason he's out. But this dude, John Singleton, is not a major league first baseman. He's not.
I do wonder how that conversation was like. Hey, let's bring Big John back this year.
He's got such a good story.
I think it was more than he had such a good story.
No, I'm sure it was.
But I don't know how they sat there and said, boy, let's bring Big John back. And then let's use him as a left-handed bat. Let's use him early and often.
Left-handed bat with power off the bench.
Mm-hmm. He looks like that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler. Does he have an RBI this year?
I'll check it out.
I think he's got some runs scored.
A couple of them doubles he hit in that one game.
And then somebody drove him
in.
Yeah.
I think I saw a stat the other day.
He looks the part. He looks like what you're saying.
What, left-handed bat with power?
Yeah, he looks like
0 RBIs.
That's not his fault, though, completely.
How many Abreu you got? I'm just working on your
3.
Combined first baseman.
I think 3.
Who are bigger-bodied guys that you would like to have at least some level of power.
I got 3.
I didn't know that Big Singleton was hitting 238, though.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Hey,
climbed out of it.
Whoa, don't get too crazy.
Yeah.
They don't throw a party, huh?
Oh, my God. Yeah, 3 runs scored. You were right.
Yeah, he's scored a few now. He's crossed the plate now.
Yeah, that 238 looks real good, butted up against that 099.
605 OPS. God, I'm going to throw up.
It's not as much about Big John as it is the two combined. There is just zero production.
John looks amazing compared to Abreu
when he cuts. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, he sings. He's like he's going to catch it. All right. Talk to Jonathan Alexander, writes for the Houston Chronicle. Clint.
Okay.
And we're talking about Titus Howard. Talking about Titus Howard and Fisher, the second round pick that the Texans selected. And he said if Blake Fisher is really good coming out of camp and Kenyon Green struggles, he could see a scenario in which Titus Howard moves to left guard and Blake Fisher starts at right tackle. Went on to say when asked, when they talked to D'Amico about it at the Combine, he didn't commit to moving Titus permanently to right tackle. Even though Titus committed, he didn't commit it. And seems like that option could be open. Clint, Tyler, Drive family, those listening YouTube and Twitch, those of you on the text line, those of you listening on the Odyssey app, however you're taking us in, we appreciate it. I refuse to believe this is a serious conversation. I refuse to. I refuse to believe that they would ever even think about doing this again. Now, I understand that they drafted this kid, and he is a right tackle, and I think they have promise for him, and I think he is probably going to be a starting tackle next year. But Clint, if Titus Howard is getting paid as the 5th highest paid right tackle in the game, even with the little money exchange that he made. And we saw what has happened when he has played left guard. It has not been good. Except for one time against Chris Jones when he was sick. It's not been good. Clint, I refuse to accept that. They will not put him in that position again. It was so bad. And you've signed him to play right tackle. You gave him that big deal to play right tackle. I know because of what they did, it may be a conversation. I just refuse they ever get close to it. If there's not an injury involved, and there'd have to be a couple of injuries involved before I move Titus Howard to left guard. God, I hope they never do this. I just can't. They can't be serious about this. They just can't.
Well, you can't be serious about. You can't be serious about moving a guy that you paid that kind of money to. You can't be serious about moving that guy when your approach to filling the void otherwise, to avoid having to move that guy, is to draft his replacement, is to draft another tackle. I mean, you could have – the Texans – I mean, here's the deal. You look at – we got to have a serious conversation about Nick's approach in this draft if that does indeed happen. I think there were 3 interior offensive linemen that were drafted in the first round. When it got to the Texans, you could have had the 4th best interior offensive lineman in this draft. That we all knew going into this draft. I'm talking about interior offensive linemen, by the way, not tackles, anything other than a tackle, guard, center, guard. Like, we knew going into this thing that if the Texans had a weak spot on the offensive line, it was going to be the guard center situation, whichever one Juice Scruggs doesn't play. Like, you knew that was going to be the biggest gamble of the year going into the draft. And if your plan was to draft a tackle and potentially move Titus Howard back to guard.
And we saw how that worked.
When Titus has made it, 1, you paid him. 2, he's made it clear he's a tackle. And if I'm Titus Howard at this point in time, I'm through being a good soldier. I'm through being the team first guy.
I think he is. He put it on there.
He has to be. And look, I'm a fan.
You think he was pissed when that draft came?
No, I don't think he looked. I think he's at a point right now where he's like, all right, if I want to keep playing these games, I mean, because he is in a position where he's playing out of position, and at some point in time, it's going to affect his ability to get the next contract. Right? He's got 1 year, 2024 left on his contract before there's an out. Right? I think there's 2 more years after that, but there is an out after next year. And if you're gonna play him at guard, you are absolutely. I mean, you're killing his chances of signing a big deal.
It makes the team worse. He's not good at it. He's not. He is not good at it.
This
Clint,
is why
they would have to run through Kenyon Green, Kendrick Green, Jarrett Patterson, Nick Broker, Dieter Elson. They'd have to run through all of them dudes and somebody else they hadn't signed yet.
Dieter's was somebody else, by the way, the one that played.
Not Michael Dieter, but I'm talking about Dieter Elson.
Oh, Big Dieter.
Yeah, they got another one. They got another. Yeah, they'd have to run through 5 of them jokers before they got to Titus moving over.
This is precisely, Ron, why I hate the tackle pick. If there was an offensive line pick in this draft, early in this draft,
the tackle pick is connected with him going to to guard, I am with you.
Well, Ron, even if it's as a backup, like you sign these guys to huge contracts, you committed long term to them recently, and you're already planning an exit strategy. The whole thought of like playing a season without one of those 2 guys by choice in the next 3 years to me is nuts. I mean, would you like to create a little bit of flexibility for yourself to make a move if it's best for the team? Maybe, sure. But, like, you chose, by the way you drafted, you said, okay, I'm going to take an offensive lineman. You chose to draft a guy at the tackle position knowing that Kenyon Green is a huge crapshoot at the left guard position. That's why I hate the tackle position. I hate the tackle pick. I hate it all the way around.
I hate it if it means in any way that Titus moves to guard. Like, there has to be – like, there would have – the only reason why Titus Howard would not play right tackle for me is if there was an injury.
To Titus Howard.
To Titus Howard. And the only way he has to get to guard is this thing has – I mean, we've lost 3, 4 guys. We lost 2 or 3 guys in a game. And we got no – he shouldn't even practice at guard. I just like that one. I can't even. He should never play another down there again.
I agree.
I mean, you have to take it. I don't know when you said this. You said a part of maybe that contract was his versatility factor.
Sure.
You have to take that out
After watching the product of him at guard this year, yes, absolutely.
And hell, 2 years ago when he played it, he's probably got 15 to 17 games at guard. 15 to 16 of them were probably average to below average. You have to take that versatility angle out of it. He is a tackle like that. Or I could see Clint that he went to left tackle because maybe something happened to Laramie,
yeah.
and you would rather him go to left tackle like he did a couple of years ago. I could see that, but it can't be all right. We're gonna put our best 5 offensive linemen down, and Blake Fisher is one of them. So Titus's versatility brings us over there. That cannot be it.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean,
that ship has to have sailed after that.
When you've got Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard on your roster, the conversation about Fisher replacing either to me is crazy.
This year, yeah.
Like Nick Caserio is on record saying, "Well, Titus is clearly a better tackle than he is a guard."
Oh yes.
Okay, so you're gonna take that guy and like draft a guy to play tackle and move him back to guard. Don't make sense.
Like if Kenyon struggles, there has to be another option.
Yes,
there's got to be another option.
Absolutely.
Hell, Blake, your ass better get over there and see if you can rumble at a guard.
Can you bend? Can you keep that center of gravity down, baby?
What you got coming up at the 4th?
All right, one of my favorite media members right now in the game. He ranked his top 5 NFL offseasons. Top 5 NFL offseasons. The Texans had a monster offseason, any way you slice it. Mike Greenberg, where did the Texans rank in that offseason? We'll tell you where they ranked, and we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The draft is done, and it's time for the Texans to get back on the field. Can you tell Coach D'Amico's ready to go?
We got the guys we got, and we're moving forward. Now we can get on the field, get outside. That's what I'm excited about, getting outside, right, getting some sun and coaching on the grass. That's what I'm definitely looking forward to that moment.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, this traffic report is brought to you by Bell Furniture. With unbeatable prices, stop vehicles still slowing you down. I-10 eastbound at Del is blocking a right shoulder and a right lane. Bell Furniture's ultimate sofa sale. Save up to 50 to 70% off store-wide. Plus, get special financing till 2029. Plus, free delivery and setup. Hurry, this sale ends Monday. Bell Furniture, unbeatable. Cloudy this afternoon, high of 87. It's 76 degrees right now. That's traffic. I'm Elia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Be ready for another hot Texas scorcher. Invest in the most dependable home comfort system on the market. American Standard Air. Clean, cool, reliable. Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I've said this before and I'll say it again. The Denver Nuggets are starting to become the NBA's version of the Kansas City Chiefs. Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray will be an all-time great duo, just like Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce are. Also, it doesn't matter how many points Denver is down or if the Nuggets don't play their best game, but just like the Chiefs, Denver always finds a way to get the job done. And more of those comparisons will occur when Denver wins back-to-back championships come June. I'm Zach Gelb.
This is Seth Payne here with Jen McCumber, the general manager at Bayway Ram down on 225 in Pasadena. Jen, I was doing some hardcore research this morning for my sports show, and it was me watching 3 professional wrestlers trying to win a tug-of-war versus a lion. And the wrestlers lost, and I immediately thought, if I'm ever going to pull this off, I need a Ram truck. Can I reasonably expect to beat a lion in a tug-of-war match with a Ram pickup truck?
You know, the Rams do a lot, so I'd say so. I'd say you're safe.
Okay, but I don't want ridiculously high interest rates to get it done. So what can you do for me?
Well, the good news is it's Ram Truck Month, and we have 0% for 72 months on Ram Crew Cab Lone Stars.
Oh, Crew Cab, so my whole crew can come along. Finally, we can triumph over the lion with 0% financing for 72 months, and you also have the Bayway guarantee.
You know it. We will match or beat any written price out there or pay you $1,000.
Go visit Jen at Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena. Check it out online at baywayram.com and tell them Seth Payne sent you.
Where you go first for breast cancer treatment matters. At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our subspecialists offer personalized, safe, compassionate care. With innovative therapies, shorter radiation protocols, groundbreaking clinical trials, and one of the nation's largest reconstructive breast surgery programs, our team wraps around each patient through every step of their treatment. More at mdandersonbreastcare.com.
That bell is the sound of justice. If you and your family has been injured in a car accident or a construction accident, call our office. We recently had a case of a young lady who was hit by an 18-wheeler. She was a passenger. She was hurt, went to the hospital, went into a coma, and suffered a serious brain injury. The insurance company refused to pay. We fought for her. It took us several years, and we recently got a $9 million settlement for her and her family.
Call 713-349-1500.
And if you've been injured...
Here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
I'm due one of them damn parties, too. I'm due one of them damn parties. I'm doing one of them good times.
Let's party.
Huh?
What the hell are you talking about?
I mean, what was he just listening to?
the elite work of Tyler Milner. You didn't hear the intro? I mean, you hear it every day.
One of those parties.
I mean, I'm just here. I'm due one of them parties.
All right,
let's make it happen.
I know. Red kicked your ass today on a Tuesday because you fixing to go to New York and just ruin all the hard work.
You think that's probably why I did it?
Absolutely. I've never met a trainer that wouldn't. Oh, you gonna miss the next 3? Let me kick your ass today then.
God, man, did he ever?
Let me have you thinking about me 2 days into your vacation, thinking about what I'm fixing to do to you. Absolutely, no question about it. I'm just letting you know I'm doing one of them kind of parties.
Nah, come on, there's some liquor around here.
Will you have one for me?
I
need you. You're going to New York. Everybody out there that doesn't know it, Ron's done today, by the way. Ron's done today, so they're going to give.
But I have not mailed it in. I'm giving you everything I got.
He is doing that. They're going to let old Dirty drive this thing for the next couple of days.
I'm giving you everything I got.
Gets dangerous around here when that happens. But Ron's going to be up in New York turning 40 years old with his bride and a couple of friends.
Still 30. Still in the 30s.
I mean, it could get a little hairy up there.
It could be.
Could get a little hairy up there.
I'll take photos.
Take photos, please do.
I'm going to call in drunk.
Yes, please do. We'll take that call. Tyler, keep the lines open, bub.
Oh, for you, anything, bro.
Absolutely.
I have a special guest with me.
When Ron is gone, Tyler is the number one producer in all of the land. I don't need to do all that hee-hawing around like you do. It's all the land. So get ready, Tyler.
I just want to make sure it's accurate.
Yeah, well, it is for 3 days while you're gone.
I mean, I'm pretty damn good. Yeah.
Mike Greenberg. Speaking about being great, Tyler. Mike Greenberg.
He's really fell off since the other Mike left him.
I definitely disagree with that.
That is not true. He has really come along. He has found both of them have found their footing, to be honest.
Let me clarify, because I think I offended Sean Pendergast, who listens every day around these times.
Sean's horny.
Well, he's always horny. But here's the deal.
Come on, Sean.
I like Mike. Mike Greenberg's good dude, like nice little personality, whatever, cool, entertaining to whatever. That kind of deal. But he is really good at his job. I mean, if there are, which his show has got 3, sometimes 4 people sitting around him, he tees folks up, makes their job easy, and makes them look a lot better than they really are consistently. I mean, I just like that. I mean, he's really good at his gig. I like him. So just to be clear, I don't want to piss anybody off. Mike Greenberg's all right? But he came out with his top 5 off seasons in the NFL. Top 5 NFL teams that have had the best off seasons this year. In Houston, I'm going to go ahead and break it to you. You didn't make it.
We don't like that.
We don't, D'Amico, because it's horse crap. It's BS. Here's the list.
You say it so fast. I
think
they
say
no. I mean, I would love. I've got to create this, and I know it's out there with YouTubes and podcasts. I've got to create something to where I can just
let it go.
Yes, because I've constantly got to hold my tongue because I am a natural minor league cusser.
Oh, I am too.
Minor league's not right because I'm a big league cusser. It's like I don't need to use the real vulgar words all the time.
I do.
Like, I mean, I am elite without using the top, probably the worst 4 or 5 words out there.
I don't mind using that word that rhymes with bunt.
See, I can't go there. I don't need to go there to be great.
It's normal for that one across
here's
the pond,
deal. Here's number 5, the LA Chargers.
There you go.
Now, to be clear, Ron, you pointed this out. To be clear, that has a lot to do with Jim Harbaugh. And it's hard to argue because Jim Harbaugh has won everywhere he's been. He's already won at the NFL level. And so I get it. I get the Chargers being 5 if you're going to include the coach. We here in Houston, we got to understand how important that is. Hell, we saw it. We saw it last year with D'Amico Ryans, right? The Chiefs. I mean, look, the Chiefs, if you want to include re-signing some key players, obviously Travis Kelce, Chris Jones. You can also argue they lost what I've heard, Ron.
They lost the best
corner in football right now.
Last year he was.
Right? Drafted Xavier Worthy at wide receiver, which I'm of the group, again, opposite Ron. I think he is going to be mighty special in Kansas City.
We'll see.
But they're number 4.
They signed Hollywood Brown's probably their big.
That's right, Hollywood Brown too.
Addition to the team.
Eagles, they've re-signed some key guys and they brought in several difference makers and they drafted 2 corners. You talk about addressing a need.
They probably had the best draft. I think there's an argument they probably had the best draft outside of the Bears. What they were able to do, they got great value.
The Jets, who I just looked up there a while ago, Ron, just conveniently, as we're having this set, they're talking about the Jets and what they added. They actually added, I think, 4 offensive linemen if you count the draft pick. They added some dudes in free agency.
Yeah, they did.
And I'm talking about starting offensive linemen, I believe. And then obviously the Bears. I mean, the Bears have. I mean, the draft picks, the free agents.
They go Swift. They go Keenan Allen. They add to that group. And then obviously the quarterback and arguably the top receiver in the draft.
Rome Odunze, yeah. They clearly are number one. Ron, even with Harbaugh in there, I got the Texans at number 4. I got the Texans behind the Bears, Jets, and Eagles as overall. This is considering any coaching ads, free agency, and the draft. Entire offseason, I got the Texans sitting at 4.
Yeah, I got them third. I got them behind. I think their offseason was better than the Jets. I'll be honest with you. I'm surprised the Steelers didn't slide up in this. I felt like theirs was better than even the Chiefs and the Chargers, what they were able to do. But to me, when you talk about Hunter on the defensive side of the ball, I mean, they bring in a guy who had 11.5 sacks, which would have been second on the team behind Grenard last year, and then they had brought in Hunter, who was one of the premier pass rushers, and he could play the run in the game, and he had 17. And then Stephon Diggs, which adds to their crew, and Joe Mixon, which really jumps their run game up in a major way. Now, I think the difference is, at least of just how it's rated and what we see, the Texans draft class, I think, is below these guys. I think every single one of these teams that are listed there have guys that without a shadow of a doubt will help and be a part of their team. Like they're going to have a pretty sizable impact on the team. I'm not sure you can say that quite yet about what the Texans have done in the draft, but I still think it's better than the Jets. The Jets got a couple of really older guys that they're going to, like Smith, the tackle's been hurt a lot. Mike Williams, he's not older, but he's been injured a lot with the Chargers. So I don't know if theirs are as dependable as I think the Texans. So I would put the Texans just behind the Bears and the Eagles.
I got them behind the Bears, Jets, and the Eagles at 4. Needless to say, Greeny, I think we're somewhat fair here. I think the Texans not being on this top 5 list is crazy. I think it's
I'm
ludicrous.
shocked. I mean, everybody has talked about the Texans in a manner of they've been talking about the Texans past the Ravens. We've been hearing people talk about that due to their offseason. I guess I think Greeny has to be Greeny, and people who would do this have to be really just weighing a lot on the Texans draft.
Yeah,
right?
Look,
It has to be.
I'll be honest with you, man, and I like Jim Harbaugh, and I can't argue the fact that he's won in San Francisco and has won
left out Jeff Okudah
at Michigan. But I mean, I can take that in as a factor, I guess, but I can't put him on a list because of that.
Yeah, not because they brought in J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah,
who's coming off of injury.
Come on, man. Like I can't go there. All right, Ron, I need a little help with this, man.
Of course you do.
We saw it all go down last night. We saw the Lakers hang in there, man.
Oh, God.
They were leading every game at halftime this year. 5 games they were leading at halftime and somehow lost the series 4-1.
165 minutes they led the game. They led all the games. 165 minutes. Denver led 59.
I mean, to see it, don't you?
No, you don't, Tyler. They lost by 2. I mean, you hit a bet. Won $150.
That's right.
I would never do this.
And you did it betting the Lakers. So you won the money, and the Lakers lost, so you also won because you get to watch Ron squirm all day today about it.
That's right. They lost by just the right amount. I appreciate LeBron and the Lakers for that money.
When they weren't bowl eligible, I didn't do this to him.
You didn't?
You did. You definitely did.
I didn't come in here gloating.
He didn't bet against you. You know he didn't do that.
No, he just said repetitively, so Ohio State doesn't belong in this thing. Ohio State don't belong in this thing.
That was just that was honesty. I mean,
Ohio State belong.
I'm talking about when you were bowl eligible.
And I'm just play 4 games.
Here's the deal. I just got one question for you two.
I would have bet against the Lakers.
Are the Lakers? Are they in a situation where they just run into a dynasty? Look, we experienced it here in Houston with the James Harden days, where you keep running into Golden State and it's a dynasty, and the Buffalo Bills, they keep running into Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's a dynasty that they can't get beyond. So you understand what the question is, right? Are the Lakers just bumping up against a dynasty in Denver and they can't get over that hump and they're going to run it back? Or are the Lakers done? Does LeBron need to move on and do this thing somewhere else?
No, because, I think they could add whatever he needs to even come close to doing this. If he's going to be able to do it, I think he can do it in L.A. comparative to anywhere else. The thing is, you watch this series and you watch these games, they're not far off. Like, I honestly, I believe the Lakers could damn near beat anybody else. They could have beaten almost anybody else. I mean, they literally had AD useless in the second half in a closeout game on the road, and they got beat by a last-second shot again. And AD was their best player. I mean, he literally went 1.6 rebounds in the second half after going 16-9 and averaging almost 30. Like, listen, the Nuggets may just be a team that's just going to roll through, but I don't think LeBron leaving LA gives him a better shot. I think they've got to add some pieces, but they were closer than I thought they were in this game. I think there's a mental thing with Denver for them, where it just seems like Denver's going to find a way to win it, or the Lakers are going to find a way to blow it,
right?
Which happened repeatedly. But you don't come away from this, to bring it close to home. You don't come away from this like the way that Texans fans ended the season against Baltimore, right? You looked at Baltimore, you're like, man, damn, they've got to do some things. But if you look at the 4-1, I mean, they just absolutely. I mean, they blew yesterday's game. They had in their hands. AD gets injured. That's a big deal. Game 2, they're up 20 in the second half. And they just absolutely blew that game. So, like I said, they've led throughout. And I don't necessarily think it was just a thing of Denver just said, "Oh, now we want to play." They're a problem. They are the best team in basketball. Although this Minnesota series is going to be fun to watch. But I think if he's going to have a chance to get past Denver, I think it's in LA.
What is the key here? What do they got to add?
I think they need wing defenders and some more size with Davis, because Davis has an injury issue. And really the size is, they just need some size, because really Denver is really the team that really hurts you. Like, nobody else can really just do you in like Jokic can. But I think wings. Now, they had Vanderbilt, who was injured, who couldn't play as a wing defender. But I think they got to get better wings and guys that can go get it on their own, so LeBron doesn't have to do as much as he does. Because, you got to believe he's going to probably take a step, at least a small step back next year. He's not. At some point,
you
next year's going to be 40.
Right? But Ron, he's just such a different animal. He's just a different animal than anything that we've ever seen, because, he's so much bigger and more athletic than everybody.
But you can see his tank.
Sure,
his tank empties a lot faster than it used to.
Yeah,
the fourth quarters, he was he had to try to conserve himself. Like I'd say, even if the Lakers got past this series, which they clearly didn't,
right?
He gave so much energy in this series. I don't think that they would have been able to continue rolling.
Too much to make it run all the way. All right, boys, I got a little bit of an update here. And I'll be completely transparent. I reworded the question to be fair.
I'm very nervous.
I'm just telling you. I put a poll out there earlier. Y'all asked for a poll. I put a poll out there. These two guys, if you're just now listening, these two guys that I do radio with every day, two of my closest friends. Even though we were closer an hour ago, because I just can't get beyond this. These guys pull their britches down mid-thigh to knee to take a dump.
Yeah, knee. I was going to say, I went over there and squatted during the break.
You showed me it could be considered thigh.
It's more knee.
It wasn't below the fluid that's on your knee, so it was thigh.
Anyone with good hygiene does this.
It's a good knee.
I mean, so
you didn't put the public part in that.
Well, I redid it, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to let it ride because ankles is still winning. But I'm just going. Here's the deal. Here's how I posed the first poll. Right, serious question. When you take a dump, how far do you pull your britches down? Because I really don't care if you're talking about at home or on the road, wherever you do it. How do you take a dump? It doesn't change for me. Without putting in public restrooms, britches around your ankles is 72%. Thigh and knee area 22%. One leg out 6%. Now that's almost 1,000 votes. Now I'm gonna be. I reworded it. Let's try this again.
Half those people are from Arkansas.
All right, I knew he was going to say that. I knew his ass was going to say that.
Come on now.
All right, here I put the new poll up. I said, let's try this again. When you take a dump in public restroom,
thank you for adding the poll.
How far do you pull your britches down? Ankles 51%, thigh knee area 45%, one leg out 4%.
That's probably too.
Hey, we got a couple of people that said, hey. I take my britches and my drawers down and hang them on the hook on the back of the door.
Man. You know what?
I hang my backpack.
I'd rather you do that than have them bad boys to the ground.
No,
it's cleaner.
Now hold on. All right, I got a lot of questions. We got to go to break because do you take your shoes off too? Like if you got to sit down and take a doo doo, like that's a lot to get to. To get them off. Like, I got to take them off. I got to get my shoes. Are you pulling them through your pants off with the shoes on? Because that's hard. I've been done to do it on myself.
If I got jeans or something on, I'm just going to the ankles. But if I got, like, sweat shorts on.
I'm talking about
these shorts I got on right here.
You'll pull them all the way off.
I can pull one leg all the way out.
But these people said they get in there and take them things off and hang them up where
it's completely off.
That's too much, man.
If one of my J's will slide through the pant leg with my shorts, it's coming off, Bubba.
Coming up, you'll hear from Jose Abreu. He spoke on the situation as he is going to West Palm Beach and will be away from the Astros to try to find his game. You'll hear what he had to say coming up next.
It's not ideal.
Payne and Pendergast.
I think Cade Stover,
Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, fellas. The big news of the day right now with the Houston Astros. We thought it was going to be the call-up, but it is actually Jose Abreu. We talked about this yesterday. If you want to find it on the podcast page, we talked about it yesterday in the first hour of the show. What are they going to do with Jose Abreu? What are they going to do there? He's not somebody that just sits on the bench. What are they going to do with him? I said I think they need to go ahead and cut ties and move on. And they have made a decision. The decision is they're going to option him to West Palm Beach effective tomorrow to get some. You can't play that. It's
why
he's not. No,
he's heading to West Palm Beach.
Yeah, but it's not. The end of the road would be him not
very
no
well
longer.
It could be the end of a career here.
It's the next step. When it ends at West Palm Beach, now
you know
I
what?
think you're
Fine,
jumping the
fine.
gun. You're jumping the gun.
He's harsh.
He's telling you what he wants.
He's harsh.
He woke up every day and did that for Jaco DeRisi every day.
Yeah, it sucks to suck, bro.
You're harsh, man. Like it didn't. I mean, this damn breaking news, it wasn't 30 seconds old, and you were celebrating Abreu being gone.
Because I wanted it yesterday. Been waiting on it.
But at some point, it becomes personal.
I didn't even.
Yes.
It becomes personal for my fandom, and this guy being ass.
You can be happy as a fan that it's going to happen. You don't have to. Gloat and celebrate the second he gets sent to West Palm.
I'm pretty sure Jose Abreu and his millions are going to be okay.
To pull the
it's about you, not
to pull the carpet back. And by the way, we'll let you hear what Jose had to say about the situation. We'll see if this makes Tyler feel a little bit better. By the way, he is being optioned down to get some at bats. But to pull the carpet back just a little bit. Usually, Tyler and I have an understanding of what breaking news is coming. Usually, like we've got, an eye signal. We see a signal. We see each other. And we know, that one. We know breaking news is coming. Generally, Clint is completely caught off guard. And generally, we have fun to do it right in the middle of his speaking.
Interrupt him.
That's something that is fun for us to do.
It's cute.
But I had no idea on this one. He came in. I had no idea what this was. And he's looking at me with that. It's here.
Some good breaking news.
He kept doing that. And I said to him in his ear, is it happening? Damn, Tyler. And during the whole,
I think you were saying that live on air, by the way.
I may have. And the whole little intro to the breaking news, Sports Radio 610, whatever. He's in there. Just wait. Just you wait.
Finally.
And then he came in and man, he has lost himself.
Tyler Miller says he's still real optimistic.
He's happy. Tyler's feeling good about it. Listen, I don't think Tyler hates the guy. I think he's ready to roll. By the way, here is.
I mean, he gets joy out of somebody's.
No, I got joy from Jaco DeRisi's ass. I'm not getting joy from this. I was just waiting on it and it needed to happen.
You and Jake need to bury the hatchet. Maybe you, Jake, and Nick Casario need to hit a double date. Anyway, this is from
Jim Nantz.
No, you keep that ass hat away from me.
Yeah.
That hat came out. Thank God I said hat, because that had to stop. I had to stop myself, that one. God. Sorry, Jim. Or like Chris Ballard. No, I'm not. All right. This is from Jose Abreu. You know what's been the hardest thing for me? And I say this from the bottom of my heart, Tyler. I feel embarrassed. Abreu said in Spanish. The people in this organization brought me here to do a good job. I haven't done that. And that's a hard thing, too. The hard thing, too, is that my teammates see that I haven't done my job. Although they have always supported me, always been by my side, I won't stay down. See that right there? See, you're
and he's in there. He's in there. See a guy.
Right there. Keep going.
Keep going. This has been killing.
Do y'all have any Kleenex in there?
I feel for this dude. He's clearly been pressing. This is weighing on him. This is a bad thing about sports. Like, he seems like a good dude, but his performance would just make people
throw up.
Terrible, like anger towards him.
Ugly, yes.
Anger towards him, and he's trying like hell. He's trying like hell to get out of this. Nobody. So I saw Robert Flores. Like I said, nobody wants to fix this more than he does, and you can see it right.
So true.
I mean, if he comes out. I mean, this guy right here, man.
Yeah.
I got no sympathy. Whenever you play like ass for that long of a time, I got no sympathy.
You got no sympathy.
No.
Oh, come on.
No. This isn't some beloved Astro for years and years, much like Odorizzi.
He's a human.
Oh, wow. God. Yeah, he's a human being.
I got no sympathy.
Y'all get down up off your pedestal. This dude has played baseball So bad.
You get off of yours.
It's been bad.
Yes, it's been bad. Yes.
So I don't feel bad.
Yeah, so Ryan, you got nothing. You're like,
be
whatever.
better or get the hell out.
You don't feel for old buddy that his swing's broke and he's struggling and he's a good enough dude to just come go, hey, look at
this didn't do anything for you.
You
know the hardest thing for me.
Acting like you're crying and stuff.
And I say this from the bottom of my heart. I feel embarrassed.
And I think he's genuine. I think
and
this
Jack
is a good dude.
Like you were out there making
I don't
noises.
give a crap. This is not an Astro like Jose Altuve or Kyle Tucker or George Springer. It's not an Astro like that. This guy came on the scene because Bagwell vouched for him. He was ass except for 2 months of last season. Came back in this year, was ass some more. I got no sympathy for your ass. Get out of here.
Yeah. I believe this is the right move. But as a human...
he'll be fine.
As a human,
That's intense.
Just pat his butt. Tell him it's okay.
That's intense, Tyler.
He already said it what it's why. Tyler
just know, Tyler Milner,
he said the money portion of it.
You fall on some hard times.
He said the money portion of it.
Hey, you fall on some hard times, Tyler's going to kick you while you're down.
That's not true. This guy has done nothing for me.
Tyler's my boy for life.
You're my boy too, bro.
Tyler calls himself a Christian is the next one.
That's right. That's right. I hope you feel good about yourself.
That man said, I've got no sympathy. 713-572-4610.
Jesus knows my heart, friend.
I know he does. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, do you have any sympathy for a guy busting his ass and it's over? Dude, I have sympathy for somebody who has played this sport at a high level. This is it. Right?
It's hard to watch,
right?
Man.
It's hard to watch. This is it. It's over for him.
Really hard to watch.
It's over for him. I'm going to tell you this right now. I think that Jose's going to find it because I think it's lost. Just like I hated. Sports hated the hell out of Peyton Manning. But when Peyton Manning, who has been great for his whole career, couldn't throw the ball 25 yards on a line anymore, I felt bad for it. I did.
Tyler didn't.
I felt terrible. I did. I said, damn, man, that's got to be hard, man. So I do. Yes, he's a millionaire. It doesn't mean that he stops being human from the text line. I didn't say you said that, Tyler. This one from the text line, Tyler. Jesus saves.
Yes, he does.
The next one. Tell him, Tyler, the other two jokers were with you are acting like they are stellar people. No, act like I'm a stellar person.
No, I am.
Y'all are stellar people.
I am, absolutely, Tyler.
I do feel bad for a guy just poured his heart out. How much? I hope it hasn't turned to the liquor.
It's a performance-based business, bro.
I get it.
I don't care how hard he tried or how much heart he put into it. He sucked.
Do you hear Tyler? Tyler said, if this was a beloved Astro, he'd feel different.
Well, I mean, I'm dead serious. Like whenever guys in the past at their game started leaving them as they got older, guys that actually were in Houston and did good things at some point. I got some bad feelings for you. No, I don't. Sorry.
What's this mean for the young fella? What's this mean for the young fella coming up? Joey Luperfido, what does this mean for him? Where should he be playing? They got in the outfield today. Where should he be playing? We'll discuss that coming up next. Damn, Tyler.
Where the Texans focused on positional need with
get invented, they'll be on Auto Trader. Just you wait. Auto Trader.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm really blown away by some of the people here that are part of this Drive family. I mean, these Fighting Tylers take it to another level. That's just insane. Now, there are some against you, Tyler.
What happened?
My guy here says, as a fellow Aggie, I'm disappointed in you, Tyler. I know that hits hard.
And I said, that's all right, friend. Gig 'em.
Tyler, normally I like your takes. But after how Abreu came out and spoke today, you are cold-blooded. Just plain mean. They say you aren't cold-blooded, just plain mean.
I don't think Jose Abreu is going to be losing any sleep over me, my friend.
But I'm not kidding. Most people, I think, are riding with you.
Smart folks.
Okay. No sympathy when his non-hitting ass with that fully guaranteed contract. Someone texted, go look at his career earnings. I promise you won't have sympathy. No, I've never understood that.
I wasn't dying on that hill.
I know you're not dying. You're just you're at a different hill.
Just wanted him to do his job, you know.
But I never understood the thought of, hey man, that guy's made a certain amount of money. So like human things like depression or stress or things like you don't encounter or deal with. Like, what person do you know that has been highly successful in anything and has made a ton of money and worked really, really hard to get there? What do you think the percentage of those people ever say to themselves, I don't care about my performance because I got money? Even Antonio Brown's crazy ass don't even think like that. Well, maybe now he does. But, I mean, how many people you think that? Like, my goodness, like, the thought is, like, you don't think this is killing him?
Oh, it's got to be.
And, he made $19 million this year, so whatever. Like, what? Like, that is just... I hope Buddy is all right. Like, I hope he can literally go to West Palm and clear his head a little bit because it looks mental. And it looks really, really mental. Right.
Well, the thing is, if he can't get it right there, I mean, he's got to call the Stros and say, hey, I'm retiring.
Yeah.
I mean, now that's obviously, I don't know how that impacts his money, but at the end of the day, this is the last step. If he can't go get it right in West Palm, then it ain't fixable.
He's embarrassed, as he said. Like, nah, man, I feel bad. I feel bad for him. I got sympathy for him. I do. And I hope he's good. I hope he's good upstairs.
I'm not too messed up about it. I'm just not going to have crybaby noises when he leaves, when he gets sent to West Palm, like Tyler. Bully, man.
Don't let the door hit you.
He's a bully, man.
There he is. Don't let the door hit you. All right.
The guy next to him flunks his test, and Tyler sits there, you flunked your test.
Yeah, you idiot.
Making noises at him. You're a bully, man.
I wouldn't say that.
Hope you're proud of yourself.
Just being honest.
That's what happens when you get a Hummer. 16 years
Yellow
old.
Hummer, that's right.
That's the kind of guy. See, you look...
That's a good point, man.
I can't get it out. You look at a guy like me who drove a Ford hatchback.
The bike rack.
A Ford hatchback with the bike rack. That's the type of fella that's got some sympathy for somebody. You get a Hummer at 16, hell with that.
I was doomed from the start.
I still don't ever forgive her for parking that damn car outside of that damn barbershop. And knowing I couldn't question it. Thanks.
Oh, come on, man. A lot of folks out there wish their mama bought them a car. You out there complaining because it wasn't the right one.
No. My mom didn't really give a damn about not giving me a chance sometimes in high school. Sometimes she went on that stretch where she just kept buying me Bugle Boy jeans.
I don't even know what that is, but it sounds funny.
Oh, you ain't never had no Bugle Boys?
Oh, my mom.
Bugle Boys back in the day now.
My mom.
What'd you want?
I mean, something that wasn't $8. Bugle Boys. She came home one time with some Kansas City Royals shoes from Payless. That's when I'm out here running out here embarrassing my ass. My mom never, it took her a while to cross from elementary school and to middle school where, like, you know, your look and and what you, how you look and like the popularity thing. No, she didn't give a damn about that. Kids talked about my ass nonstop. Tight ass Bugle Boy jeans.
Guys like Tyler, they bullied you.
That was Tyler's, yeah.
No, that is not a performance-based deal. Never made fun of anyone's attire.
Tyler Bull. Hell, you didn't make fun of somebody's attire. I know I have.
Not like seriously. Not like straight up really bullying someone to their face. Like, what are you wearing, you freaking idiot? Like, look at this guy. No, I've never done that.
Tyler, you did that real easy. By the way, some news here, as we know that Jose Abreu, sadly, and we are praying for you, Jose, is going down to West Palm. Well, most of us are praying for you, Jose. It's going down to West.
I'll still pray for him.
It's going down to West Palm Beach. They're looking at options at first base, Clint, Tyler, and here we go. John Singleton, who will start tonight, is going to be an option. Joey Luperfido is going to be an option. And Mauricio Dubon will all get run at first base in Jose Abreu's absence, Joe Espada said. It does not sound like he wants Yainer Diaz or Victor Caratini at first base, but don't rule that out. So many of you who were hoping to see Dubon at first base, he may get some run at first base during this time out. How
about those of us that just wanted to see Joey Loperfido at first base and let him get work? Instead, we're going to turn first base into the 2024 center field. Or the 2023 center field, I'm sorry. We're just going to rotate these suckers through here.
Well, Clint, I think we're probably doing that in center field too.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm saying.
I think we're doing it in center and at first.
Yeah.
I don't love this. I love that they made the move to get Abreu, out of here right now. I think that had to happen. But I think you bringing this kid up, put him in at first base, write it in every day. Hey, man, you're going to play here for you're going to play here for a while.
Yes.
In my mind, a cool month. You're going to be at first base. You're going to, I don't even want you to worry about what the lineup sheet's going to say. You can come in and know where you're going. I'm playing first, I'm batting 7th. I'm playing first, I'm batting 8th. Whatever it is, every day. I like that instead of, all right, here we go. Where am I going today? Oh, got right. I think that would make him more comfortable, is what Joe has said earlier today, is why they're putting him in the outfield. I don't know that I love that.
Well, what I don't like, and it's not necessarily just baseball, but it's everything. Like, I don't like compounding problems. Like, Jose Abreu has been a problem. Okay, what's the quickest, most seamless fix? Joey Loperfido and John Singleton, they're your two first basemen, and everybody else stays the same. Dubon, you're going to play center field, you're going to play shortstop, you're going to play second, and you're going to be our super utility, right? Caratini, Diaz, y'all going to be our catchers. That's where we're going to be. Caratini, you're going to be a bat off the bench. He's swinging it well. You're going to be a bat off the bench, right? But instead, now we've got 5 names in the hat at first base, which then affects the catching position, which then affects the center field position. I mean, it's just one of those, like, I don't like when that's the answer. And look, this may be just blowing smoke. The Diaz Caratini being thrown in there, that seems to tell me that they're just blowing smoke and don't want anybody to know what the plan is. But I don't like the compounding of problems.
You feel that? Hell, I don't know. I don't know what Dana Espada's doing. I don't know. I don't know what kind of blowing smoke they're doing. I don't. That part, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. And they know the kid better than we do, and they know the situation better than we do. For me, a texter said it, and I completely agree with him. Just put Dubon in center field and put the kid at first base, and let's go.
Agreed.
Like, if you look at these guys and we say who needs to get at bats, John, Joey, or Mauricio, John can go grab a seat.
Agreed.
Like, and right now you want to get a look at Joey. Like he should get, and as he said, we've set him up. We didn't bring him in here to sit. He's come up here to play.
Well, this has been keep this in mind too. Like, not only has the two first basemen in Abreu and Singleton not been productive, they've not been good defensively.
No.
So when you talk about Loperfido, who may or may not be as comfortable as others at first base, like, what can he do? What could he possibly do that you look up for a youngster and go, hey, man, this was the wrong move?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But apparently, as you said, we have a turnstile in center
and first base. I'm excited about watching the kid in the big leagues, though. Yeah. I'm excited about Loperfido being part of the Astros run here, and I'm excited about the fact that they've made a move with Jose Abreu.
Had to be done.
And there's something other than we're just going to keep on keeping on to see whether he can work it out, or are the Astros done? He's out of sight, out of mind for a couple of weeks. And I hope that for his sake he can figure it out, and help for our sake. We got a bunch of money invested in him. I hope he can figure it out. But I think the guy's broke. I think the guy's done. I don't think going down a notch and facing lesser pitchers is going to all of a sudden fix that swing. I don't personally think that. We'll see what happens. But I'm excited about the fact that Joey Loperfido, who has been lights out in the minor leagues and was really, really, really good in spring training with the Astros. I'm excited about that era of baseball hopefully starting here, and I hope it's not I hope it's here to stay. It doesn't fizzle out.
Well, it starts today. He'll be in the outfield. Hopefully we get the lineup out soon, and we can bring that to you. You can hear coming up next. That's the first thing you'll hear coming up next. Dana Brown and his comments about Jose Abreu. If you've not heard that, we'll have that right off the bat for you. And big news coming in the NBA, which hopefully is helpful to me and my hair. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, this is that time of year, man, where the weather turns and it's nice. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. Get outside, whether you're working out, hiking, jogging, biking. Maybe you're on a little vacation, outdoor at the pool, the beach, the river, whatever it is you like to do. Maybe it's just getting outside and playing with your kids or your grandkids and doing it all pain-free, huh? This is the time of year when it all hits home. And if you've got chronic joint pain, you simply can't do it. Good news is if you've got chronic joint pain and you're dealing with chronic joint pain,
Odyssey Sports Station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the DILF.
The big DILF.
Psycho T/T-Bill have the latest. And the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And the big news of the day is Jose Abreu. They have made a decision with Abreu. The club has. Here is the general manager, Dana Brown. If you have not heard that, many of you are just getting off work. These are the comments and the words from Dana Brown upon the decision with Jose Abreu.
I just wanted to let the group know that we had a great meeting and good conversation with Jose Abreu. And in the middle of that conversation, we got into some really good things about what we could do to get Jose Abreu back to, what he was doing last year, sort of like September, October in the postseason. And both sides were really engaged in this meeting. And through this meeting, we decided to option Jose Abreu to West Palm Beach effective tomorrow to get him some at-bats and to get his rhythm and timing back right. And so hopefully, and we're actually confident that we're going to get him down there and work on specific things like rhythm and timing and keeping your head on the ball and things like that. And hopefully we'll have him back here as soon as possible.
All right, that's General Manager Dana Brown saying he's going to go to West Palm Beach. And I think there's a couple of things here, Clint, to handle or to attack with this. And one is, you got to give credit to the Houston Astros decision makers and organization. Listen, I don't think there was much of a decision to be made here. I told you yesterday I would have gone a step further and just gone ahead and washed my hands of it. I could understand, let's give this one last opportunity. But they could have easily, and we heard from Tony Gwynn Jr., our guy who you hear here every Thursday. He said a couple of weeks back, sometimes it's hard for people who make decisions and teams and owners and GMs to say, hey, we're going to admit that we messed up and blew this. But they're at least doing something. And they had to remove him, especially if they're going to bring people up. They had to remove him from the equation, and I give them credit first for doing that.
Well, tip the cap to him for doing that, for making a move, putting winning first, and producing at the first base position as a priority, right? I mean, that's ultimately all that matters in this equation here. But Dana Brown, according to the audio you just played, it sounds Dana's doing everything he can to emphasize, which I think to Jose Abreu and his people, that the organization is not giving up on him, that the organization has confidence that he will go down there and figure this thing out, which I think is the right thing to do for the organization at this point in time. With Jose Abreu, one reason, because you've got a boatload of money sunk into him, and it'd be ideal if he did get his swing back and his rhythm and his timing back and was seeing the ball better, yada, yada, yada.
And this isn't the last year that money.
Yeah.
You got him again next year.
Yeah, you got one more year of it. So, look, I think Dana's saying all the right things. The problem is, guys, is we've made light of it on this show multiple times. Like, I think the guy's broken. I think he's done.
I don't think he's going to go down and find it.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, there's nothing that we've seen. I mean, he's been blown away by high 80s. Like, he's not been able to catch up with a fastball high 80s to mid 90s. Like, it's not a matter of boy, it's there, and he's really opening this thing up, and he's letting it eat, but he's just not seeing it well. I mean, there's an inability to open it up. He's late on everything. He doesn't appear to be seeing it well. It appears to be broke. I hope as an Astros fan I'm dead-ass wrong, and he goes down there and figures it out, and I hope in 2-3 weeks, a month, whatever it is, Jose Abreu is back hitting high 200s and producing for the Astros like he did late last season. I hope I'm wrong, but the way I see it, the organization's tiptoeing around Jose Abreu because it's clearly a fragile situation. You're sending him down there, and the reality of it is you have no idea whether he's going to figure this thing out or not.
I mean, based off what we've watched, the odds are he's not.
Right.
But
somehow Dana Brown is confident that he will.
I mean, he's like you said, he's speaking to him.
Sure.
Trying to
right,
more,
rightfully
which you understand.
so.
Yeah. Right, you would understand. Like, these guys don't come out and fully tell the truth for good reason. I just look at this Clint from the standpoint of there's one thing if this was like an injury, and I know there are some people who have floated that around. That's preposterous. There's no way that this is an injury. Let me tell you something. If Jose Abreu has been dealing with some sort of injury and they have refused to put him on the IL with how well he's played, then they should all be fired. Every last one of them. So I don't think it's an injury situation. I think it's he's lost it. Like, it looked like Father Time was threatening to get him last year, and somehow he pulled it together. And it looks like he got him by a chokehold around the neck. So we'll see. We'll see. But the other part is, Clint, for him to get back to steal time or to get back to get his job back or to be back a part of this, it would have to be going damn near as bad as it is right now at first base. Like, all the options, for him to have to come up, because I am curious to see what he's going to show at West Palm Beach. Like, I don't even know what kind of pitching he's going up against. What's he like to show what he's going to have to show to jump somebody just playing solid. Right, somebody just playing solid.
Like I said, I don't think it's going to happen, but if he gets down there and somehow fixes the swing and all of the stars align for him again, given the fact that we're talking about Joey Loperfido and ultimately John Singleton and worst-case scenario, Mauricio Dubon, possibly Diaz or Caratini. Like, I mean, clearly there are – right now – they're out of options, and Loperfido's the best bet. If Jose Abreu goes back down there and he shows any kind of promise, I would imagine he'd be back with Loperfido or whoever swinging the bat the best at that point in time. But again, I think it's a long shot.
Yeah, that's interesting. We'll take. Let's be something we're going to watch. Something going to be looking at as Jose Abreu is going to try to find his swing, and they sound like they're confident that he will. I don't know that many folks are. They sound like they're confident he will. We'll see what happens, but hopefully he finds something, because he seems to be in a tough place. And I do think if you are down, you said walking around on eggshells, I bet you that locker room is probably bringing a bit of that. There's just a negative energy that's just hard to avoid if you're in the place that he's. Hell, I've done it. I know I've been in a negative place with the job before, and I've brought energy down. Clint has done it multiple times.
Yeah,
so,
I do it all the time.
Tyler has too. We've all done it. But you understand, this has to be – but ours is a day and a half. This has probably been every single day. Yeah. And he doesn't want it to be, but every single day. That could be a help for a change.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this just came out, Clint, and I feel like he's getting enjoyment out of it. I really do. This Alden Gonzalez reports Mike Trout needs surgery on his knee. Sources tell him and Jeff Passan the extent is not known, but sources said it is not expected to be season-ending. But he is going to miss some time with surgery on the knee.
Mike Trout's hurt?
It's like
what?
No, it's seriously. It's Trout, AD, Joel Embiid. Who else is in this?
He needs to just get his ass out of
there's
LA.
Somebody
Forrest Whitley.
Who are okay, well, you got to make
Kawhi.
Kawhi Leonard, you're right. Got all of them. Kawhi is missing tonight again. Joel Embiid had to skip the shoot-around because he has a migraine on top of Bell's palsy and the knee that he has.
Jeez.
Someone set a screen on AD. Yes, just a screen on AD, and it took his shoulder out of place or something. And now Mike Trout, walking up the clubhouse stairs, I'm guessing, has to have knee surgery. What in, seriously, these guys, again, somebody I'm sure has no sympathy for. But these guys, damn it. I mean, he's probably got to be beside himself.
The Mike
I would kick my own ass.
Mike Trout. Mike Trout obviously is going to make a boatload of money, and already has. So it's not going to impact.
Some of you out there who gives a damn.
Right, it's not going to impact his bottom line. But Mike Trout's got to look back at his career and be like, "What in the hell was I doing in L.A.?"
But at this,
he's snake bit. He got to get out, man.
You think it's
Where's
L.A.?
he originally
I
from?
think Philly. The Philly area.
Get out.
I think it would. You don't think it would follow him?
Oh, maybe it will, but I got to try my luck, man. He is snake bit, boy.
It is. Those guys. I'm serious. I bet you they have to be almost running and walking around waiting for the injury to happen.
At this point, it's death, taxes, and those guys you just listed getting injured.
So what happened to Kawhi? Seriously, he's played the most games in the regular season he's played in years. I bet you those guys had to look at. I bet you those guys had to look at LeBron and just want to fight him. Like, how the hell is your ass just waltzing through here? He has never even had a major injury.
Yeah, knock on wood. No, real wood. The table there.
Give me a second.
The table.
They got to be beside themselves. Damn, man. Well, it looks like the Angels are done.
I'm just so shocked,
Stop it, man.
Yeah, I bet the writers still vote for him for MVP, too. He'll miss the rest of the year or something. Oh, it's just so good, though. He's so good.
Is there anybody else who fits this mold? Joey Bosa gets himself hurt all the time, too. You could time it. Joey Bosa's going to have a leg injury at some point for the Chargers. At some point. They as a team just go down with injuries to major pieces.
5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, someone texted in Bell's Palsy is no freaking joke. No, I'm not joking. I'm just saying the things that he is dealing with all at once right now in a closeout game. All at once. Just snake bitten, as you said. All right, let's get to the Astros in particular. They've got what they've got ahead of them. They've got a big series against the Guardians, and Hunter Brown's on the mound.
Big
Hunter
game.
Brown, well, he's 0-4 in an ERA pushing 10. So, are we going to – he's very much representative of the Astros as a whole. When are we going to start seeing something? You know what I mean?
We're on the verge of seeing his ass go right to the pen. And I'm talking about the bullpen. He's got to be number 5 right now.
Well, I was going to say, do we see him go to the pen or do we see him – he's not out of options. Christian Javier, by the way, is there any update, Dana, on Christian Javier on the neck? When he comes back, hopefully soon, somebody's got to roll.
What do you got? You got Verlander, Fromber, Christian Javier, Ronel Blanco, and then your 5th one's got to be him.
Hunter or Spencer Urquidy. They kept Spencer up here to send J.P. Francis' ass back down, and Spencer has pitched better than him, kind of. I think. I was encouraged after the first inning where he gave up 4 and then he didn't give up anything else. But Hunter Brown's got to start showing something, man.
Yeah.
Along with the rest of this team. This is and I think we talked about it earlier, Clint. I'm looking at this 9-game stretch. You got to try to break this down. They have got to make up some ground if they're going to get back in it. If what Joe Espada said, that what happened in Mexico City could be a game, a thing that turns and flips the season.
Yeah.
They found a good thing. They got to start winning series. These next 9 games, they got 6 at home on this homestand against the Guardians, the best record in the American League, against the Mariners, the team that currently leads the AL West, the team you're chasing, and then the Yankees, who swept you, have one of the top 3 records in the American League. These are 3 good teams in the AL. You got 9 games against them. They got to start winning series. They've got to go above 500 in this stretch.
Yeah, look, here's the deal for me. It's obvious, Ron, they got to start winning some series. They got to start winning some games. They have dug a hole that's going to take a while to dig out of. Right now, it's obviously I care about how many games they win versus how many they lose. But I don't know how many more games I can watch these guys lose at the hands of Brian Abreu, Ryan Presley, and Josh Hader. At some point in time, those three guys, not just 1 or 2, all 3 of them sunbucks, they've got to turn the corner and start getting better.
If they get a lead in the 7th, that's got to be ball game.
When they lose, if and when they lose, it can't be at the hands of one of those 3.
Like we've got to have several outings like the Justin Verlander first start where he went 6, he turned it over to Brian, who turned it over to Ryan, who turned it over to Josh, and boom, we were out of there. The way it was supposed to, the way it's been drawn up since day one, which it's only happened once. We've got to have some more of that right there, man. And it's, again, if you lose the game 2-1, so be it. Let's not lose it 2-1 when you had a lead 1-0 in the 8th or the 9th, and your big guns gave it up. So, look, yes, obviously they got to win, but really what they got to do is quit losing ball games at the hands of their best damn players.
Yeah, and to the point you're making also, guys like Jose Altuve have got to drive in runs when runners are in scoring position. As well as he is hitting this year, I don't know what it is now, but going into that series,
well, we're not going to count Colorado anyway. He was 1 for 17 with runners in scoring position.
Going into that, he's been leading or top 3 in hitting all year, and he's 1 for 17.
Yeah,
Jordan, your ass has been doing it too. I expect more from. You're right. Like these two guys, these guys got to carry it. If they come up, if the Jordans, Altuve, the Tuckers come up with runners in scoring position multiple times, they got to come through at least once. And like you said, they get a lead. If it's 3-1, 2-1 in the 7th, Presley, Abreu, and Hader have to close the door. Have to. You're 9-19. They got to take a step. It's got to happen. All right, programming note we'll remind you of coming up, and man, this Clint said he hated the tackle pick. I don't hate the tackle pick unless this becomes a true thing. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, love or hate them Astros and what they've been doing lately. You've probably been drinking a lot of beer. And I want to take a minute to tip my
to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Drive family, Sports Radio 610 family. Little programming note coming up tomorrow, which is Wednesday. Put this on your schedule, your calendar. 7:30. 7:30. And this is generally right around the time I get up and I'm taking the kids to school. 7:30 on Payne and Pendergast tomorrow. Nick Caserio will join the fellas. He will join Seth and Sean, and I'm sure we'll be probably somewhere around 40 minutes if it's like normal.
Caserio?
That's right, and they'll I'm sure discuss the draft and amongst other things. So 7:30 tomorrow, right here on Sports Radio 610 with Payne and Pendergast. Nick Caserio will be speaking.
Do you need Sean to extend the invite and let him know that you'd like to maybe grab a drink or something and kind of hash a few things out and put some stuff behind y'all?
That'd be cute.
Cute.
I'd enjoy it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Just telling you. Nick, it'll get to him. I know they're listening. Just saying, man. Let's go out, grab a whatever you want to grab. Toast, pizza, drink, hummus.
Well, those first two got carbs now.
I'm gonna bet you
hummus might be it.
It's got carbs too.
You might be 1 for 4.
Grab some hummus.
I don't know that Nick is just kind of randomly eating toast.
Some yogurt.
I know it's a couple waffles when he first gets up in the morning, get a little juice flow.
Okay, breakfast.
Learned that on Payne and Pendergast one time when the GM was on there.
Turkey bacon.
We share an affinity for wrestling. We can really, get after it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now you got to tread lightly. Now that's Sean and Nikki's territory now. Oh. Don't go getting in that now.
I'm just saying we have one thing in common.
Don't be pissing people. Don't be stepping on toes now.
I'm not trying to step on toes. I'm just saying, if there's a hatchet to be buried, I'm willing. But you all can listen to it tomorrow, 7:30. Payne and Pendergast. Nick Caserio will be on with the fellas. Now, I'm sure he won't discuss this. I kind of want to hear it a little bit, to hear his thoughts, to see if he'll be definitive on this, and maybe he will be. Because this does intrigue me. I was going back and forth. Jonathan Alexander, who writes for the Houston Chronicle, covers the Texans. Is a beat writer there every day with the Texans. Goes to the combine, goes to everything. Got to going back and forth with him, and he said there could be a route in which Titus Howard moves to left guard. He said if Blake Fisher is really good coming out of camp, and clearly they love Blake Fisher, and Kenyon Green in particular struggles, yes, there is absolutely a chance to see Titus Howard at left tackle. Also going to say that D'Amico at the Combine didn't commit to having Titus permanently at right tackle, that the option could be open. And I would just say this, Clint, that can't be a part of the strategy. Now, there can't be any part of the strategy that has Titus Howard going to play left guard unless the whole house is on fire. And that means there's got to be a run of 3, 4, 5 guys before Titus Howard has to get over there. He's a right tackle who you paid large money to. And Sean, speaking of Sean Pendergast, he reminds people of this, and I think it's great. He has yet to play a single down at the position you have paid him to play and paid him top 5 at that position to play. We've seen it. He is, to be kind, below average as a left guard. To be kind, in the big sample size he has given us over 2 different coaching staffs in multiple years, he is below average, to be kind. He should never play that position, ever. And I can understand the Blake Fisher move to say, all right, we want to get this guy in the fold, and hopefully he is ready next year when we potentially may have to make some decisions on one of our tackles. But not for, all right, let's see if Kenyon Green messes this up and he's not as good as we think, so we can move Titus over. Titus playing left guard cannot be in the equation. And I refuse to believe it is, Clint. Now, I know this draft thing could bring it to make it seem like that does make sense, or it is in the equation. I just refuse to believe it.
Well, when you draft a tackle in the second round and your general manager and or head coach is non-committal when you ask where is Titus Howard going to play? Like this is a very simple solution if indeed Titus Howard is a right tackle. Titus is our right tackle. We paid him to be our right tackle. He's one of the top 5 right tackles in the league, which, by the way, I did hear Nick Caserio after the draft in one of the post-draft pressers where he said, we feel like Titus Howard is a top right tackle in this league. He's a better tackle than he is a guard, right? But he also followed that up, if I remember correctly, he followed that up with, but, it's the best 5 available and yada, yada, yada. So here's the deal is it would be a very easy fix. Don't draft this guy's replacement. When you're asked about him, he is a right tackle. Like, it'd be very easy to fix all this, right? But the evading avoiding answering the question cleanly, directly, and drafting a guy in the second round that plays the same position, instead of drafting a guy there, I think there was 3, maybe 4 interior offensive linemen that had been drafted by the time the Texans picked that second pick in the second round. They could have taken a very high-rated interior offensive lineman to give them options at the left guard position where there's serious doubt that those guys, that anybody you have can play left guard at a high enough level that you expect to be played there, right? But you didn't do that. So, look, I think there's a double-edged, not a double-edged sword. I think there's 2 things here. Titus Howard, he's got to be done being a good soldier.
Oh, yeah, from his perspective. He said it. He put it on there. I'm not saying – he put on there right tackle Texas. He put that on his social
You're
media.
Playing with his next contract, right? And he's no dummy. There's 1 more year, and there's a potential out after this year with Titus Howard. Why would he want to or agree to, in any way, shape, or form, to play guard when that's the case? That would be 2 straight years of him playing guard before he could potentially be, I believe he would be a free agent at that point in time if they did choose to opt out at that point in time. Why would a top 5 right tackle, according to his pay, why would he agree to do that?
Yeah.
Like, at some point, Titus Howard has got to say, look, I'm playing right tackle, and that's it. I mean, there's nothing going to push me back down inside. You're costing me money. You're playing me out of position. You yourself has said you believe I'm a better right tackle than I am a guard. I'm through being a good soldier. This is exactly why I did not like the offensive tackle pick for any reason in the second round this year, because if you're going to address anything on the offensive line, it needs to be addressed immediately. It's the guard center position, whichever one Juice Scruggs isn't playing. Left guard or center, whichever one Juice plays, the other is going to be a huge problem.
Yep. As B. Scott texted in, Titus still has right tackle only in his Twitter bio. Someone texted in, Ron, the Texans actually ran the ball better statistically speaking when Titus was a left guard. They sucked ass running and doing anything. Titus had go watch that Panther game. Let's go pull Titus. Remember the complete confusions they had there. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know the statistics. They didn't run the ball well virtually with anybody, and definitely with Titus. Like for me, 2 things that can't happen. Titus cannot be healthy and not playing right tackle or guard. Like he can't be. I'm sorry, he cannot be playing left guard and be healthy, and he can't be healthy and been beat out by Blake Fisher. Just can't happen. It better not happen. Titus better be earning his money playing right tackle unless he is injured or unless Laramie Tunsil is injured and he moves over to left and they bring in Blake Fisher to play right. Those are the only ones. They will not. He cannot be $18 million a year on the bench or playing left guard when we've seen what he does at left guard?
If Titus Howard is your answer at left guard for any
I refuse to believe
any reason,
refuse.
You've got to really question what D'Amico and Nick have done at that point in time. Right? It wasn't addressed in free agency.
Refuse.
It wasn't addressed in the draft at all. If Titus Howard plays left guard, you've really got to question, because Titus, again, Nick Caserio is on record within the last week saying, "Look, we know Titus is a better tackle than he is a guard." Like he's on record of saying that. So you got to, if that's the answer, you really got to question what. What's going on in terms of offensive line. It's not been pretty.
Swing damn tackle, or he better be the one moving in to play guard. All right, coming up as we roll through here, we'll get you ready for tonight's game. Do we have a lineup out? We'll get the lineup out when that comes out. And what do you think the young fella's going to do tonight? How do you feel he is going to play as he gets to the big league? Do you think what he did in the minors will translate to the big league? We'll discuss that. Before that, so the weight loss, 120.
part of every day? Probably not, but you get the idea. Get to Wendy's today and get the best part in every bite with the new Cinnabon Pull-Apart.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Cinnabon is a registered trademark of Cinnabon Franchisor SPP, LLC.
Live from the Twin Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. I do want to get into the young fella. Big night for him tonight, and the lineup and what he'll do coming up in just a bit. Can I just one more thing on the Titus Howard thing? One more thing. Like, this is we're in a different place with the Texans right now. Like, nothing about Titus Howard playing left guard says this is a plan that helps us get to the AFC Championship game. Like on purpose. Like right now, we look at him and we've seen him at guard. Like, that can't be an option. It's like you're not just trying to improve a little bit. That can't be an option anymore with where you are and what you're trying to do as an organization and the step you're trying to take. You can't have that. And that can't be, to me, the decision or an option, a real option, unless like S has hit the fan and you're just fresh out of any options.
Well, to me, Ron, you're just at a point where we shouldn't be talking about our best five unless we have to. Like, if your best five means that you're playing a guy that the general manager just said is a better tackle than he's a guard, if playing your best five means he has to play guard, somebody had to have gotten hurt. Like, it can't be, well, Kenyon Green is obviously who he's been for 2 years now that he's been here, so hell, now we got to go to our best five. Now we got to play guys out of position so that we can play our best five, which our best five happens to be our right tackle, who we paid a boatload of money to. One of the top paid right tackles is going to play guard, and this second-round draft pick that we just drafted out of Notre Dame is going to be your right tackle. Like, it just – you can't position yourself to where you're that close to playing, quote-unquote, playing your best five. Look, maybe they don't believe Titus Howard is as good as they say he is, and that's just more of a crutch than it is the truth.
That can't be the case.
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, he hasn't played the position they signed him.
I can't believe that there's this many conversations about Titus Howard.
Well, as you said, you hate the pick, and that has probably forced this into a potential conversation.
I hate the pick. I hate the pick because if you're going to bring a guy in that is a top talent in a draft, make it at a position where you haven't already paid guys top value in the NFL. Make it a guard, make it an interior offensive lineman where you struggled. How about that? That'd be a good idea. You missed once with Kenyon Green. How about we take another swing at this thing? Like, that would make sense. You're not a team yet. You're not a team where you can just draft best available, where you need to draft for a year, 2 years down the road. You're not a team where you pay guys top contracts at their position and then play them out of position for a year and then draft their replacement at their original position. Like, none of it makes sense. And then, but let's put all of that aside, Ron. Like, the thought that in the conversations around, like, Titus Howard not being the best right tackle on this football team, in my opinion, is silly.
I would agree.
Like, it's, I mean,
in many fashions.
And I understand why it's had, because the team just drafted a right tackle. I get it.
And hasn't committed.
Sure, and they, for whatever reason, just won't come out and commit. I understand why the conversations are being had, but I can't even have them. I mean, it's like
I can't either. I can't have anything of him not starting at right tackle unless he's injured, and him playing any left guard. I refuse it. Yeah, but it seems like everybody else thinks it could be a lot. Not everybody else. A lot of people sense it as a possibility, which I understand because of the draft. I just can't. I can't get there. I refuse to. That man's a swing tackle. That man's trying that guard before Titus does. That's you, Blake Fisher.
I mean, the conversation with Blake Fisher is hey, let's start by proving that you're a better swing tackle than Charlie Heck.
Yes,
that's the conversation. If we're being real about
for 2 years,
that is where this team is in terms of building this roster. Is if you do have quality depth somewhere, or you acquire somebody, whether it's a draft or a free agent, it's like, all right, now you come in, you got to prove you're better than Charlie Heck. If you do that and leave no doubt, and one of the tackles doesn't play well or gets injured, then you're that guy. But to just come in and go, I think the plan is for this guy to play over Titus Howard. Ooh, boy, that's a
text line. You're making this harder than it needs to be. Both tackles have missed time over the last few years. You need a good backup. Yeah, I mean, at that point, you would think Charlie Heck is potentially that good enough for that.
Well, but here's the deal.
You don't use that in the second round. That's your plan. I'm going to draft a second-round tackle.
Both tackles have missed time, and tackle's not been a problem. Like, we were scared out of – I mean, we were shaking our boots when George Fant was going to play right tackle. He played as good a right tackle as anybody on the team did last year.
Austin Deculus had to play left.
Well, now that's look, I mean,
he played well against the Steelers.
They overcame it. It wasn't a problem. Good point, yeah.
But I'm just saying, you don't say, oh, man, our tackles have been injured. You don't use a second-round pick to do that.
Right. We're talking about we're not when your left guard situation or your center situation is what it is. Right? No, you don't like that. That's the it's not. I understand. You've got an experienced veteran in Charlie Heck that has played well enough to be a swing tackle and well enough to play with injury if there's been an injury somewhere and help you out.
I can you don't get it. I can you don't want it or you don't like it. I can get the thought of this is a guy we want our program that we think is very, very talented and he can take over one of those tackle spots next year. But not he's a guy that we're coming in so we can put our best five out there. We'll put him at right tackle and swing over Titus to left guard. I don't love that at all. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as they'll take a look at the draft classes around the AFC South, not just the Texans, but around the AFC South. And then Area 45, Bijani and Creighton, they'll be rolling from 7 to 11. Make sure you stay right there for the post-game show as hopefully the Astros can continue and turn this into a win streak, get it to 3 against the Cleveland Guardians tonight. Remember, Nick Caserio coming up 7:30 tomorrow on Payne and Pendergast. Hey, how y'all feel Joey going to do? How you feel about Joey? I think we're all excited to see what he's done. By the way, if you don't know his numbers, like there's been this dude is going off here in the minors right now. He's got 13 homers, 27 RBIs. All right, he's hitting 287 and OPS well over 1,000. He has been really good at Sugarland. I wouldn't throw this cat a fastball to save my life. I want to see what other stuff you can hit. I feel like he can hit he can hit a fastball a mile. I want to see what he gonna do with a lot of off-speed stuff.
Look, I'm excited about it. I think when you look at, and I didn't watch it myself, but I've looked at the numbers, he was damn good in spring training as well. I mean, extra base hits, 300 average, hitting with power. In the minor leagues, he's been really, really good, 280 or something like that, 13 bombs in 25 games. I look at it like I don't think that happens by accident. I don't think you go out there in spring training and in a small sample size of 25 games in the minor league system, you're as good as this guy's been, and it doesn't translate to some degree. Right? I mean, I expect a guy to swing it really, really well. He'll be fine in the outfield, without a doubt. And I'm excited as hell about it.
He's going to come out his damn shoes.
Oh, that would be on brand for the Astros. If he watches a leadoff hitter, he's damn sure going to feel comfortable doing it.
He's going to bring it. I hope he ain't there. I hope he does. Just let it rip. How quickly you think he can oversee the combination of Singleton and Abreu, who have no home runs with 3 RBIs combined.
What? Oh, no. Hell, that may happen tonight.
How quickly does he do that? They've got no homers combined, 3 RBIs. They've scored 9 runs.
He ain't going to do that tonight. But, I mean, he could very easily get you 3 RBIs tonight.
If he even matches that, if he hits a homer and 3 RBIs and matches what they've given, I mean, it's over.
Tyler, we got any bets out there tonight?
I went pretty heavy on the over for runs for the Astros.
Oh, Lord.
What was it?
4.5.
4.5.
I think I want to get on that one with you.
Pretty heavy.
Can I get on that one?
No. Cleveland's pitcher, he has struggled.
Did you max your bet out, or can I get on that?
No, you can get in on it. You want 100?
You know me, baby. I ain't getting in.
Let's ride.
Yeah, man. We ain't doing with halvesies.
Astros country.
Yeah, baby.
Let's ride.
Hey, it's your birthday, man. How much you want to put on it?
What are you doing? Astros country, let's ride? You just go Russ?
Russ.
You think that's the turnaround? Put it in Russ's
Maybe.
hand?
I mean, Tyler's one of those guys, hey, man, let's just let it out and see how it plays.
Tyler,
It just didn't play real well. According to you, it didn't.
It's actually really well said. That is my philosophy.
I love it. Throw it at throw things at the wall. I do it all the time.
See what sticks?
I do. I'm gonna pull the Tyler, man. I'm going old fashions. in NYC.
Now that's not pulling a Tyler. He was on a beach in Cancun. I mean, that's different.
I was gonna say. I
think
Clint will be accepting of it. Straight old fashions, baby.
And that makes sense. Be a little cooler weather up there in New York.
Yeah,
probably a little different setting. I doubt you're gonna be on sand between your toes, sitting by the beach or the pool. I mean, topless. I don't know. Maybe you will. That'd be cool.
You know, I'm gonna get my frozen drink in though. Cinco de Mayo.
No doubt.
My birthday, baby. Cinco de Mayo, man. It's gonna be good times, baby. It'll be good times. Good times, baby.
The guy is drunk.
I thought about you this weekend,
God, I'm
Ron.
gonna get laced.
I was down there in Crystal Beach.